Is that better? Too loud? Too loud? You awake? I hope you are. You're gonna need to be awake for this one. Guess you guys aren't ready for that yet. Your kids are gonna love it. No, here. Give me a second here. We'll get this going. Oh, gotta turn the sound on. Give me a second. Let everybody trickle in. There's some big news. Big news. So we're gonna go live here in a second. But yeah. Enjoy the tunes for a second while we let people roll in.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
I can never remember the solo, that part. It goes. It goes something like that. I forget the end. Play some Tool. I don't know any Tool. I don't know how to do that. Somebody wanted Christmas music. I was playing that a little earlier, but badly. I just learned this one. Ready? So it's You're the mastermind. Santa isn't far behind. I can't sing it and play it, man. I tried. That was Chuck Berry. That's a good song, dude. But yeah, I'm not as good as Chuck Berry. Screw me, right? Like, run, run, Rudolph. Santa isn't far behind. Johnny Be Good? That's similar. Hold on. I heard somebody say this, Johnny. I don't know what chord he plays in there. I think it's maybe C? No, A?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Maybe this? I don't know. I forget how to play that. Anyway. Shall we? You think enough people have trickled in, or maybe one more? Have you heard of John Petrucci? Yeah, of course. Toured with Steve Vai and Joe Satriani back in the 2000s. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah, bad golfers. I suck at playing the guitar, dude. I'm not pretty good, but I'm not good. But how you get better is play. Jared the Hyper.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Do you practice scales? No, me neither. Music is so loud you switch your TV on. Sorry. Let's go, Bart. Come on, do something that really cooks. Oh. Have you said any opinions yet? Have I said opinions yet? No. I'm waiting for people to trickle in. Hang on.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Matt, so you want that? All right, hold on. Chapo, let us see it. Let us see what? What? What do you want to see? Okay. All right. News time. Let's do this. Let me take off the sound playback. Mute the guitar. No more guitar. Okay. Or I could just drop it. You know, drop the headset. That works too. Sure, that's good for it. Ugh. Okay. Shut that off. I think enough people are here. What? What? Lens streamer. Hey, I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it. Why do you hate me? You want to see me playing? Oh. Oh. Well, I already put the axe down. But you want to see it. Pretty good. Play it again, Johnny Guitar. Johnny Be Good, Johnny Guitar, Be Good Johnny. What the heck is with Johnny? What did he do? Guy's a dick. All right. So, emergency space news time. Don't worry. Well, I was going to say don't worry, it's good news, but we'll see. Let's get going. Kelly, good day. Good day. Good day. Yeah. Good worry, it's don't news. Okay. So, I told you guys that I would the second I had some updates on space policy, I would share it with you. Well, there's been some updates. This just happened probably about 30 minutes ago from the time of this. It's December 4th, 2024, 1:15 noon time. Hey, Miju. So, check it out. Take a look. It's coming from Jared Isaacman. Okay. I am honored to receive President Trump's nomination to serve as the next administrator of NASA. Having been fortunate to see our amazing planet from space, I am passionate about America leading the most incredible adventure in human history. In my last mission to space, my crew and I traveled further from Earth than anyone in over half a century. I can confidently say the second space age has only just begun. Space holds unparalleled potential for breakthroughs in manufacturing, biotechnology, mining, and perhaps even pathways to new sources of energy. There will inevitably be a thriving space economy, one that will create opportunities for countless people to live and work in space. At NASA, we will passionately pursue these possibilities and usher in an era where humanity becomes a true spacefaring civilization. I, Rook, was born after the moon landings. Rook's children were born after the final space shuttle launch. With the support of President Trump, I can promise you this. We will never again lose our ability to journey to the stars and never settle for second place. We will inspire children, yours and mine, to look up and dream of what is possible. Americans will walk on the moon and Mars, and in doing so, we will make life better here on Earth. It is the honor of a lifetime to serve in this role, and to work alongside NASA's extraordinary team to realize our shared dreams of exploration and discovery. Grateful to serve, Jared. Bad golfer. Whoa, 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 hold on. You're listening during math class. Shut the stream off now, or I will. I'm serious. Bad golfers, put your phone down. Focus on math. You want to do space stuff. You got math classes where you should be paying attention. You already finished your test. It's fine. What was your test on? Tell me. Well, we're waiting. Construction's geometry, easy 100. Did you get 100? Or is that what you think you got? All right, bad golfers. If I have a triangle, a right triangle, where side A is 4 and side B is 5, what's side C? And what are the angles? What are the two other angles? Come on. I'm serious. I'll shut the stream off. I'm not kidding. .45. Side A and B are 4 and 6 feet long. That's not 45s. Nope. Do better next time. Seriously, though. Make sure your stuff's done, all right? If you're in math class, make sure you're on your game. I don't believe you. I'm cooked. Dude, I will cook you. You have no idea. I'm the math teacher from hell. But anyway, that's the news. Take a look. President Trump nominated Rook to be the next NASA administrator. Now, what does this mean? Okay. What does that mean? So, where do we go from here? So the president, the executive branch of the United States, nominates the NASA administrator. Okay, the NASA administrator has to go through a Senate confirmation meeting from there, and they have to pass the Senate confirmation meeting. During the Senate confirmation meeting, they'll vote on whether the Senate will vote on whether the NASA administrator should be. They vet the administrator, basically, or the nomination for administrator. And if the Senate votes the administrator in, then they become NASA administrator. So that's where Rook needs to go from there. I honestly don't have a doubt in my mind that he'll do well. I'll be 100% honest with you guys. I really think that I think he'll do well, but I'm not sure how good Rook is with politics. He seems to be good at playing middle of the road. Not playing, he seems to be very middle of the road. So I have no doubt in my mind that he has the wherewithal and capacity to answer every question. Every question right. That he gets asked. He knows enough about space. The guy's been to space. Like, you know, it's you know, the guy that runs NASA doesn't have to be somebody that's flown into space, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that doesn't help. What's this do for Polaris stuff? Why are you asking me like I know? See, part of what makes Bill Bill Nelson, the current NASA administrator, pretty decent at what he does, is that he's good at playing. He's a good politician. He's hurt to say that. He's good at playing the political game. He's good at keeping the ship on an even keel. Jim was good at that too, and Jim was a representative from Oklahoma. He served in the House of Representatives, which is the lower house of the legislative branch of the U.S. So both the past two NASA administrators have a lot of political experience. Rook doesn't necessarily do that. It doesn't necessarily have that, but there's no doubt that, I mean, like, here's the thing, guys. Like, people are worrying about that. I really wouldn't worry about it. Rook is not an idiot. He's a really smart dude. Like, this is a guy that during high school just sat in his basement all day teaching himself how to code financial transaction systems. The guy's not stupid. And I have no doubt in my mind that if he does have any problems navigating political waters, political winds or whatever, that he'll find somebody to help him in that endeavor. Like, Rook is pretty dang resourceful. He's a pretty dang resourceful dude. So I really, like, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't have guessed this. I would not have guessed this. I just really, yeah, this kind of came out of left field. I didn't see that coming, to be honest with you. That is a crazy pick. In a good way. That's like, it was such a good idea that you're like, no, that'll never happen. I didn't even think, Rook didn't even cross my mind as somebody that was even on radar for being NASA administrator. But what happens if the Senate doesn't accept him? He could try to, Luca, if he doesn't get confirmed by the Senate, he could appeal and do it again, or the president could nominate somebody else. That's how most picks work. That's how most cabinet positions work. It's not like I choose this guy. Like, you have to get confirmed. So Rook will be a boots on the ground type of administrator. I have a feeling Elon had a hand in this one. There is no doubt. No doubt in my mind, goalie. That's definitely a conversation that the president-elect had with Elon. Who do you think I should be my NASA administrator? Elon said that. I have no doubts. Now, I don't think he does, Pete. I mean, I really, dude, that. So here's the thing. Okay. When Jim, here, let me explain this. When Jim was elected or nominated as NASA administrator, I said this exact same thing. That's not a pick that I would choose. That's not who I would have picked.
I'm in space.
But it doesn't seem like a bad idea. And this one, Rook getting nominated basically screams the same thing. That's not somebody I would have thought of, but I mean, it's really not a bad choice. I mean, Jared's a great choice. That's a really good idea. I'd be wondering about the politics of this, but Rook isn't really partisan when it comes to that stuff. He stays very middle of the road. He's very centrist about this, about spaceflight, it's a breath of fresh air, to be 100% real with you. Space doesn't have to be, we don't have to be at each other's throats. Look at this stream. There's a lot of people from a lot of different points of view that watch the stream, but we all watch the stream because we like space and technology and stuff. Rook, that guy embodies that to a T. That's why I like him so much, because he stays very middle of the road. He's a very classy guy. He, says what he means. I really, really appreciate that. So I really don't think that that's the worst idea. I've heard his name, but I'm not sure who he is. All right, I'll talk about that in a second. Oh, well, we might be getting a Hubble repair mission back, so no more Shelby to protect SLS. He's going to divert all the funds to Starship, and JPL will become a subsidiary of SpaceX. The darkest timeline. As someone who met Jared in real life, he's a good person, but I don't think he'll do well with space politics in general. 90% of what you just said, Baron, was entirely conjecture. That's the kind of crap I'm talking about not doing. You do not You can't say that with 100% certainty. That's entirely conjecture. Come on. R.A. Jarrett's partisans. What's interesting to me is that its political donations are almost entirely to Democrats, wondering how that might change things, if at all. I think he's just a middle of the road kind of guy. Like, honestly, that's perfect. Perfect. I mean, Jim was arguably pretty center right, and he worked with everybody. Jared's center left. He'll work with everybody. I really don't think it's going to be an issue. At first, I was like, I don't know, man. But he seems to get along with everyone, which is what you want. That's a good idea. Has any NASA administrator gone into space while in office? No. There's been rumblings that canceling SLS Artemis is a focus for cost savings, but to continue on with Mars, but he did mention the moon program in his statement. Where are you the rumblings? Guys, what people are blabbling about on X that have no credible source is not rumblings. That's not rumors, that's not a source. That's ridiculous. I really don't think it'll happen, guys. I really don't. What's Vulcan saying? He do be grilling. Let's see, hold on. Let me go here. Look at Tim's tweet on the nomination. Many excellent questions for tonight's space news. So Derek says the nomination, this is Vulcan. He's a launch photographer that hangs out in here from time to time. He's a good dude. Nomination reminds him is one that already been met with many questions and backlash from the agency at many levels. Look, fellas, not to be a jerk, everyone said the same thing about Jim. Everyone said the same thing. And then we got the Artemis program. So everyone said this exact same thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Havoc's like Queen of the chessboard. Yeah, Mike, right? Yeah. I'm in some Discord servers with Vulcan and some actual NASA engineers. The only thing they worry about is how close he is to SpaceX. Seems like an old space versus new space kind of thing. I assume that's why people wouldn't like him. Okay, Shaw, a little bit of personal opinion time from me. Yeah, this old space versus new space nonsense needs to stop. I really don't like that people are framing this as the old guard versus the new guard, because that's the same exact game that gets played every time, and what ends up happening is that NASA gets the shaft. Every time. I'm not falling for that crap. I don't think anybody here should as well. Ugh. I'm not participating in that, Baron. No way. What is Rook saying here? I'm not that close to the matter, but I am confused how we can fund billions per launch on a disposable mega rocket, fund 2 lunar landers to prevent hurt feelings, but we can't keep New Horizons staff funded at present levels to save $3 million. Interesting. What is Rook's background? Is it Rule 8, engineering, or business? Okay, Shai, so do you remember the Polaris Dawn mission from a little while back? where the dude crawled out of the front of Dragon. You remember that? See that guy right there? That's Jared Isaacman. This guy. That's Rook. His background is so. Shy, you ever go to the store? Go to the grocery store. Just the grocery store. Like the pin pad where you put your card in, the chip, or you tap it, that thing. Yeah, his company is one of the companies that does the back end for those. Isaacman is the pick, all systems. Yeah. I need to hear speculation on what kind of changes in missions we will see. It seems like everybody wants to go doom and gloom, which is what I've been saying not to do. Give me 1 second. Ooh, all right. Give me 1 second. My DMs are going bananas, dudes. My DMs are going bananas. Okay, so business is what I understood is Rook's background, correct? Yeah, all right. I'll read that in a second. Sorry, my DMs are going bananas. Yeah, Vanta, I do. I don't think this is the worst idea. So Shy Rook worked on financial transactions, right? He worked on a company called Shift 4. It wasn't called Shift 4 at the time, but he started it in his parents' basement. And he started coding the back end for electronic transactions with cards, right? With credit cards. And he from there he from the profits from Shift 4, he's oh, what's the name of the company? Draken. He started another company called Draken International. And Draken International, they do Op4. They're a contractor. They're a military contractor. No, not like that. They're a military contractor that flies opposing force aircraft for Air Force training. So Jared has a fleet of aircraft. Like a small Air Force. No joke. Here, let me show you pictures of his hangar. Well, these are pictures that he posted the other day. He has 3 MiG-29s now. One of them he flies personally. A bunch of Alpha Jets and a couple of L-39s. And he got a Panavia Tornado as well. There's his MiG-29 right there. There's a couple of Alpha Jets over there. And he has a jet demonstration squadron. Draken doesn't do Op4 stuff much anymore. They don't do Op4 stuff from what I understand anymore, but from there, he worked with SpaceX to do the Inspiration 4 mission, the first all commercially funded mission on Dragon. Inspiration 4 raised $250 million for St. Jude through outreach efforts. He used the high profile mission as a way to promote money, to donate money to charity. Inspiration 4 was a 7-day mission with a Dragon capsule with 4 people on board. One of them, a St. Jude children's cancer survivor named Haley Arsenault. And then Cyan Proctor was on there, and Chris Simbrowski. Cyan Proctor is a Civil Air Patrol aviator, and she's done a bunch of other philanthropic stuff. And then Chris Simbrowski is a guy that got randomly selected in a contest. He's an engineer at Lockheed. or was. I don't know what he's doing now. So he did Inspiration 4, and then he did Polaris Dawn after that. So Polaris Dawn as well was another St. Jude outreach mission. And he used it to test SpaceX's EVA suit by going outside of the spacecraft. I'll get to that in a second, Cammy. I'm trying to give people a background as to who he is. So yeah, Isaacman is he's a good dude. I really think he's a good dude. NASA Spaceflight interviewed him. Jack at NSF interviewed him a couple of weeks ago about Polaris Dawn and stuff. It was he's a pretty middle of the road dude. I think he's great. He's done ton for pediatric cancer. He's raised $500 million for pediatric cancer research. This guy is not an idiot. Check Shift 4 stock. Whoop. Oh. 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 Well, that's not great. But Draken is pretty active with the RAF. Often see them East Coast with RAF Konigsby and Eurofighters. That's cool, Snibbles. Right on. By the dip, right? That's exactly what will happen. Losing a visionary leader to government service is bad. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. By the dip! By the dip! Bree, let's do it. So, you guys, the biggest question I've been asked is, do I think he's a good pick? Yeah, he's not the worst pick. The guy has a very intimate knowledge of how spaceflight works. I'm a little worried on the political side of things. He doesn't really know. I'm not really sure if Rook knows how to navigate the political waters. But then again, he's a contractor for the Air Force, so he definitely has some experience in this matter. You know what I mean? He works with the Air Force. In Snibbles, I actually didn't know that. I didn't know he worked with the RAF too. So he provides Op4 services. Basically, he flies around the type of aircraft that the Air Force would want to shoot down in a conflict, and he flies like them using their tactics, and they do that to train. They play he's a contractor that plays war games, or at least he was. I don't know if Draken is still doing that. I don't even know if I'm not sure what Draken is doing right now, to be honest. But he's the CEO of a publicly traded company. He's fine. Yeah, there you go. People love to complain. Those who complain about politicians ruining NASA, there won't be a politician. Jared, see, here's the thing. Like, I've talked a lot about pros. I mean, there's clearly a lot of people who aren't the best, like, are a little worried about this. So I've heard people say, like, conflict of interest and stuff because he works with SpaceX. So lack of political experience is kind of a good question to ask, I would say. Those planes fly out of Newport News Williamsburg Airport. I see them on flight radar at times. Cool. I put Polaris on pause. We'll get to that in a second. Hey, Chaz, what's going on? I don't think maybe Jack has flown with him, David? I don't remember. His personal squadron. Yeah, dude. He's pretty cool, man. Anyway, sorry, the DMs are going off like crazy. I'm reading chat and making sure I'm keeping up. The problem of working with SpaceX is he knows how to work with contractors of NASA. Yeah, I was gonna say he's worked with the government before, not just with SpaceX. Like, well, SpaceX isn't the government, but I'm not sure how it's a conflict of interest. So I was talking about cons. Lack of political things is one, but I mean, dude, I hear people saying like, "Oh, this is so bad, he's gonna cancel Artemis." Guys, Okay, here's the thing. Hang on, let me collect my words. Give me 1 second. You also think it's the end for SLS. I really don't, Schnee. I really don't. Words in the cup. Yeah. I'm trying to find the right way to say this, dude. You can say that any business owner working for the government is a conflict of interest.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm not sure how point of sale financial transactions are a conflict of interest with NASA, but okay. What is all NASA facilities going to use shift 4 pin pads from now on? Okay. Here's the reality of the situation, and this is kind of where a lot of the messages that I'm getting, I see it a lot in chat. People are worried, is he going to cancel Artemis? I really don't think so, guys. I really don't. I'm saying this, you guys know good and well where I stand about Artemis versus like the private industry. I've firmly said that NASA needs to be blazing the trail, and commercial needs to follow in their wake. Now, a lot of people don't necessarily agree with that, but if you think about it, there might be a time where commercial will entirely take over spaceflight. And that time might be approaching a lot faster than we think. However, I really don't think that it's good enough. I don't have a problem having a commercial, like an entirely commercialized space program. I don't have a problem necessarily with it. But here's the thing. You can't do it too prematurely. I don't think we are at a point where you can entirely hand everything over to SpaceX. I really don't think that's a good idea. And I think that's NASA needs to have redundant parity to SpaceX. They need to have their own rocket. They need to have their own rocket to get to the moon. If SpaceX can get somebody to the moon, NASA needs to be able to do that too. They need to have that. You need to have that redundancy, because that's the most sustainable way forward. It's not necessarily the most cost-effective way forward, though. But see, here's the thing. Cost-cutting measures with spaceflight don't usually work very well. Okay? And anybody that has any experience in any aerospace project knows exactly what I'm talking about. Dude, your budget projections mean dick. They mean nothing. Dude, you can't predict the future. Because of the nature of engineering in aerospace, you're never going to be able to conclusively say how much something is going to cost, you know? You're never going to do that. And because of this, right? Because of that, like, you're never going to know how long something is going to take. So damn it, I lost my train of thought. Where I was going with this essentially is I think that Rook understands this. I'm pretty sure he knows this. Pretty sure he knows that there has to be redundancy. I really don't think he's going to gut NASA. I think he's going to try to fix it. Just like what Jim did. Same idea. The reason why is because I think the president knows that we need to have a national space program. Now, I honestly think that the president-elect is probably doing it for nationalistic reasons. You know what, man? I'll take what I can get. I get it. I'll take what I can get. That's its own can of worms that I don't really want to discuss, to be honest. But remember, that, you know, I think everybody involved here understands that the Artemis program needs to be fixed. I think everybody involved here knows that NASA needs to exist. If NASA doesn't exist, right, and we put all of our money into the commercial basket, you're subjecting your space program to the winds of a capitalistic market, which is not smart. That is really not smart. I honestly and truly think that everyone knows this. Because, guys, I'll be real with you. I had this same conversation 8 years ago. My gut said that Jim was a bit of a spicy pick 8 years ago, but honestly, it makes sense. And I was right. I really don't think that this is the worst decision here. I'm kind of wondering about the lack of political experience, but I honestly think that everybody involved, even Elon, knows that NASA needs to be doing their own thing. I think he knows that. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But my speculation is, I don't know. It's just as much conjecture as everybody else is. We don't know where this train's going to go. Not yet, at least. If we look at what Rook has done with his own money, I do not think he will shut anything down. If anything, Rook will try to fix everything. I really think that that's what he's going to do. I think that I've said this, like, I can't speak to other government programs, okay? I can't speak to other government programs, but I can speak to a spaceflight policy. The only time a government space program has actually set out to do its goals and achieved it on time is the Apollo program, which had very clear and specific goals, okay? You have to fund and this is where I was going with funding aerospace. You have to fund aerospace this way. The way we're funding SLS right now is that we know how much everything is going to cost. But the reality of the matter is that we don't. And it is such a colossal screw up with funding and planning and schedule milestones for the Artemis program that that is the reason why we're hemorrhaging billions of dollars. If Rook goes in there at the president's instruction, with instructions to fix everything and get everything running correctly with nice scheduled goals and milestones, nothing is getting canceled. Stuff gets expanded instead. Does that make sense? Rook might be the guy for the job because he knows how to run a company. Now, but the flip side of that is that NASA really isn't a company. You really can't run it that way. If you try to, someone dies. Yeah. That's usually how that ends. If Elon is already whispering things to the president-elect, what's to say he didn't sell him on being the president that gets us to the moon again and more? I feel like at that point, I'm convinced NASA will get anything it needs. It's not Alan Gar. I'm not going to sit there and pretend like that's a real, having Elon as to put it in Hearts of Iron terms, having Elon as an advisor is a bad idea. That's not first buddy or whatever they're calling him. That's not the worst thing for spaceflight. I'm sorry. Like, people are going to hate that, and you're going to hate me for saying that, but no axe to grind here. Elon being close to the president is really good for spaceflight. Like, I'm sorry if that pisses people off. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just stating that's just what's going on, like. Okay, so how does Rook go about fixing NASA? As an example, how would he fix the situation with Bechtel and ML2? I haven't gotten there yet, Sean. Give me a second. Why would you risk an administrator in a Polaris flight? Well, hold on. We'll get to that in a second. Yeah, Bram, exactly. Do you think Elon will use this to get NASA to accept more of the risk and get away from the FAA problems? No, Katra, I don't think risk is the issue. I mean, risk has something to do with it, dude, but risk isn't the problem. Dude, NASA is so contrived and so scattered to the winds right now that risk isn't even something they should be considering. I mean, obviously it should, like, okay, let me explain it in clearer terms. And keep in mind, this is hyperbole on my part. This is just to get the point across. You don't need to worry about risk when you don't launch people into space. You're not even at that point yet. You know what I'm saying? You're not even at that point. everything is so scattered to the winds. Everything is so fragmented. It's just scraps. The Artemis program is scraps of everything being put together. Scraps of the shuttle, scraps of Constellation, scraps of this, scraps of that. It needs to be unified. It needs to. You need to put this all. You can take the scraps and put them together if you really want to do that. But you need to have a goal. You need to have set goals. You need to have unification here. Like you need to. Okay, like an example would be, and this kind of feeds into how I would fix this. So ML2 is a fiasco. You can implementing better schedule milestones for ML2 from now on. Basically what the GAO said, the Government Accountability Report said, implementing better schedule milestones to get that thing on track is the way to fix that. You know, and I know people are going to say sunk cost, sunk cost, sunk cost. If it was me, I would want 3 more. Or, well, not 3 more, probably 2 more MLs. Well, you don't have the space for 2 more. Make 2 ML2s. That's what I would want. I would want them to build another one. And that one would be on a fixed price based on what you learned from ML2. And that cost wouldn't skyrocket. Now, why? Because, once again, guys, it's not a risk problem with NASA. And okay, hot take. I don't think it's a funding problem either. It's not a funding problem with NASA. It's not a risk. It's not funding. The money is there. NASA gets $25 billion. And now a lot of people use this as a hyperbolic argument again. Do you know what Elon could do with that kind of money with a space program? I mean, he basically has that at this point, but that's another story. That's what I mean. The money is there, guys. And now don't get me wrong, $25 billion doesn't all go to SLS, et cetera, right? A lot of it is science. A lot of it is outreach. A lot of it is STEM. A lot of it is aerodynamics. There's, you know, National Aeronautic and Space Administration. That encompasses a lot of different things. So it's not $25 billion solely to a space program, right? With ML2, I would want 2 of them because you're not going to get 2 at twice the price. And if Bechtel tries to do that, I'd take the blueprints and be like, nope, those are mine. Somebody else make it. What you need to do is you need to get a set goal. The Artemis program needs a set goal. It needs dates and it needs schedule milestones. 2 landers is not the worst idea, but once again, this is the biggest thing. Like, pay attention to this part. I think Rook is going to look at this and realize that NASA is not ready to go full commercial. There might be a point in the future where NASA can fully rely on commercial, but I don't think we have a solid enough commercial spaceflight or public spaceflight programs to be able to conclusively say one way or the other. Now, I've told you before, there needs to be both. Why does there need to be both? If it's just all commercial, you're scattering your space program, your access to space to political wins or to capitalistic wins. That's not a good idea. If you have an all-national program, you're scattering your space program to the political wins, right? The only way to buck the uncertainty with either one of these is to do both. Once again, not the most cost-effective way to do things, but that ensures that we don't get stuck in another boondoggle like the shuttle, right? Because the private market, NASA shouldn't allow the private market to go past them. They should be at the forefront. And if they blaze a trail and if the commercial markets follow them, you're going to, you have that sustainability. Because we've seen what happens when it's just a government space program. You know, some bureaucrat or president that didn't like the last president come along and say, get rid of this. We don't like it. Like what happened with Apollo or Constellation, right? Simultaneously, if you put all of your eggs in the commercial market and the commercial market has a gigantic recession, you have a threat of losing all your launch capability if it suddenly doesn't become a profitable venture. Now, once again, do I think SpaceX is kind of an anomaly in this regard? But SpaceX almost went belly up from a recession 20 years ago. That almost happened. It was close. They got bailed out with a NASA contract. Just saying. Just saying. ULA, the reason why United Launch Alliance exists is because the market collapsed for satellite launches. The demand for satellite launches collapsed in the 90s. If we didn't have the space shuttle, our space program would have collapsed with it. Just putting it out there. I think Rook knows this. I think he understands this. I really do. And if not, someone needs to tell him. You got to. I'll do it if I have to. I don't care. Give me an audience with the guy. I think they understand. I really do. I think they understand this. And I think that the president-elect is going to want to keep a national space program in-house because of, well, nationalist reasons. You know, the U.S., we're back, you know, like, that's fine. If they, whatever, if that works, but, you know, don't screw one or the other. You have to do both. That's correct, Hallengar. Yep. Mm-hmm. Eric Berger claimed a month ago that SLS has a 50% chance of getting canceled. How do you think Rook's promotion affects it? Well, he hasn't. See, here's the thing, guys. We're all acting. Everyone here that's dooming and glooming is acting like Rook has the position. He's good to go. He has to go through the Senate. He has to go through the Senate confirmation meetings. Do you think these senators are going to put a guy at the helm of NASA knowing full well he wants to cancel programs? You got to make some compromises, and I know I say don't, right? But that's not the type of compromises that I'm talking about. I think Rook is a good man to run NASA, and I think the Senate confirmation meetings will shed a lot of light onto the matters that I'm talking about. And if they do, then he's going to understand that it's not about canceling Artemis. Canceling Artemis here is a short-term victory for a long-term loss. Once again, that the Senate won't allow that to happen.
Go and throttle up.
They won't allow that to happen. Like, no congressman is going to willingly have the NASA center in their district go belly up because you know, oh, it's not cost effective. That's not the way that doesn't seem. Jared doesn't seem like the kind of guy that operates like that to me. Like, oh, screw this guy, frick that. No. And I'm like, no, I don't know the guy personally. I shouldn't speak for him either. He seems to be very calm and collected, very middle of the road. I think if introduced and explained, and I think if he has these issues explained to him, I think he'll understand that fixing the Artemis program is the right move. And you fix it, you leverage the whole program. The whole program works in your favor and is as cost effective as it can be if you make a national goal. Right now, the Artemis program is like, maybe we'll go to the moon, maybe we'll go to Mars. Pick one. Pick one. Seriously, pick one. Now, pick one, but an asterisk next to that. Like I said, we shouldn't have to compromise here. If it was me, and I picked one and I was the NASA administrator, I would pick Mars. Hear me out. I would pick Mars with a good enough, robust architecture to also land on the moon. Because if you're designing an architecture that's good enough to get a person to the surface of Mars, you can absolutely design it. That same architecture can be leveraged to go to the moon as an applications program. Believe it or not, vice versa. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I would use the moon as a test ground to go to Mars. Don't get me wrong, that's kind of what NASA is doing, but the gateway isn't any long-term solution. NASA says they want to do that, but what are your plans? We're going to do, you know, we're going to build gateway and then maybe go to the moon 3 or 4 times in the next 10 years. No. That's not robust enough. That's not good enough. I think, once again, I think Rook understands this. I think I'm pretty dang sure he gets that. I'm pretty dang sure. Now, don't get me wrong. I have no way to prove it to you. You guys asked for my opinion. So that's my opinion. And guys, look, people said the same stuff about Jim 8 years ago. They said the same exact, I had this exact conversation before. I said, I think Jim will do a good job. And he did. So have a little faith. All right. Gateway is the solution looking for a problem. Yeah, my thing about Gateway is that, and this is what I mean about designing a Mars architecture. You want to design a Mars architecture, you want to design a transfer vehicle. Okay, Gateway should be your prototype transfer vehicle. And that's what NASA prescribes it as, but it's not. You're not getting to Mars on solar electric propulsion. That is not happening. Unless we can figure out a way to couple a nuclear reactor to an electric propulsion system in space in the next 10 years, that's not happening. Gateway is going to get nowhere near Mars. That should be your prototype transfer vehicle. Okay? And send it to the moon and use it as a space station around the moon to test out long-term stays out there. Now, here's the thing. That's what Gateway's supposed to do, but Gateway is teaching lessons. It's not teaching you dick about hardware that you actually need to get to Mars. I think that, I've been kind of thinking about it for a while. That's the reason why I don't like Gateway. It's a good idea, but the execution is ass. Excuse my language. Sorry. The execution is terrible. Like, how are you gonna use this to get to Mars? That's great. It's gonna teach you how to work in deep space. That's really good. Great. That's awesome. Now you know how to learn in deep space, but you have no transfer vehicle. That's like saying I want to be a deep sea fisherman and buying a fishing rod and saying, oh, I've fished off a dock before. Time to go do deadliest catch. No, you're forgetting the whole fishing boat part. It's my boat. Jenny, it's my boat. You're forgetting the whole fishing boat part. You need that. That's kind of important. Great. You know how to fish. Great. Yeah. If you want to be a deep sea fisherman, right? You need the fishing boat, the deep sea fishing boat. Deadliest catch. See what I'm trying to say? Will you stream Jared's Senate confirmation hearings? Yeah, probably, Dino. Sure. It's because Gateway, much like SLS, is a spare parts for a previous program. Yeah, Pigzig, exactly. If it was, once again, I think that's what Rook is going to do, and I think that's what the president wants him to do. Plus, SLS is orange. If we're going to make Neil deGrasse Tyson color, it's orange. President-elect likes orange things, so we're going to, make funny jokes. Going to have comedic-infused hyperbole. Yeah, throwback to yesterday's space news. Yo, I got no legs, Lieutenant Dan. You might want to look at this, okay? I absolutely believe Gateway was a political foothold to ensure it survives transfers of power. Hellingar, Gateway is a good example of using the right strategy in the wrong spot. Building a lunar space station to support a lunar program to learn how to work in deep space is an extremely good idea. Building it out of a spare satellite bus and basically a retooled ISS module is an idiotic idea. Why? Because that's not getting you anywhere near Mars. That's not getting you anywhere. Let me explain it like this. So what would be a good example of a robust space program? Okay, so once again, here's a little bit of theory crafting from your boy here. SLS, the Block 1 version, useless. It's useless. Like, that's what are you going to do with that thing? You could send people around the moon a couple of times. Great. Good. And this is why I said we need 2 ML2s. We need ML2 and ML3 to launch SLS Block 1B and Block 2. The SLS program needs to be ramped up. It needs to be ramped up. And if you had an SLS Block 1 with an EUS and a HAB module with solar panels in the universal stage adapter and then an Orion, that does Gateway in one launch. Now you have Gateway. And it's frankly bigger, right? You have Gateway. And you can use the EUS to pioneer boil-off technologies to do refueling so you could eventually refuel on the moon, right? Now you have a Gateway. Now you have a disposable Gateway. Great. Good. Awesome. Long duration stay on the moon. And then maybe you send Starship or SLD out there and have that be a lander. The point is that Gateway is a good strategy. It's a good idea. It's horrendous execution. Horrendous. That, and they forgot to take into account the wiring harness on the Halo module, which is still like, are you serious right now? The point is that SLS can work to do Gateway, not even for a lower cost, just a much more simple mechanism, because I would believe an EUS with a HAB module and an Orion at the front to be a much more viable strategy to get you near Mars as a transfer vehicle than whatever Gateway is, right? This is what I mean that's what I'm talking about. The Artemis program is a decent foundation, but it's a good foundation with no plans to build a house on top. It's like they built the foundation and said, yeah, we'll figure out how to build the kitchen later. No, you need a blueprint to start with. You need a whole blueprint of the entire proverbial house, right? That's what needs to be fixed. And I think that's what's going to happen. Nerva kick stage for Starship. That would be a great idea, Jack. Sure. SLS putting a Nerva kick stage with a Starship behind in front of it. Great idea. Sure, let's do it. The point that I'm trying to say, guys, is that the money is there with NASA. The money is there with NASA, and the technical base is there with NASA. It's the scheduling. It's no long-term goals. You need a concrete goal like the Apollo program, and that's what. Guys, I'll be honest with you. I can't say if he's going to do that or not. I can't say conclusively, but that's what my gut's telling me. That's what my gut's telling me. He's telling me he'll try to fix things. And it's funny because I had this exact same conversation 8 years ago regarding Jim on Space News. I remember it. Didn't NASA announce they were certifying Falcon Heavy for nuclear payloads? They are with the Dragonfly mission, Jack. Yep. You said that NASA can't run like a company because that would kill people, but that doesn't make sense. SpaceX is run like a company more than any other out there, and it's the safest space entity ever. No deaths or injuries. On the other side, you look at Tesla and Model 3 Y are the safest passenger cars on Earth. It's all about execution. Yeah, Limo, that's a good point. I was more referring to the bureaucratic intricacies to NASA. You can't run it like a company because it's not a company. It has bureaucratic entities in it by design. And that's to keep the ship on an even keel. That's why they're there. That's why regulators exist. That's why bureaucrats exist. NASA is beholden to that system. What I'm saying is that if you try to go in there and you try to run it like a company, you will fail. It requires a little more, what's the word? Subtlety in the matter. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. I'm more referring to the last time somebody tried to do something like that and we ended up with Challenger. That's what I'm getting at. Nuance. Yeah, that would probably be a better way. Mm-hmm. Rick wasn't nominated to maintain the status quo at NASA. There will be large-scale structural and programmatic changes. What could that look like? Personally, Slab, I think it's going to be expansion for the entire Artemis program. The Artemis program needs to execute, and the only way you can get it to execute, the only way that we've seen empirically to get NASA to execute and deliver on their goals is with deadlines. We choose to go to the moon in this decade. You have to do that. If you don't do that, NASA just flounders around, and each design center just fights for cash. See what I'm saying? On the other hand, they could just cancel everything. Yeah, that could happen, I guess. If you want to go doom about it, it could happen. I don't think it will. Really don't. There's no way it's expanding without added funding and management shakeup. A hard disagree, Hellfish. The money is there. The SLS program since 2014 has utilized $93 billion in funding to date. That's from a GAO report. Management, I agree. The management is the reason why it costs so much. Guys, the money's there. That's what I'm telling you. NASA does not need a bump in funding. They need something to do. You've got to give them something to do. You give them a deadline. Because how else? You can't measure NASA by profit because it's not a company. It needs to provide a service. That's important. Just like the post office. The post office provides services, and it operates at a loss because of this. Now, NASA does that same thing too, from a government-funded point of view. But the thing about it is that NASA grows your tax base, which is why senators do not want NASA facilities in their districts getting defunded. It is a huge boost to the tax base. It provides jobs in congressional districts. That is a huge incentive to want the space program to work. If you go in there and you say, I want to do this, we want to do this, we want to do this, you give them a big goal to do, that it bolsters all these facilities. And instead of each NASA center and each congressman infighting about where the money needs to go, You have a plan that leverages the whole system to work for you. Guys, I'm pulling it out of my ass. I'm not going to lie. I have no way to prove this, but my gut is telling me that they know this. Like I said, it's completely out of my tailpipe. Like, I have no way of knowing if Rook knows that for sure, or the president-elect. I have no way to, sorry, I can't provide that assurance. I'm not going to say with conviction because I don't know. But, food for thought. I said this about Jim, and Jim did it. So, my track record has been pretty good in this matter. It's been pretty good. Despite what you guys may think, like, I keep politics completely out of the stream. This is the most we've talked about the president-elect pretty much since 8 years ago, since Jim's nomination, right? On here. I don't like to share politics with you, but that doesn't mean I'm ignorant to what goes on there. I keep track of it pretty well, just as much as anybody else. I just choose not to share it with anybody because, well, frankly, my opinions about the rest of politics, with the exception of spaceflight policy, is none of your friggin' business. I'd expect an ultimatum to Boeing. Either make 2 SLSs a year. I wouldn't, see, Limo, I wouldn't ultimatum. I'd go in there and say, I want to expand the SLS program. What do we need to do this? It might require a little bit of a bump in funding temporarily, but any aerospace program needs a bump in funding out of the gates because you have to build something and you don't know how much it's going to cost. You don't want to piss off half of your followers. It's understandable. You know, Baranok, here, the other thing, yeah, that has a lot to do with it, for sure, man, for sure. The second I, take a side or anything, and I'm sure you've heard this from a bajillion people, the second I take a side, you alienate half your user base because, we're at each other's throat. No. I don't do that for that reason. The reason why I do this is because I know that everybody that watches this stream, regardless of how you feel on other issues, likes space. I do this because it's not about pissing people off. It's about making people like space. And frankly, if anybody in this chat can't see that that's what I'm doing, or in this domain of the stream tries to say that, tries to put some partisan nonsense before space in this domain. I mean, you could do it in real life. That's fine. But this is my stream. This is a space flight education stream. Anybody that tries to do that crap in here, I usually time them out. I don't do that to you. Don't do that to me or my mods. Okay, just a general public announcement. Sees news, instantly sees if EJ is streaming. What's up, Scary? Hey, man. I think it's not a bad idea. Space is for everybody, dude. It's for everybody. I'm not going to push any political opinions about your throats other than just give NASA more money. That's my only axe to grind here. That's the only axe that I'm gonna throw into the ring here. You know what I mean? Axe throwing? What are you talking about, man? That's my only one. My only one is that, I firmly believe that we need to go further into space, and I'm going to try and explain and figure out ways to give justification for that. If I put my cards on the table, and that's it. Even more than half your user base, since there are also non-USA people that might not even care about USA politics. Yeah, Banjo, of course. You got, that's the other thing. Everybody gets enough of this in the freaking news, social media. It's everywhere. It's like we've infused political rhetoric into the daily zeitgeist. And that's just, I've always found that to just be really gross and kind of like unclassy. Does that make sense? Could you get Isaacman on the stream to talk to him? I think you could be an advisor. Get NSF to reference you. I'd do it if they needed me. Trey, sure. Is the breaking news that Jared Isaacman will now be NASA director? Well, yes and no, subs. That's the nomination. Rook has been nominated by President-elect Trump. He's been nominated for NASA administrator. That doesn't mean he is NASA administrator. What that means is that he has to go before the Senate. And this is what I mean. Rook doesn't have he doesn't have carte blanche to just go in there and start firing people. You have to get confirmed by the Senate, and you're not going to survive a Senate confirmation if you want to cut NASA's budget in half, guys. So spare me the doom. I can say that with pretty damn reasonable conviction. That's the thing. They need me. They just don't know it yet. Oh, jeez. I doubt the nominations won't pass, though. Limo, if Jim got in, I'm pretty sure Rook would be fine. So basically, he's got an interview. Bingo. Mm-hmm. I don't live in the States, but the politics of the States still affects your life. Yeah, of course, Lord. Yeah, I mean, Lord, sorry. Lude. Sorry. Yeah, sure. Rick's track record is good for congressional standards, right? Yeah, I think so. I really don't think this is a bad thing for NASA. Like, here, let's see, Hellfish. What is this? Lots of people try to turn this topic into a SpaceX Elon versus NASA debate. It is really just understanding the reality that the government is lousy at capital allocation and big prime contractors are incentivized to be economically inefficient and abusive. With no scheduling milestones, sure, absolutely. This is not specific to NASA, but priorities and budgets will change as the world changes. Yeah, subject to political wins. The only way to buck that is to have a commercial space program provide a check. Because having another government space program from an adversarial country is an idiotic way of having a sustainable space program. Sure, great. A program like SLS that was outrageously expensive but tolerable because, hey, everybody wins, quickly becomes underfunded or canceled during different times of the different administration. That's correct. That right there is what happened to Constellation. That's what happened to the Constellation program. A lot of people cited Constellation as underperforming. And underperforming, you're underperforming. Well, it underperformed because you didn't give them the money that they needed. Once again, the money was there, they just didn't give it. Right? The result, our children don't get to see many moon landings, and the dream of enduring lunar presence fades away for many more decades. See what I mean? What's that tweet a reply to? Burger. A new report by NASA's Inspector General offers a damning assessment of the agency's efforts to pare back costs of the SLS rocket. They're more than likely to go up than down. See what I'm talking about here? I see a lot of people read stuff like that and say, oh, we're screwed. I don't know how somebody could look at that and say, and think that, this guy's going to gut NASA. He's not saying that NASA needs to be gutted. He's saying it needs to be fixed. I'm pretty sure. Link to the tweet. Yeah, sure. That's from last year, guys. Yeah, Bramnavan's got it. I'm serious. I really think you could help the space program out. I worry about it, and I think you can help. Trey, I appreciate those kind words. Yeah. Link for us over there? Sure, Dean. Gotcha. I'm doing what I can do to help. And what I can do is repeating this lockstep for 10 years straight, hoping that people will listen to me. Because that's all you can do. I mean, I'll admit, sometimes it's like screaming into the void, and I know people get sick of it. The view counts don't lie. I correlate my space policy speeches with view counts retroactively after every stream. Whenever I talk about this, the view count goes down. But I'm going to keep doing it because it's too important. I know, it's to the detriment of my business. That's great. But I told you, I don't... Dude, if I did this for just money, I would be a horrible businessman. Let me put it that way. There's plenty of ways to make more cash. If I wanted to make money, I'd go be an HVAC guy or something. Probably make like 3 times what I make here. But I do this because it's needed. Right there with you, buddy. Yep, yep. There's been a lot of talk about human spaceflight. What do you think we'll be doing with planetary science and astrophysics? It's a good question, Jim. Let me think for a second. Let me collect my words. I'm trying to be as straightforward about this as I possibly can. Yeah, Jeff, I don't think it's the worst idea. Jim, I don't know. What I do know is that, dude, anything is better than what's going on right now. I can reasonably say that. Chandra, what happened with Chandra? What happened with Viper? What happened at JPL? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. I'm sorry, unacceptable. In fact, that's what, it's not human spaceflight funding that made me a little bitter about this. It's the science budget getting axed. That pisses me off. That's not cool. You can't do, without your science program, your space program is useless from a NASA standpoint, like useless. The science missions need to feed into the manned missions. Basically, because engineers and scientists are two sides of the same coin, all right? You can't have one without the other. What do I think Rook's going to do? Well, if you fix our kind of if you fix the big spaceflight programs, right, and you get the schedule running robustly, and you curtail costs, because once again, I know this is going to sound stupid. I don't think SLS is too expensive. I think the price is exactly what it would be for a rocket that basically is infrequently used due to lack of something to do. If you put SLS to work, right, and you scale it up, I've been saying this for 10 years. If you put it to work and you scale it up, costs will go down, not up. The reason why they're going up is because we have no idea when the next flight is going to happen. We have no idea when the flight after that is going to happen. There's no direction. It's just scattered to the winds. Now, I know you're asking about science. If you do this and you start ramping up SLS, it will require a bump in funding temporarily because you're restructuring contracts and you're scaling the system. But that frees up money for the science missions. And the way NASA needs to be funded is the funding should be when you start a program, it's going to require a good bump in funding, right? Actually, it's not a big bump in funding at the beginning. It'll eventually, through the development to operational cycle. It doesn't matter if it's science missions. It doesn't matter if it's SLS. It requires a bump of funding till you get over this hurdle, and then move into operations. With operations goes down, right? The funding goes down, but then you take that funding and you move it somewhere else. You move it to another program. That way NASA's budget just basically grows with inflation, but you have the funding go around like a rotisserie, right? If you bump the funding on SLS, and the costs go down, you can fund more science missions for SLS in the future, or whatever. Launch it on Falcon Heavy. I don't care. I don't frankly give a frick. I don't care. Like, I'm hoping that that's what he'll do, because that's what needs to be done. Anything is better than what's happening right now to the Science Mission Directorate. The science budget over the last 4 years has been absolutely destroyed due to terrible management and just terrible funding. Like that, that's unacceptable. Because once again, it's not one or the other. It's two sides of the same coin. I don't think the Science Mission Directorate is in as bad of a condition as human spaceflight for in-house for NASA right now. I don't think it's in that as bad of a position. But once again, JPL has laid off like 1,000 people over the last couple of years. what the actual hell? Do you know how bad things need to be? That, and like, if that's not a huge red flag, I don't know what is. You know how bad things need to be to get laid off in the public sector? That's ridiculous. So, Jim, I mean, I've given kind of you an answer of what I think needs to be done, but also at the same time, anything is better than what's going on right now. This has been the worst science. This has been the worst science budget management of the Science Mission Directorate since the 70s. Is this stream now about Jared Isaacman is nominated as administrator of NASA? Yeah, that's kind of big news. Do you not want me to report it, Journey? Like, I don't know what do you mean? Gareth, you were an HVAC guy until you wrecked your back. Nice. First administrator to commute to work in a MiG-29. Hey, drummer, what's going on? So, Jim, I mean, I don't know. Does that answer your question sufficiently? Like, guys, I once again, I really don't think this is a bad thing. I think that people are dooming hard. The dooming is ridiculous. What did I tell you? What have I been saying like the past God knows how long about this versus that nonsense? This is what I mean. If let's just say half, not even, I don't know, let's say a third of spaceflight fans, have consigned Rook's nomination as NASA administrator to the end of the Artemis program. That opens, like, what is that going to do? You can't say reasonably whether it's going to go one way or the other. No one can. I mean, I'm pretty well versed in this stuff, and even I've been saying, like, I don't know, this could happen, this is what needs to happen. But I think this is what needs to happen. This is what I hope happens, is a lot better way to look at this than, oh, we're screwed. We are, oh, we're no, it's Jover. It's Jover. We are, no, we need more. We are so back. No more Jover. Okay. No, I missed the topic. Thanks for the clarification. I like this topic. Oh, okay, Journey. I like, it's hard. Sometimes, dude, it's hard to tell inflection from what you're typing. Does Isaacman speak about politics? No, drummer. He has his own Rule 8. Believe it or not, he stays very middle in the road about this stuff. He's not going to turn the keys over to NASA to SpaceX because he's been up and dragging a few times. Having someone who can work both sides has its value. To be fair, we are so back. It's a good pick. It's a good, like, I'll admit that's probably not who I would have picked, but I wouldn't have even thought about picking Isaacman because I didn't think that it would be, I didn't know that was an option, I guess, right? Like, when I saw the news this morning, I'm like, wait, you can do that? It's a bold move for sure. But I think bold is what NASA needs. Like, there it is, dude. If you told me that a week ago, I would have said you're dreaming, right, Bree? Isn't that crazy? That's like, really? You can do that? Wait, you can do that? Is this illegal? It seems like it's illegal. It's not. It's not. There's a joke. What I meant was, is he able to communicate with politicians? That is up in the air, drummer. The only thing that I can speak to the tune of that is that Rook runs a company called Draken. Draken works with the U.S. government. They're a contractor for the U.S. government. They're a private military contractor for the U.S. government. What Draken does is, if the Air Force wants to train, Draken will go fly aggressor squadrons, and they'll play war games out in the desert, and they'll fight each other in simulated fights, like Top Gun style. That's what Draken does. So Rook obviously has experience here with being a contractor for the government. So he has some political wherewithal. Whether I think it's enough or not, well, that remains to be seen. I don't know for sure. Guarantee that the talk successful, known as the Artemis Discord, is on fire right now. Yes, you could do that. The president could nominate you for the post if he wants. Oh, I'd be... See, David, here's the thing. I think Rook would do this job a lot better than I could. I'm fairly confident I would not be able to keep my cool. I am not a good politician. Let me put it that way. Like, if I worked in politics, you'd keep me. It would be wise to keep me as far away from any space policy as possible, because I'll just get mad. Just get mad and be like, "No, you suck. I'm not compromising. Kiss my behind." Like, yeah, but that's not very constructive now, is it? That's not how you get the space program more money. I'm curious how Rook even came to talks about getting NASA administrator at NASA. Triade, if I had to guess, this is very much speculation. I think Elon. I think Elon was the guy that to kind of make that recommendation. You'd be a lot more entertaining. Yep. SLS is too expensive. They need to cancel it and give the money to SpaceX and Blue Origin. Lorsad, so first of all, no, that's not how that works. NASA does not do capital allocation. The House of Representatives does. So, no, NASA can't do that. The NASA administrator doesn't do that. Second of all, giving the money to SpaceX and Blue might seem like a good idea now, but Lorsad, I've talked about this many times. Just hear me out, dude. Just hear me out. I'm not trying to be a jerk. Just give me a second. If you give me a bit of your time. Look, right now, giving money to NASA or giving money to Blue and SpaceX seems like a really good idea. And I'm not going to say that it isn't. You know, they clearly have, producing results. I mean, Blue has yet to launch New Glenn. I think they're going to static fire this week, or I hope. New Glenn's a great rocket. So is Starship, so is Falcon. I love those things. I love the commercial space program. The commercial space program is doing exactly what it needs to do. But hear me out here for a second. In the 90s, the commercial space program was booming. Delta II, Atlas 3, Atlas 5, Delta 4. These were all, well, Atlas and Delta were all different companies. Delta 4 was McDonnell Douglas. Delta 2 is Boeing. Atlas 3 is Lockheed, and Atlas 5 is Lockheed 2, right? So you had you had a lot of commercial contractors vying for military contracts and vying for commercial contracts. And then the dot-com bubble blew, and the demand for spaceflight dried up so bad that Lockheed and Boeing and McDonnell Douglas wanted to pull entirely out of the program. The government said, no, you can't do that because we need to launch spy satellites into space. And there was some there was some corporate espionage going on that they got caught doing at the time. And the government basically forced them to make ULA as a joint venture company. So what's the idea here? Lorsad, subjecting your space program to entirely commercial stakeholders is an extraordinarily bad idea. That's really not smart. Because the second there's a recession going on, it stops your space program. Now, like I said, that might seem like a good idea right now. It might seem like a great idea. But there could be a catastrophic recession like 2008 or whatever, right? And that could entirely gut your commercial space programs. And now you have no way to launch into space. It might seem like a good idea now, and it probably is, but that's a short-term solution. That is a short-term solution to a much longer problem. You got to understand the context in which SpaceX exists right now. SpaceX exists, and the reason why they've been able to do all this cool stuff up here is because of NASA contracts. Now, here's the thing. I'm not saying that if you took all that money from Artemis and you just dumped it into the Starship program, and then there was a recession, that SpaceX would just dry up and Elon would be like, all right, cool, yeah, I've done my thing, bye. I'm taking all the money and leaving. First of all, I don't think he would do that. But that's not the point that I'm trying to make. If NASA keeps doing what they're doing and keeps working with commercial contractors and basically blazes the trail, right? and has the commercial market, SpaceX, Blue, follow in their wake, doing resupply, commercial crew missions, commercial lunar services, basically serving as a shuttle to go back and forth to a NASA lunar base or something, right? If you keep having NASA basically at the forefront and blazing the trail, you're opening up the opportunity for other SpaceX style companies to exist. NASA is there to grow the commercial industry. That's why you need them. If you don't have that, you're subjecting your entire commercial program to capitalistic wins, like what we did in the 90s. There's a lesson to be learned there, and I think it's very important. People don't know this. It's really, really important. NASA needs to blaze the trail. The check. Now, like, think about for a second what happens if there's no commercial space program at all, and we just have an entirely government space program. You get something like the Apollo program, which got canceled at the first signs of the political winds changing. Nixon didn't like Kennedy. He canceled the program. Neither did Johnson, for what it's worth. But that's another story. So all government is a bad idea, and all commercial is a really bad idea. Those are both, there's both historic examples here and historic precedent to show that both doing one or the other is bad. You got to do both. The only time where we've made amazing strides is when both of those things exist. ISS and Dragon. Right? That's the only time this has worked really, really well. Right? SpaceX, part of the reason why SpaceX exists is because Elon looked at the space shuttle and he said, that's the dumbest way to get things into space. I can do it for cheaper. Right? You have to have the government setting a datum so the commercial market has something to scale to. If you don't, I mean, it might be fine, but it might be fine isn't going to get us further in space. Right? Does that make sense, dude? Also, frankly, I don't think Space or Blue are limited by capital. Each of them is, well, once again, S. But I don't think, okay, once again, I don't think, you're right. I think that's very fair to say. I think SpaceX and Blue Origin will be fine no matter what happens, because Elon and Jeff, they have deep pockets. They'll be fine, right? But how does that grow your commercial market? How does it do it? That doesn't grow. I mean, they could grow their own commercial market, right? It's possible you could, but and they probably will for what it's worth. Like, I want to be very clear about this. At this point, I don't think SpaceX can be stopped. We talked about this yesterday with that Neil deGrasse Tyson interview. He said that essentially that SpaceX will not get to Mars without NASA funding, which I think is really funny. Actually, it's a really interesting point of view there. Okay, guy. Sure. All right. If that's what you want to do, if that's how you want to look at that, like, that's kind of defying objective reality, but whatever. But the point that I'm trying to say is that something like SpaceX came because of the public-private partnerships. If NASA keeps blazing their own trail and stays ahead of the commercial market, you're opening up more opportunities to have more SpaceXs happen. And that creates competition in the commercial market. Right? Right? That is a long-term solution. Giving money to Space and Blue right now and canceling SLS, yeah, great. That's a great short-term solution. But that right there is hoping that the commercial market will do its thing. And once again, I don't think it would be, that's not the stupidest idea, right? It's not a bad idea. It's a good idea. That would be great for the interim, right? But that basically slams the door on making healthy competition in the markets. NASA is a surefire way of creating competition in the aerospace industry. That is a surefire way of doing it. That and military contracts, but that's not NASA, right? I can't speak too much to that. Hey, Mats, thanks for the €6, dude. And then you did that before. There's 2 super chats from Mats. I believe that. What are we preaching? J-Speed, the president-elect nominated Jared Isaacman, as his pick for NASA administrator. I'm trying to explain the subtleties as to why I think that is a very good idea. It's a pretty good idea. It's a pretty good call. He's the nomination for it. He still has to go through a Senate confirmation meeting and then the hearing, and then the Senate has to vote on it. I think Rook's lack of political experience might give him some preconceived notions, but I think all of that will get ironed out once he goes in front of the Senate. Appearing on the national stage on C-SPAN, I've noticed, has a very profound way of humbling people. Any other questions, guys? Hi, what's the breaking news? Thrawn, I don't know if you came in before I said it a second ago, but President-elect Trump nominated Jared Isaacman, the commander of the Polaris Dawn and Inspiration 4 missions, to be the NASA administrator. That's a big deal. It's a very bold pick, but I think, once again, it's a bold pick, but I think NASA needs bold. The Apollo program was bold. That is a way to leverage the entire system to work for you. A bold decision, just like Jim was, right? That makes sense? Jim Bridenstine's statement on Jared Isaacman being NASA administrator. Ooh. This is what Jim is saying. Jim was President Trump's pick for NASA administrator in 2017. Jared Isaacman will be an outstanding NASA administrator and a leader of the NASA family. Jared's vision for pushing boundaries, paired with his proven track record of success in private industry, positions him as an ideal candidate to lead NASA into a bold new era of exploration and discovery. I urge the Senate to swiftly confirm him. Sold. If Jim says he's good, I believe him. I don't know what his statement about Bill was, Hellfish. I forget. If they end up canceling SLS and Orion to go with Starship, couldn't they just create a new commercial program to carry crew to lunar orbit and a second to bring supplies with 2 contractors? Yeah, Denny, you could. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that isn't the most likely thing that's going to happen. That is likely, but I think that cooler heads will prevail here. That's not a long-term solution. NASA needs their own program, redundant, to grow these markets. Case in point, the ISS. Could any commercial contractor right now build an exact copy of the ISS in space? No, you need a space shuttle to do that. See? See what I'm talking about? You need a space shuttle to do that. Falcon 9 couldn't build the ISS. There's no way. I mean, maybe it's possible, but that would be a very logistically complicated thing to do. Yes, Elon could. With what rocket? 10 shot. What about Falcon Heavy? Falcon Heavy and Falcon 9 have the same fairing. I don't know. It's not a question of mass to orbit. It's a question of volume of the modules. And the modules can't be docked. They have to be berthed by an arm. So how do you get the module there? How do you get the module from low Earth orbit to the ISS? So Starship couldn't do that right now, Graham, but it could in the future. Oh, there's no doubt. See what I'm saying? Starship could do it in the future, but okay, so you guys, you're splitting hairs here. The point that I'm trying to make is that the reason why Falcon 9 exists is because the ISS was a datum in space to scale its capability to. Falcon
Discovery,
9 was
go and
originally
throttle up.
built to resupply the ISS. Now, it ended up doing other things as well. Pretty good things, too, like Starlink. That's great. But that was the original seed for it. NASA needs to do the same thing. So NASA needs to put Gateway out there, right? With personally, I think they should do it with their own rocket. Because the parity between commercial and public markets is what makes this whole system work. Use SLS to put a gateway out there in one shot and then send Starship to resupply it and Starship to land people, not a satellite bus with a bastardized ISS module attached to the front launched on a Falcon Heavy. That's no solution. It's ridiculous. Why would you divest that from SLS in the first place? But I mean, that once again, you split it. The point is that NASA needs to be the datum to allow the commercial markets to grow. All right, and maybe that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about yesterday. Maybe that's what he meant. If that's what he meant, yeah, I agree. That's a good call. Excerpt from the AP article. Bridenstine instead offered kind praise Friday and urged Bill Nelson's confirmation without delay. In a statement, Bridenstine said Nelson has the political clout to deal with both the White House and Congress and the diplomatic skills to lead an international effort to send astronauts back to the moon and Mars. He also has the influence to deliver strong budgets for NASA. Yeah. Interesting. Pray, since being employed by a particular company, I've been lurking and refraining from giving points of view on things. Hey, Pray, it's good to see you, man. The only perspective I will give is that we need to be cautious about who we pick for important positions. Their personal interests can have unforeseen impacts. I worry about an aerospace industry that I see rapidly shrinking around me and friends who are unsure about the future of their companies and jobs. Pray, look, I don't mean to be a jerk. I say this with the utmost respect, dude. I know you're a good dude. We talked a lot about space flight, talked a lot about policy, talked a lot of good things. Where this supposed conflict of interest and the accusations that Rook will just gut NASA are entirely unfounded. That's conjecture. That's people making stuff up. He's talked about the budget for the programs in the past, but he said he doesn't understand why it's costing so much for Artemis, for instance, right? And that's not verbatim, right? Where are people getting this from? Is this just people? Is this just a anxiety because of the volatility, the potential volatility of the spaceflight industry? Like, I don't understand. Where are you getting this from? I don't like, I mean that with the utmost respect, dude. Like, and I'm not trying to say that you know what you're thinking, what your coworkers are potentially thinking is unfounded. I'm just genuinely wondering, where does this come from? What do you? Like, my DMs have exploded with people saying the same thing, but providing it's just saying, oh, he's going to gut NASA. He's going to gut NASA. Well, I have a guy that says he's, I have a friend. I worked in the industry. He's going to do it. Dude, you don't know that for sure. Like, it maybe, and yeah, that would suck. I'm not going to lie. Getting rid of Artemis would be catastrophically bad. Because the commercial market is not, frankly, I don't think the commercial market is ready to take over. There might be a point in the future where it is. I don't think that point is right now. I really, really don't. That there's going to be a point where the commercial market surpasses. I don't think that that date shouldn't come along willy-nilly because of whatever. That needs to be a really concerted thing that really needs to be well thought out, because once you do that, you're opening up Pandora's box. Because that means that a corporation can do more than what NASA does. And I think that's a horribly bad idea. And I think, A, people in the Senate know this. And B, I think the president-elect knows this. And C, I think Rook knows this too. Once again, but I mean, that's just what I think. I don't know. I said that cooler heads would prevail during Jim, and look what happened. We got the Artemis program because of it. Everybody thought Jim was going to do the same thing. Oh, he's a conservative. He's going to gut NASA's science budget. No, he expanded it. Big time. Certainly better than what their science budget is doing right now. NASA's science budget has gotten axed over the past 2 years. It's ridiculous.
Discovery,
Raj, what's going
go
on?
and throttle up.
Yeah, Highlander, would Elon agree, though? I don't know. I can't speak for him. Maybe. I think so. Sure. Yeah, Raj, that's what we're talking about. The industry is anxious right now, and with ABL going down, well, ABL pivoted to defense contracts. Relativity on Death Star, people feel that only SpaceX and Blue and maybe Rocket Lab have a future. I love SpaceX, but I hope the future has more room for that. Well, Pray, that's the whole point that I've been trying to say. There is no... Dude, look, I'm an idiot. I'm just some guy that streams on Twitch, and I give my points of view about spaceflight from time to time. Well, all the time. And I tell you guys what's going on in the industry. But if I was able to come to that conclusion with my limited... with my limited experience here, there's no way they don't know this. You got to put some trust in the system, dude. You have to have some. If you have no trust in the system, we ain't going to get very far now, are we? I think, once again, I think NASA's budget, I think the budget is there. I think NASA needs goals, they need deadlines, and then I think that's what's going to happen. I don't think they're going to defund NASA. I think NASA might need a little bump in funding to fix the contracts surrounding SLS and Artemis and everything, because the contracting system and the procurement system and the capital allocation, like as Rook said, is atrocious. It's so bad. That's going to take some fixing. That's going to take some time to untwine some things. You might have to break some eggs to do that, but if you want to make an omelet, you got to. I think that's what they're going to do. I really, really do. That's what my gut's telling me. And Pray, I was right about this with Jim. And if I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to let you know, and I will be the first one to say that this is an idiotic idea, getting rid of the Artemis program. That is really stupid. I think the big fear is that the current plan direction would allow for SpaceX to have a de facto antitrust exemption and a de facto control over the American space program. Yeah, NG, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. There is no way that Rook, President-elect, even Elon, there's no way they don't know this. There's no way. They absolutely know that. Do we think the Hubble boost mission is back? Yeah, Trey, maybe. Sure. Actually, a lot of people asked me that. A Hubble servicing mission could be back on the table, but some things need to be made to get that done. You need an airlock to do a servicing mission. No one has an airlock that they can launch into space. The only airlocks up there are the Piers module and the Quest joint airlock. Those are the only two airlocks. They're both at the ISS. Oh, China has one too. I forget what it's called, though. He's young and fresh. Older projects like Viper are dead for a reason. Starship Watcher, Viper was something that came of leveraging the commercial market to do precursor missions for a national space program. Viper is an old space. Viper was very much a new space project that was started by Jim under the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program. A genius program, frankly. Personally, if it was me, I wouldn't. CLIPS is a good idea and it's a good fix, but that doesn't inherently fix the problems. JPL is your prime science mission contractor. Like that is the prime one, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. They're the ones that make the probes. You know, I mean, and that's basically what happened with commercial lunar payload services, but I would have them make their own lander too for probes on the moon as well. If you don't need an airlock for a spacewalk, why would you need one for a servicing mission? What are you talking about, S? Hey, Pat. Early Space is going to have to catch up. Nice to have you back. Hopefully you had a good break. Yeah, Pat, I'm great. Double launch Hubble repair with Starship and Dragon. Yeah, that's a complicated architecture to get that done, Nova. That's adding a lot of stuff that doesn't necessarily need to be there. I'll say something short. Our country is divided more than ever now. Yeah, Baron, keep thinking like that and keep inviting that type of rhetoric into spaceflight. I'm sure that'll end great, dude. I'm sure that'll end great. I'm sure that's a great idea. Let's just bring partisan nonsense into spaceflight too. Sure. It's great. Good call. Let me read the rest of what you said. Baron, how the hell, like, you haven't answered my question. How the heck can you be so sure what Rook is going to do? You know nothing about that guy. You're speaking for him personally, which is hilarious to me. You don't know him. Quit bullshitting, man. Seriously. That kind of, Baron, like, dude, I'm not trying to be a jerk. That kind of bullshit, the bullshit that you just said, is why we have stuff like SLS. That is why the Constellation program got canceled. That's why Space Station Freedom got canceled. That's why the Apollo program got canceled, because people brought that bullshit fucking mentality into spaceflight. Check that shit at the fucking door. Get the fuck out of here if you're going to do that kind of stuff. I'm serious, man. It's ridiculous. That's not going to help shit. God damn, dude. It's ridiculous. Do you think, honestly, anything that you just said is going to help? Do you think that's going to make things better? It's not. This we're divided nonsense. No, we're not. We're not divided about space. Everybody here that watches this stream from all political spectrum wants to go further into space. It's that freaking simple. We're not. Check that bullshit at the fucking door or get the fuck out of my stream. Sorry for swearing. I'll time myself out. Okay. It's a long timeout. I did a lot of swearing. I sorry. We opened up the can of whoop ass there for a second. My bad. My fault. Sorry. I apologize. Pray. The industry is young in age on average, and I think we thought the future would be different. To see Rook get nominated feels like things going back to an old-fashioned quid pro quo. Pray. Are you making the argument that Jared Isaacman is an advocate for old space? I'm really confused. Where was this argument with Bill? Nobody said that when Bill got nominated. Back off, man. I'm a scientist. I'm actually not a scientist. This is just a quote from Ghostbusters. Bill isn't old. He just didn't moisturize. Ah. Can we have more of that? Let the spice flow. No, Geeson, it's important that I keep my cool, especially when I'm informing people about news. New companies, old problems. Like I said, everyone hopes to be proven wrong in the long term because we know and have seen that in this industry what can go wrong, but that's just how people feel. You didn't answer my question, Prey. You didn't answer my question. Where was this concern when Bill, a guy who's been in politics since 1972, was nominated as the NASA administrator? Where was this fear? I am on Flame Trench this week, Wisp. Guess what we're talking about? Good for you. Don't apologize. All right. The fear is in the pudding. Yeah, like that's the thing, dude. I'm trying to understand. I don't get it because like I think it's fair to make the logical conclusion here that if you think Isaacman is quid pro quo, well, what the heck is Bill Nelson then? Right? Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to call you out. Like, I'm trying to understand. Just please. Recent event bias given Elon's very public stances in relationship with the president-elect. Okay. So nothing concrete, just your kind of gut outlook to things. Well, pray we agree on a lot of stuff in the aerospace industry. I came to a completely different conclusion. I think this is great. I think Isaacman will fix a lot of things at NASA. And I don't think that involves gutting the Artemis program. And here's the thing. If he does end up doing that, which I don't agree with that. I think getting rid of Artemis is an extraordinarily bad idea. If he does the opposite of that, what do you think he's going to do? He's going to start handing out contracts to new space like candy. I think either way, it's a W. Like there's no, a short-term W, let me put it that way. Doing the first thing and fixing the inherent problem with NASA is probably the better long-term solution. Probably not great for newer spaceflight companies in the interim. I'll agree with that. Sure. I'll concede that. Yeah, I think that's fair. And it is your job, so I'm not going to sit here and say that, your job doesn't matter. No, your point of view doesn't matter. No, that's ridiculous. It's not how you do this, right? But, if it goes either way could be good. Like, that's going to ensure long-term viability of the space program, fixing NASA's problems. You have to have NASA running you have to have SpaceX doing all the stuff that they're doing, and you have to have NASA running like the Apollo program. If you don't, you get what we've had, whatever the hell our spaceflight policy has been over the last 50 years. I wouldn't call it a terrible, like a resounding success. There's been a couple W's, but it pales in comparison to the scientific returns from the Apollo program, right? What's happening here is a microcosm of things at large. Different people have different outlooks, and all my friends are arguing. Dude, you gotta... Okay, all right. Dude, you're right. You're right, but also at the same time, man, arguing isn't gonna fix anything, man. It's not. The shuttle was cool, though. Oh, the shuttle's dope, dude. It's my favorite launch vehicle. Starship is very rapidly eclipsing it, though, Thrawn, I must say. Some guy on Twitter predicted the Isaac nomination on November 6th. Cool. Yes, you do. Let him have it. I think that Rook is a great idea, dude. I really do. Dude, he understands what's needed to do spaceflight. And he understands the scientific research that needs to be done from Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn. The guy has a pretty damn good grasp on it. I'd say he has a better grasp than most. I really don't think he's going to gut NASA. He knows that NASA's scientific research and exploration is vital to leverage the commercial market. There's no way he doesn't know that. And yes, I'll say I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, but there's nothing to suggest otherwise. Oh, yeah, David, it wouldn't end well. I would get thrown out of a Senate confirmation meeting if I talked like that. Apologies for my shenanigans. I'm just replaying from what I saw from my coworkers in the industry in private chat right now. Baron, look, I understand. I'm sorry for freaking out, but please, before you come in here and type something like that, and this goes for anybody, make sure whoever you're listening to doesn't have a political axe to grind. I'm very worried here that a lot of what people are saying in chat, a lot of the responses that I'm getting is because people have an axe to grind.
And I vehemently refuse to let that bullshit in here. No way. That shouldn't be, we shouldn't be like this. That right there is, once again, I'll say it just for, I already said it when I got mad a little bit earlier. I'll say it as a point of reiteration. That right there, having a political axe to grind with NASA and playing political football with NASA is how we get stuff like SLS. Because if you're going to go around vilifying anybody that's in this space program, if you're going to go around doing that, there's going to be an adverse reaction. Cutting the Constellation program didn't end up making us save money. It did the opposite of that. Remember, the road to hell is paved in good intentions. Can anybody here reasonably state that even if the Constellation program was behind and a little bit over budget, that it would cost more than what SLS has cost us? And if the answer is yes, can you even I think it would be arguable to say that even if the Constellation program had to continue to go, even if it was a little bit behind, we would still be NASA would be further off in space than just sending a dud Orion, not a dud, sending an Orion capsule to a distant retrograde orbit around the moon. There's no way that we wouldn't be further into space for potentially the same amount of cash. But because there was a political axe to grind 15 years ago, we ended up getting a program that arguably wastes way more money and does way less. You can't bring that crap in here, and you got to make sure that people's opinions on the subject don't have an axe, like they don't have an axe to grind. Like if they hate Isaacman because of the president-elect, like you can't do that. You can't do that. Look, like, I gave Jim a pretty healthy bit of skepticism. I gave Bill a healthy bit of skepticism. Like, because it's my job to be straightforward about this stuff. I think this is getting a little bit out of hand. You can't play political football with NASA. If you do, we get stuff like SLS, or we get nothing, because that's what almost happened. I think your volume is lower than normal. Here, let me turn it up on the soundboard. It should be a little bit better now. It's because I tried to equalize it to the guitar at the beginning of the stream. We're all more and more polarized about how to do so. No, Thrawn. Do not think like that. Oh, we're more polarized about... No. If anybody that's out there that's trying to tell you that it's science mission directorate versus human explorations, and we only have enough money to do one or the other, no, that's bullcrap. That is bullcrap. We need to do both of those things. That's like saying I want to ride a bicycle and somebody's arguing whether you need the front or rear tire. That is ridiculous. You need the whole thing for the bike to work correctly. I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride my bike. You did not read the rest of the message. That's what you meant. Okay, cool. I did. I just didn't say it out loud. I can read faster than I can talk. Yeah, not these shenanigans. You can't... playing the, we're so divided, so this is a bad idea. That is an L way of looking at this. That is the coldest of the coldest takes. That is the stupid... No, not coldest. That's not the right way to say it. That's a really bad mentality. It's funny because history is repeating itself. At your convenience, being redeemed ad time. Good. I'm gonna have a glass of water, take a break. Well, here, let me roll D20. Roll D20. Let's do this. Roll for ads. All right, ready? Boop. Oh no. Oh, you rolled 4. Boom, boom, reroll, 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 reroll. 15. What the Again. I rolled 5. Again, reroll for ads. You rolled 8. Oh, dude, what is the statistical probability of matching 2 times in a row on a D20? That is statistically improbable, but it just happened. Enjoy your ads. Tell me when they're over. Wow. Switch to blackjack? Yeah, I know, right? Jeez. Oh my goodness. 1 in 400. Actually, that's not bad odds. For yeah, it's actually pretty bad odds. It's not the worst odds though. Such is RNGesus. Yep. If you're on YouTube, you're probably really confused. So Isaacman is getting the nomination. That's right, Halingar. Yep. One of the few times where polarization is acceptable is when it comes to breaking the pasta. Yeah, if you break spaghetti, you're crazy. It's not astronomical odds. That's what I was getting at, Hokie. There are statistical combinations on D20 rolls that have way worse odds than that. Like, out of all the probabilities that you can get from like stat from rolling D20, that's not the worst. 1 in 400 actually isn't bad comparatively. Like, hey, Oki gifted a sub to Mayor. There you go. Also laughs in ad block, dude. Mayor, I don't give a frick if you use ad block. I don't care. I'll take the money hit for your entertainment. Get water. Calm down. Polarization is important for telescopes. Good point. Get sprunked. I was here in 2018-19 when chat used to link videos of Jim Bridenstine being a climate change denier. Yeah, and then he stopped. And he ended up expanding NASA's science budget, which everybody was like, oh my gosh, Jim is the end of the world.
This is space.
No,
I'm in space.
He's not. He wasn't. He did a good job. I'm sick of pretending like he didn't. He did a great job. Bill, the guy that came after, Bill did okay. It's hard to be an effective NASA administrator when NASA has no concrete goals. It's very difficult for the person to do their job when your boss says, man, do whatever. Wada. Mr. Eutychus gifted a sub to ad block. Nice, nice. Yeah, he was presented with evidence and then changed his mind pretty admirably. That's what I'm saying, Halingar. And Rook, that was Jim, and he ended up doing a good job. What do you think Rook is going to do? Rook understands firsthand the need for doing scientific exploration in space and just human exploration in space, right? He understands both of those things. Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn were great examples of doing both of those things at the same time. He understands that both of those are vital components to running NASA. Without that, you're not going very far. You know, the point that I'm trying to make is that Jim was a climate change denier, and he did the best for NASA. He did the best in probably about 30 years for NASA science and exploration programs. And that guy's, he was saying that, you know, climate change doesn't exist before that, and he changed his tune, and that's what I mean. Like, Isaacman's already a huge scientific advocate. He's personally has done scientific exploration in space and also human exploration, doing his whole EVA, right? Like, how can someone look at this and say that this could potentially be bad? Like, once again, I'm not going to say that it you know, it might be bad. I don't know the future, but I really don't think I really don't think this is. I think this is a good idea. I think he'll fix NASA, just like Jim was trying to do. Hokie, in your opinion, Rook is a good pick. I just wasn't expecting such a, good pick. Yeah, Hokie, if you asked me this a week ago, I would have said there's no way that that's happening. That would be too good. You know what I mean? Like, Rook wasn't even on my radar. But, yeah. How will this affect the Polaris missions? That's the other question, Shmamaron, that I'm getting a lot of questions about. What my gut is telling me, Shmam, is that the Polaris missions might be on hold. But How cool would it be to have the NASA administrator do a town hall from orbit? Just saying. Just saying. Just putting it out there. I mean, guys, you know, we're kind of in uncharted waters, and I think that's where people are getting a lot of anxiety from. But hear me out. We're in uncharted waters because that's a really bold pick. I think that's NASA needs bold now. They don't need status quo. Status quo was the last 4 years. That didn't get us very far. You need something bold. So the door is wide open for doing something crazy. The good kind of crazy, not the challenger type of crazy. You know what I mean? That was just dumb, right? So I would guess that the Polaris missions, Polaris 2 and Polaris 3 will probably be on hold for a little while, but also at the same time, that would be pretty cool to have a NASA administrator that flew on the first crewed Starship mission. That would be pretty sick. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it wouldn't. The Apollo type of crazy is bold. That's what we need, Nova. Yeah, that's a good idea. My thing is, I've seen some weird stuff in the aerospace industry. I just started my internship a couple weeks ago, so forgive me for my naivety. Yep. But the overall vibe is that the old guards, Lockheed, Boeing, and Northrop Grumman, are pulling out from any bidding round for fixed firm contracts. On the upside, it's good to refresh the bidding pool with new space companies, but my worry is that the new space companies do not have the funding to pick up the slack on their part, like SpaceX and Blue. If you can show me I get it. It's personal anecdote, Baron, but if you could show me some concrete evidence to the fact that Boeing wants to pull out of the SLS program, for instance, I would be very interested to see that. Because look, man, not to call you out again. I get it. I'm not trying to dump on you, dude. I swear. Boeing has said that they want to try to divest themselves from Starliner. I firmly believe that they're doing that as a bargaining chip. They're not actually going to get out of that. Why would you divest yourself from a program that makes you millions of dollars? Why would you do that? Now, you could make the argument that the Starliner program has not done that. But also at the same time, their contract was to the tune of $4.2 billion. And they were clearly, their contract for commercial crew is 6 missions and all the testing and development for $4.2 billion total, firm fixed priced over the next 10 years. That started in 2014 or something like that. Dude, the Starliner program was making Boeing so much money that they funded OFT2 out of their pocket for $425 million. Now, I don't know Boeing's financials, but if they were operating at a huge loss right now, they would just pull the plug, like they did with Phantom Works, like they did with the Phantom Express, not Phantom Works, like they did with Phantom Express, like they did with the XS1. They would just pull the plug. They wouldn't threaten to divest. That's a bargaining tool. They have no intention of pulling out of the Starliner program. I can say that with pretty damn high confidence. There's no way that's happening. Like, I can tell you with 100% certainty, and I really hope this doesn't age poorly. If it does, call me out on it, because keeping me honest is how you get better news. All right? Like, I'm willing to put my hat into the ring here. There's no way that's happening. Uncharted waters, that's what exploration is. That's right, YG. What's up, man? How you doing? How's you and your mom doing, by the way? I've seen you posting around in chat. Hope everything's good, dude. Yeah, Thron, there you go. That's a good point. Okay, so if this makes you excited for good, crazy things to happen in NASA, what does that look like? Yeah, Dean, I'll talk about that in a second. I just want to make sure I'm reading through everything. I'm trying my best to keep up with chat. There's a lot of people typing a lot of things, and my DMs are exploding. Jim did such a good job. He should own the patent on JB Weld. Nice. Nice for Perry. That's pretty funny. Boeing Space Team. I'm just putting my Rule 8 reporting hat on. His biggest issue with Senate confirmation will be his ties to SpaceX and maybe what people may see as bias. Senators representing states with SLS contracts might not be a fan, although I personally think he's a great pick. That's what I mean, Joe. To the tune of space flight policy, these Senate confirmations have a way of keeping you honest. Joe, what you just said is right. There is no, but okay, hear me out. You guys tell me if I'm reaching. Joe, you tell me. I want to know. I'm curious. You just said that the Senate confirmation will be investigating his ties to SpaceX, and people might see that as a conflict of interest. Senators representing states with SLS contracts might not be a fan. Do you think that Rook doesn't know that? It's not rhetorical. Do you think he hasn't taken this into consideration when he was even asked to be the NASA administrator? Right? There's no way he doesn't know this. There's no way he's going to go into the Senate meeting and be like, wait, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, I do work with SpaceX. Why is that a problem? There's no way that that's happening. There's no way. There's no way he doesn't know this. This is a guy that commands spaceships for fun and to raise a lot of money for charity. There is no way he does not know that. Not a chance. They tried to raise funding for backers and they couldn't. Well, Baron, NASA getting rid of their in-house EVA suit, it was an idiotic decision. And I said it was an idiotic decision that'll catastrophically fail. And I was right. Collins did get that contract, but NASA set them up to fail because it's an idiotic thing to do. You do not farm out your exploration suits to commercial because there is no market for exploration for EVA suits. There is no market for that. There is a market for sending supplies to the ISS. There is no market for anyone to be commercially competitive making an extravehicular activity suit, which is why it was dumb for NASA to farm that out. That was an idiot idea. And I said it was a dumb idea at the time, and I still say it's a dumb idea. And look what happened. NASA set up Collins to fail. And guess what? They're setting up Axiom to fail catastrophically too. And even if Axiom succeeds, and I hope they do, even if Axiom succeeds with their spacesuit, because they're the ones that have the AXEMU contract now for the EVA suits to go on to the moon for Artemis 3. Even if they succeed, it's going to be to the detriment of their space flight, of their commercial space station program. They can't do both. Company tried to scale and tried to get the EVA suit contract, the space station contract, and run commercial missions on Dragon at the same time. They tried to scale to do all of those things, and the books got so bad that their CEO had to step down. But the spacesuits were designed by Prada. That's great. Yeah, Joe, correct. Rook is smart. He's well aware of this. But there will likely be some bullcrap from the confirmation meeting, which is not rare for Congress. I don't think there will. I have confidence enough in Rook to be able to handle himself with class during these meetings. And I think dude, the guy isn't stupid. I think it'll be fine. T-Dave, 69-month resub. Thank you very much. The continuation of SLFs gives SpaceX more HLS missions, which is good for SpaceX and good for NASA. Yes, yeah, there you go. Another example of NASA's goals, NASA having good concrete goals and leading the way and having commercial scale too, is healthy for the commercial space economy, the public sector space economy, our national space program, and that also does that whole jobs thing that senators and congressmen so desperately crave. That's what I think Rook is going to do. I think he's going to leverage the system to work for us because that's how it should be. And we're so conditioned to think that this is a radical strategy. Having NASA work correctly is such a radical thing that people are there's a lot of anxiety and fear about it, which is hilarious. Because we've never tasted, a lot of you here weren't around during the Apollo program. I wasn't here. I wasn't even here for Challenger. A lot of us weren't around. A lot of us don't know what it's like to see NASA succeed, to see NASA get W after W. We've never seen that. We don't know what that's like. When do you think we'll see space mining start? Raj, that'll come as a byproduct of being able to set up an infrastructure avenue to getting to Mars. I.e., if SpaceX has Starship, and if Starship is good enough to be able to support a mission operation to get people to and from Mars on a relatively routine basis, the capability from that vehicle if you can design something that goes from the surface of the Earth to the surface of Mars and back, you can definitely design something to mine an asteroid. That has most of the hard parts figured out. Because the hard part is getting to the asteroid. Right? Hey, Forge. I heard the Jared news. I took a small nap right after, and I had a dream that the VAB is painted black and white with a giant X logo replacing the meatball. Does that qualify as a nightmare? Yeah, Forge, but I don't think that's what's going to happen. Now, Dean, you said, if that makes me excited for good, crazy things to happen for NASA, what does that look like? Can you expand on it? Dean, what do you want me to expand on specifically? Do you have anything like, okay, here's what I think is going to happen, all right? Or, actually, you know what? Screw what I think is going to happen. Here's what I want to happen, all right? The entire Artemis program contract system from the ground up needs to be not necessarily audited, but it needs to be reviewed. The whole contract structuring for Artemis right now is scheduled to be for maximum sustainability, minimal capability. All right? Because for some reason, well, not for some reason, it's because someone pulled the rug out from Constellation because they played partisan football with NASA. All right? That's the truth. Yeah. The whole reason why is because we were unsure of NASA's future as an entity. Right? So what happened is a contract was legislated for maximum sustainability, minimum capability, because the most sustainable space program is the one that never flies. That needs to change. It doesn't have to be that way. That's what I'm trying to say. It does not need to be like this. The reason why is because people like to go on and spout off that the Apollo program wasn't sustainable, which, yeah, how? How was that not sustainable? Oh, flags and footprints. So you're telling me that the Apollo program wouldn't be able to do everything that the Artemis program is doing and then some? That's bullcrap. That's more of that tongue-in-cheek nonsense that forced us to believe that we have that there's a choice here. Like oh well, we can't do something like the Apollo program because that was too expensive. We have to do something like SLS or Direct or Constellation because, that won't be as expensive. Oh, yeah? Please tell me more. Right? You can't argue with results. What do you mean it's not as sustainable? Every other program's a failure by that rationale. Yeah, they're great. They're sustainable, but they don't do anything. What I want to happen is the entire contract structure to be completely revamped. You need a block buy of SLS. You need to set up the technical base and infrastructure to be able to scale SLS from there. SLS needs routine missions for a year. 4 missions a year, 1 for each quarter. From now on, you need routine missions. Those routine missions are a long duration stay on the moon. We could start with the first couple of them being short duration missions, maybe to Gateway. But personally, I think Gateway is useless. I think you could do a Skylab style thing using SLS Block 1B. Here, let me show you. So what you should do is basically forget about these things, scrap Mobile Launcher 1, that's a waste of time. Maybe get it to Artemis 3 and then just get rid of it. Use this one right here. Block 1B crew. This thing. What I personally would want is using one of these things to put Gateway out there, but not Gateway, not like having Gateway modules in the trunk here and no. Screw that. That's dumb. What I want is something like Skylab. So give me a second. I just want to see the picture NASA. Whatever, this is good enough. Okay, there we go. So take something like this, right? And this white piece right here is called the Universal Stage Adapter. Take something like that, put a gigantic space station module in this, and then have solar panels deploy on either side and send this to the moon. Have that be your gateway, okay? That gets you Gateway in one launch. Have initial missions to be to the Gateway. And then, with the future versions of SLS, guess what, dude? You know, I'm sick of pretending. Like, sustainable lunar development and HLS are great ideas. Those are perfect. That's awesome. But once again, my entire crux for this is what I want to see happen is that NASA needs to have their own redundant capability. Okay? What NASA needs is an in-house hypergol lander. And I know people are not going to like that. You need something, make something like the LEM, please. You people are going to say, well, EJ, the HLS is coming. HLS is coming. Make something like the LEM, please. And people are going to say, well, they'll have landers. Yeah, you want less landers? All right, whatever. So, first 4 SLS missions for the first couple of years are 2 to 3 month duration stays at our habitation module that we made out of Gateway around the moon. All right. Okay. And then the lander, here's the thing. Start simple. Hypergolic landers are the only way we've gotten people down to the surface of the moon. Start there and elaborate. And then if HLS works, if SLD works, now you got 3 landers. Now you got more ways to get to the moon. If anything, the Mark II LEM could serve as a lower cost way in the future of getting people to the moon, where a Starship HLS or Blue's SLD are not needed, because those are cargo and crew landers. Just a crew lander, something to get people down to the surface. Okay. Maybe it could be reusable in the future. You know, you start with a hypergolic disposable vehicle, then you move to maybe a reusable one, like the LSAM from For All Mankind. Lunar Surface Ascent and Descent Vehicle, right? Move to that from there, or just maybe get rid of it in 10 years and just start using Starship and SLD once the infrastructure is set up perfectly for that. So now from there, you leverage those landers that I was telling you about. You start with flags and footprints and gateways are revised Wet Workshop Gateway stay. You start with that, okay? And then you move to leveraging the commercial landers to build a moon base. NASA makes the modules. In-house. You could use Starship to move them. You could use SLS to move them. Whatever. Pick your poison. Okay? All right? So that puts us in the first 2 years of, after post ramp, that brings the cost down because you increase the industrial base for SLS, and now you have people at the moon. Now you potentially have people on the surface of the moon, and then from there, because of the lower cost with SLS programs, third year of launching 4 times a year, you send one on a Venus flyby with an uncrewed Orion capsule. Send it on a Venus flyby. Fourth year, use one of those missions to send people on a Venus flyby. So now you have SLS and Starship and SLD, so New Glenn, all supporting lunar infrastructure and gradually handing that lunar infrastructure over to commercial resupply, while SLS moves to do flybys of Venus and Mars with this wet workshop idea that we have. That is a sustainable program. That's a sustainable program that eventually has costs come down, leverages the commercial market, utilizes Starship, utilizes New Glenn, bolsters the commercial market and beyond low Earth orbit operations, and has NASA pushing the boundaries. That's what, I said what I think this is what I think is going to happen, or this is what I want to happen. This is what needs to happen. If you don't do this, you're running the potential of going backwards, not forwards in progress. Was that sufficient enough, Dean? That's what I would do. I had the stream playing while I was cooking, and I heard you screaming about the divide and such. I don't live stateside, so I can't judge, but Jared is better. But Jared is better than that. Whoever says he's a divider, give them this link. Show it on stream. Skylab 2. Exactly, Hokie. Work your entire spaceflight architecture around a transfer vehicle that can eventually get you to Mars. Use the moon to leverage and evolve its technical readiness level, and use a lot of SLS launches to launch it. Guys, I am thoroughly convinced that you could get SLS launches down to about 400 million a pop. Now, I know people are going to say, that's really expensive, expendable launch. Dude, that's actually pretty freaking good for a lunar capable vehicle, for a super heavy launch vehicle that can get you to the moon in one shot. Operative word, one shot. Okay? Starship needs to be refueled. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I'm saying it's good to have both of these things. What if you need to get something to the moon quick? Starship could do it, but it's not going to do it as quick as one launch. Just saying. It's good to have both. The space program itself has taught me that redundancy is key here. And I don't want redundancy in the form of competition in the spaceflight market. You have to have an anchor. And without SLS launching this evolved transfer vehicle gateway thing that I'm telling you guys about, that doesn't happen. Has SpaceX mentioned how they will protect Starship and its crew journeys to Mars and back? No, Raj, nothing. 2 big cranes going up at the Starship pad at 39. Cool. So this is Jackie Wattles. Jackie Wattles is a reporter for CNN. I rallied up some recent tweets that reflected Jared Isaacman's long-held tone on politics. He's always wanted to be viewed as a unifier, but as NASA chief, it's hard to imagine the agency can make any major decisions that won't elicit criticism and raise concerns about conflicts of interest. There you go. How about we give politics a break today and just celebrate one of the greatest engineering accomplishments of all time? Yeah. Respect people's passionate views on emotionally charged topics like politics, but I'm anchored in the center. Yep. When it comes to politicians obstructing progress, especially regarding what Elon and SpaceX are trying to accomplish, I am definitely with Bill. What SpaceX demonstrated today with Starship should transcend politics, at least for a moment, so we can celebrate a major milestone. I think that's the first time Blue Sky was ever linked on stream, by the way. What if you need to do a rescue mission to the moon? SLS can do that in one shot. Exactly, Nova, exactly. I'm all for having Starship, and don't get me wrong, what I'm saying is don't think of SLS being a threat to Starship or Starship being a threat to SLS. In my mind, how I would run the space program is that they work together. Bringing the best of what a public sector space program can offer, the Apollo program, and the best of what a private space program can offer, and having them work hand in hand. That is your sustainability. That keeps it in check. No politician is going to want to defund NASA when SpaceX can get to Mars by themselves or to the moon. No one's going to no, that's never happening. Because nobody in the government wants a private company being able to do what you can't. Am I wrong? Nope. Absolutely not. Tori's been exclusively posting cool stuff on Blue Sky. Neat. That, and simultaneously, the flip side of that is that having a datum protects your commercial space programs against potential bankruptcy because being subjected to market winds. Okay? SpaceX got a commercial orbital transport services resupply contract in the middle of the global recession. In 2006, 2007, 2008, they got a contract from NASA when the economic winds would have killed them. By Elon's own admission. That is the most sustainable way forward, and I'm sick of pretending like it's not. Now, would my huge retooling of the contracts thing with SLS, would that cost money? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would cost money. But once again, I'm thinking long term. SLS is expensive now. It does not have to be expensive later. Starship is super expensive right now. It will not be expensive later. Absolutely not. A government agency is contingent on politics. A private corporation is contingent on economics. If you make them work hand in hand, floating, neither one of them is contingent to those things. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Right? Saturn V was subject to political winds because there was no competition. There was no need for it. Right? The commercial market was subject to capitalistic winds in the 90s and went bankrupt, and that we almost ended up with nothing if it wasn't for the space shuttle. Funny how that works. See what I'm saying, man? We can't afford to play these games. We can't afford to play these games. It has to be both. You can't compromise on this. Every time we've done, one or the other, you get kind of a fragmented space program. Leaning heavy into commercial right now gives you something like SLS. People don't understand that. It's crazy to me that people aren't getting this. And that's why I'm going to keep repeating it, dudes. When is the next flame trench? Friday at 5, when it always is. You just got on. Okay, so let me refresh just in case anybody. What are we talking about? Why am I doing space news so early? Jared Isaacman got the nomination for NASA administrator from President-elect Trump. And that's the big news. And he's pretty dang happy about it. I personally think that's a great pick. Some people aren't, but some people don't think that's the wisest decision, but I think it is. I think NASA needs something bold. You need to be bold. You have to. NASA needs to challenge the status quo and this is a good start. If you don't do that, NASA's just going to keep going on the course that they're going on and eventually just fade into history as the National Space Program that got eclipsed by the commercial market. That's not smart. Obscurity, yeah, that's the word. Big part of the problem is Congress can't do a year-long budget, still doing continuing resolutions. Might have a budget shutdown just after January when the continuing resolution ends. Yeah, David, it's possible, but once again, dude, my mind's just going to look. The money is there. NASA has the money. SLS costs more money than Star. Well, actually, I would contend to say they cost about the same, but I have no way of proving that to you. But you don't build a rocket that goes to the moon or Mars, any beyond low Earth orbit architecture, without spending a copious amount of cash in the billions. All right, excuse me, turbocharger. I'm sneaking off now. Have a great day. All right, Karina. Have a good day as well. This is great news. This is good stuff. Gesundheit. Danke. Danke. I didn't say there would be some instances that didn't happen, but I was just looking at it as he's not one who will ultimately be making the budget line item cuts. So not a direct conflict of interest. That decision will ultimately come from, yeah. Yeah, an engineer. That's the thing, man. People are acting like Rook's going to go in there and just gut everything. First of all, he can't. He doesn't control the purse strings. The House of Representatives does. And I think Rook's incessant, not incessant, it's not a bad thing. Rook's insistence on being in the middle of the road is going to, but knowing that NASA needs to do bold things is going to work very well in our favor as spaceflight fans. No matter how that plays out, I think it's a good thing. I really don't think it's a bad idea. Hey, guys, don't be at each other's throats. I told you not to do that. Don't do that. If you can't, guys, if you can't sit here and have a civil conversation, I'm just going to shut the stream off. I'm going to go work on my car or something. Don't do that. Don't make my mods the bad guy here. Okay? Discuss and be civil. Play nice. Yeah, there you go. What's that, Phil? What the heck? What do we got here? I was trying to make a neutral speculation. Sorry. Ninja, thank you. Thank you. Jared, tone it down. Tone it down, dude. Thank you. Please, I'm asking you. Don't do that. I'm telling you, it's a trap. It's a trap. Don't do that. we gotta be on the same page here. At the very least, we have to be civil with each other about this because we're all here for space and we're all passionate about it. Okay? Am I wrong? Dude, I'm not. I am not above this by any means. Believe me, I've let you know. I've let you know that I'm not above this. This is something. It means a lot. It means a lot to all of us. Yeah, there you go, Trey. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson and leadership will hold a news conference at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday at the agency's headquarters in Washington to provide a briefing about the agency's Artemis campaign. Watch the media event on NASA Plus, learn how to stream NASA content through a variety of platforms. This is a very interesting time to do that. Bill Nelson, Pam Melroy, Jim Free, Catherine Corner, Amit Castria, excuse me, and Reed Wiseman. Interesting. Why did I catch a stray? Maybe I read chat wrong. Don't worry about it. Just be civil, okay? Probably the heat shield update. Yeah, I agree. All right, well, I wanted to do a lot of Satisfactory this week, but it looks like we're not going to do a lot of Satisfactory this week. Note Amit's title. Amit Kshatriya, Deputy Associate Administrator, Moon to Mars Program Office, Exploration Systems Development, Mission Directorate. What do you mean, David? What am I supposed to be looking for here? Horna in German means grains. Okay. Or they're pushing Artemis 2 till 2026. Oh yeah, what I want to see happen, I would have Orion tested way more in space. Put it on New Glenn, put it on Vulcan, put it on Falcon 9. I don't give a frick. The heat shield delamination problems, yeah, great. You may have figured them out. All right, put it to the test. Put it on a Falcon Heavy and do EFT2. Test that heat shield before you put somebody on it. And you don't want to, at this point in time, you don't want to waste an SLS either. Right? Fly the stupid thing. You want the heat shield to work? Fly it more and figure out how to fix it that way, because flight data is what's going to fix it. You can do all the math you want in the world. You did all the math you want in the world before and it didn't work. You need flight data to corroborate your analytical models. If you don't, your analytical models are useless. Imperator, 37-month resub. Thank you. Why is the commander of Artemis 2 on there? Hallengar, that meeting is most likely about the heat shield. It's most likely about them figuring out what's wrong with Orion's heat shield. But I will warn you, the next thing to do is not putting people on it. The next thing to do is test it again. It's your heat shield. You do not want that to fail. You have to know exactly how that heat shield is going to ablate. If you do not, you're opening up possibility of unknown unknowns rising on an already very complicated mission that is Artemis 2. Bad idea. Extremely bad idea. Yeah, SLS, they started stacking Artemis 2, T-Man. Yep. That tells me, once again, that they have the heat shield figured out. But who knows? We might get some other news from it. On a lighter note, did you see the NSF special on space food? I haven't checked it out, Pat, but I know it's good because it's NSF. Anything that those guys do is good. It's a very talented group of people behind NSF. Removing myself from that equation. I just do the funny speculation, haha, funny gag stuff on Friday. No, yeah. I'm not trying to self-deprecating humor. Relax. Interesting. I think things would not be horrifically behind because they started stacking the boosters. Maybe I'm just being optimistic. You told me they wouldn't start stacking the boosters. Okay, all right. Let me explain this like this. You wouldn't start your processing flow for Artemis 2 if you weren't sure the heat shield wasn't going to work. Yeah. I still don't necessarily agree with them putting people on the next flight, especially having such an unknown arise. Where my mind is going is that if you learned a lot about the heat shield on Artemis 1, you're going to learn a lot more about a lot of other things on Artemis 2, and now people are involved. I don't think that's wise. Let me put it that way. It might work. Sure. Really looking forward to the NSF's interview with Don Petty. Yeah. It's going to be good stuff. We have video. Think they're rushing it? I don't think they're rushing it. I don't think they have a choice. Because Orion can't launch on anything else. If you had another vehicle that could launch it, Ares 1, or anything else, it doesn't even need to be Ares 1 anymore. Ares 1 would have been great. Put it on New Glenn, put it on Falcon Heavy, put it on Vulcan. I don't care. Right? Just, you don't have a choice. That's my problem here. Because Orion can't fly on anything else, right? You have and you only have a finite amount of stages before Orion, you only have 2 ICPSs left for Artemis 2 and Artemis 3. So you have a finite window and a finite amount of missions to get your heat shield figured out because you had a glaring heat shield problem because you didn't test it. The waterfall testing didn't work for you in this regard. Do I think Lockheed has the chops to figure it out and fix it? Yes, they do. I think that because Orion is constrained to just 2 more launches, I honestly think that could, and once again, I'm not trying to concern troll. I'm not trying to say that Lockheed doesn't have the chops or anybody else. You could roll it on Artemis 2 with people on board. Sure, absolutely, do it. And it'd probably be fine. What I'm saying is that we have a commercial market. It's not just about launching it on SLS anymore. We don't need, if we had Ares 1, that would be great for testing Orion. The Ares 1 was made for this purpose, to test Orion, to make sure that it's robust enough and good enough to have people on board and that its heat shield works, and you tested it multiple times with flight data before you send people on it past the Van Allen belts. That was the whole idea. You know, but I don't think NASA should go making Ares 1 anymore. I mean, it would be cool if they did. You already have the 5-segment boosters figured out. It wouldn't take much more. But you could you could even leverage the commercial market to make an upper stage for Ares 1. But you don't need to do that because something like New Glenn exists. Something like Vulcan VC6 exists. Something like Falcon Heavy exists. Just put Orion on those. Just put them on those and use those as your Ares 1. Okay? I don't like that NASA is in a corner here with their heat shield testing. Dude, you only have SLS, the only thing that can put that thing in space. I said that was a bad idea in 2014. I said that was a bad idea in 2017. It's still a bad idea. Okay. Because, look, at the end of the day, you need flight data. You need flight data. It's so ridiculously important. How do you think SpaceX was able to do something like this? You don't make something, you don't make a space vehicle. You don't make it work really, really well on its first try without having flight data. Okay? Point that I'm trying to make. SpaceX has a lot of experience with landing boosters that deliver stuff to orbit. That's what made this work on the first try. And frankly, it should have worked on the second try. It was the antenna. The pad had a problem, not the booster. Booster 13, or was it 12? No, 12 was the one that landed. Booster 13 was fine when it did a splashdown. Falling over into the water and then being shot a bunch of times, riddled with holes to ensure that it would sink and not overpressurize and pop, is what did that thing in. Oh, nice space station picture, Nova. That's cool. Having Isaacman lead NASA is the equivalent to Lance Stroll leading the FIA. Passionate, but billionaire, and I don't like it. Yeah, but in your analogy, Zapsy, Lance Stroll has won 2 championships prior. In your analogy, if you want to make it work. Isaacman has been to space. He's commanded 2 missions to space. You don't have somebody that's a moron or inexperienced command a spacecraft into space. Just food for thought, dude. Yeah, Starship, I think they'll be all right. But it doesn't have to be this way. That's the point that I'm trying to make. It's not a pick from the ISS, by the way. Oh, yeah? Is that why I have it up here? That was what was linked, is it not? Well, tell me what I didn't click on, you dope. The other one about Boca. Was there a link for something with Starship that I missed? Bouncy, if you linked something, so did like 4 or 5 other people. So did 4 or 5 other people linking to the same account. Break. Yeah, we've seen this. It's cool. Great. Is this pertinent to subject matter? Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, Don Pettit imaged flight. He got a picture of Flight 6 from the ISS. It just happened to be passing at the same time. I don't know. It's the equivalent as well as having. It's the equivalent as well as having Bezos need NASA, who's equal in background. To, Zabsy, I think I don't think you being skeptical of billionaires being in positions of power in the government being a bad thing. That's healthy skepticism, absolutely. With that being said, I mean, if you look up the like Rook's philanthropic efforts over the last like 10 years, and just if you look up what he says and where he stands as a person and his outlook on things, I think it's a pretty reasonable. You can come to a pretty reasonable conclusion that he is not like Jeff Bezos in any way, shape, or form. Look at what he says. Judge him by his character, man. Rook's not a bad person. I mean, the guy, like, for one, has raised $500 million for pediatric cancer research over the last 5 years. And that's not a stat I just made up. Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn both raised $250 million a pop. That's $500 million for pediatric cancer research. Does that sound like a malevolent billionaire to you? I'm genuinely asking, like, and the guy has flown to space twice. He's commanded a spaceship that's done tons of the Inspiration 4 and the Polaris Dawn missions did university-funded scientific research on living and working in space. Like, does that... Jeff Bezos flew on his rocket up and down. Now, I do commend Jeff for putting his money where his mouth is and flying on his company's rocket. That's pretty cool. But that's not the same as what Rook has done, dude. Right? Now, once again, Zabsy, I am not saying your skepticism of billionaires is unfounded. No, absolutely not. There are definitely some billionaires that want to make more money out there, profit driven. I get it. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think in this particular scenario, though, Rook seems more like an anomaly, the exception to that rule. Yeah, Geek, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. The president-elect is now space posting. What is he saying? Humans for scale. Oh dear. Jared, in all he's done and said, gives me the vibe that he's a genuinely good dude who just happens to have worked his butt off to make money to let him do the things he wants to do in life. I mean, Ray, look, man, if I was a billionaire, I'd be buying fighter jets. I cannot say that I wouldn't be. Like, I'd be lying to you. I'd be buying fighter jets left and right. I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna go shop around for the MiG-29 that meets my needs. Like, that's a lie. I would have warehouses full of my crappy pickup trucks. Yeah, like, oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go, Brand, yeah. Ironically enough, Phil Sloss just posted a video on his YouTube account about the Orion heat shield. Yeah, we know what's coming, David. It's a massive conflict of interest. It's probably great for SpaceX and Starship, and it might end up great for the Moon and Mars, but it's the appearance of impropriety. Context, may I ask a question? Respectfully, like, once again, I'm not trying to dump on you guys. I want the opposing points of view, or not opposing points of view. I want to have a discussion about this. That's the whole point why I did this Space News Now. Is the appearance of proprietary a conflict of interest? Genuine question. Like, once again, I'm not... These questions are kind of my questions back to you guys are supposed to be like provocative. Like, I'm trying to get the gears turning. Let's talk about it, right? Like, just because it appears to be a conflict of interest, is it? Well, the Senate will figure that out in their confirmation meetings, no doubt. Him having business with SpaceX is the conflict of interest. And if he divests himself of that, then what? Is it a conflict of interest anymore? Is that out? More importantly, is that out of the realm of possibility? Talk to me. I'm interested. Do we anticipate a change of plans with the ISS deorbit? No, Torlav, I think the ISS is just going to run its course. I would have a warehouse of Lancia Delta S4s. Explorer, I knew you had good taste, but now you just proved it. You are a man of culture. EJ would be Jay Leno confirmed. You know what's funny, Dean? Jay Leno grew up like 4 or 5 towns over from me. He's from Andover, if I'm remembering right. Oh, excuse me, Andover. Yeah. Why does him being a customer of SpaceX cause a conflict? Yeah, Pete, that's what I'm. Is it a perceived conflict of interest, or is it an actual conflict of interest? Right? If it's perceived. If it's an actual conflict of interest, then yeah, that will get resolved real quick in a Senate confirmation. If it's perceived, how will that affect a Senate confirmation? That's really, I mean, once again, just trying to get the gears turning, dudes. Good news, the new Dacias. IMO, who cares how it looks if it's a benefit in the end? Yeah, that's a slippery slope, but I get what you're trying to say. The thing is, Isaacman has ties to SpaceX because SpaceX was and is still the only viable company that can get him on his orbital holiday. Drummer, you might be just saying stuff, but to write off Polaris Dawn as an orbital holiday is a bit disingenuous, don't you think? But let me finish. I genuinely don't know how that could be put against him. It's like getting criticized for picking an internal combustion car in the 90s for a road trip vehicle when battery cars were not a viable option yet. Are there any flaws in your train of thought? Only the orbital holiday thing, dude. But yeah, you know, if I became the Secretary of Transportation and own a Ford, how is that a problem? Right? I bought an F-150. I didn't. I have an F-250, man. F-150. Half-ton truck? The only half-ton truck that I have is right there. Just saying. Right? If I become like Secretary of Transportation and I own a Ford pickup truck, is that a conflict of interest? I just bought this from someone. Is it? I don't think so. I think in that scenario, it's not. Don't kid us. You'd ban all Chevy trucks. No, Hired. If you put me in charge of American automobile manufacturing SAR, I wouldn't want to ban Chevy trucks. I would want Chevy to make better trucks. If that position was even real, I'd go to the big three. I'd be like, hey, can you guys like make cars that people want? I don't think electric Humvees are something that the average person wants. Can you like make stuff that people want to drive? Like, you used to do that. Can you do that again? Maybe? At a price they can afford? Yeah. Can you do that? I don't understand why that's so difficult. Like, I genuinely don't. Maybe you can educate me, you know? These $50,000 pickup trucks aren't stirring the Kool-Aid, man. Like, need to roll that out in the Rust Bucket Inn. The Coronet's behind the garage door, Tessa. I actually got it running the other day. Isn't Vulcan flying a whole lot already this coming year? Yeah, of course. You telling me? Okay, so use New Glenn. Use Falcon Heavy. It's something. Starship regarding flying Orion on something else. It's why I use the F1 pay driver becoming the head of the FIA analogy, because in that reality, pay driver. Yeah, I mean, Zabdi, I'm not disputing that Stroll isn't there because of Papa Stroll, but yeah. In reality, that's what Isaacman is. F1 drivers do the training and they know the series, but does that make them qualified to lead the organization? To garnish the funding of it? Well, Zabzi, once again, Rook won't be in charge of pulling NASA's purse strings. That's what the House of Representatives is for. The lower legislative branch is supposed to be pulling NASA's purse strings. So the NASA administrator trying to do that is a big problem. And I'm sure, like, the point that I'm trying to make to you, dude, is that I don't think Rook is a bad person. He's definitely not controlling the purse strings. And if any conflict of interests do come up, if we're going to figure out a conflict of interest, I mean, the Senate's going to put this guy under a microscope. They do that with every NASA administrator. You know, I think that explains the Shift 4 stock drop. Look at Barron's link. Yeah, it's tanking pretty hard. Jared removing himself from Shift 4 shows his integrity and respect for the role. Did he resign as the CEO of Shift 4, Bren? And if so, do we have that on paper? A link? Give me the sauce. I don't want electric. I don't want electric luxury milk floats. I don't think anybody does, Matt. Barron's link has it. Oh, okay, cool. Shift 4. Yeah, here, Zabzy, take a look at this, dude. And once again, I'm not trying to change your mind. It's just food for thought. Like, once again, I don't think you being skeptical of billionaires is unfounded in this day and age, right? Some corporations are just pieces of shit. Like, just awful people. Like, I don't think, personally, I don't necessarily think that's Isaacman. I absolutely do not. I'm saying there are benevolent billionaires out there. Absolutely. How's this? Subject, Jared Isaacman's acceptance of nomination for NASA administrator. To my Shift 4 family, after nearly 26 years leading Shift 4, the time has come for me to embark on a new journey. I was nominated to lead NASA, a role that reflects my passion for advancing humankind's reach among the stars, unlocking the secrets of the universe, and improving life on Earth along the way. Throughout my career, I've taken on ambitious endeavors, including going to space, that required a strong management team capable of carrying the vision forward. I am proud to say Shift 4's leadership has never been stronger. Taylor Laubner has been at the heart of our evolution, leading our IPO and strategy and navigating the opportunities and challenge of being a public company. I'm confident that Taylor and the team will continue to execute our ambitious growth plans with precision and passion. On that note, Shift 4 is incredibly well positioned for the future. Our strategy to win across restaurants, hotels, stadiums, and e-commerce, and do so worldwide, is stronger than ever. With a solid financial foundation, low leverage, and an impressive pipeline of opportunities, Shift 4 is positioned to deliver exceptional growth for years to come. I intend to remain CEO until my confirmation and will be fully engaged at our Investor Day in February, where we will share our vision to deliver profitable growth well into the future. I also plan to retain the majority of my equity interest in Shift 4. Subject to ethics obligations, I will move quickly to reduce my voting power to be commensurate with other Class A shareholders. While I can envision a future where I return, I know the company is in great hands. Zabzy, what do you think of that, dude? We will learn a lot during the confirmation hearings. I hope to hear Rook has plans for funding for NASA, not just egging on the private side. Zabzy, I personally think that he's going to fix NASA. I think that's his intended. I think that's what he's going to do. Everybody, for some reason, is drawing the conclusion that he's just going to sit there and say, give all the contracts to SpaceX. I really don't think he's that type of guy. I really don't. And once again, I am saying this as a person that wants the Artemis program expanded. I do not want to rely. I do not want to rely on Starship to do everything in space. That is an extraordinarily bad idea. The last time we put all our eggs in one basket on a reusable launch vehicle, it didn't end well. The Artemis program needs to be expanded. SLS, EUS, Orion. Get rid of that piece of junk called Gateway and build a better one that's derived from like SLS's upper stage, like Skylab. Do something like that. way less expensive, right? Use the commercial market to do uncrewed Orion flight tests, test the heat shield, stuff like that. That's what needs to be done. And I think he knows that.
Go at throttle
I'm
up.
pretty dang sure. Yeah, Geek, I'm with you on that one. Hey, Doom, 98-month resub. Honestly, Rook sounds like a dude with a golden ring hovering over his head, no joke. Does he actually have any vices at all? His vice is flying around his freaking MiG-29, dude. And maybe going to space. That's kind of cool. Oh, he also has the Star Wars cantina in the in his hangar. So when he flies his MiG into the hangar, he gets out and goes to the bar that's in the hangar, and the hangar looks like the cantina from Tatooine. Yeah, that one. You think I'm kidding? He showed pictures. He has the cantina from Star Wars at his place of work. That's pretty cool, man. He better have a full-time band, Statler, and maybe we should ask him. Really? Dude, I'll show you. I'll show you. You think I'm full of it. Watch. He showed it. Here, let me find it. Rook is one of the X profiles that we can actually scroll up and down and actually not have to worry about nonsense. Ooh. Hold on. Cherenkov radiation. Watch. Oh, cool. All right, anyway. I'll find it. It's in here somewhere. Hope he's not addicted to 40K. Ugh. That would be not preferable. It's just a lot of good stuff in here. Yo. Where are ya? I'm telling you, it's in here somewhere. I'm old school. I just like scrolling through. A person with better Google flu skills than me probably would have found it by now. It's got Rolls-Royce engines in it. Very nice. This was like right after Inspiration 4 when he posted it. Oh, yeah, there it is. What's wrong with 40K? Nothing. I played the board games. It was a joke. Is this good news for a private Hubble rescue attempt? Never mind a private one, man. I think they'll actually do. Rook's there. Maybe they'll do a real one. But yeah, I definitely think that Hubble servicing is back on the table. Is that something else or what? It's freaking cantina. Is that awesome or what? Artemis conference at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Yep. Yeah. It's probably about the heat shield, Isaac, but yeah, we'll be here. So I guess there's not going to be many games being played over the next couple of days, but hey, whatever. Couple picks in my project. Right on, Doom. I'll check them out in a little bit. That's cool, man. It's good to see it's coming along. What about Hubble's replacement? Nancy Roman? Maybe. Here, the president actually posted something. The president-elect, posted something about this on the Twitterers. I actually kind of want to see what he said here. I didn't cover this because I was explaining things before. I'm delighted to nominate Jared Isaacman, an accomplished business leader, philanthropist, pilot, and astronaut, as the administrator of NASA. Jared will drive NASA's mission of discovery and inspiration, paving the way for groundbreaking achievements in space science, technology, and exploration. Over the past 25 years as the founder and CEO of Shift4, Jared has demonstrated exceptional leadership, building a trailblazing global financial technology company. He's also co-founded and served as the CEO of Draken International, a defense aerospace company, for over a decade, supporting the U.S. Department of Defense and our allies. Jared's passion for space astronaut experience, and dedication to pushing the boundaries of exploration, unlocking the mysteries of the universe, and advancing the new space economy make him ideally suited to lead NASA into a bold new era. Yeah. Cool. It's pretty cool, dude. Side question, will Jared be the youngest NASA administrator? How old is he? "41? Yeah, that's definitely close, if not the.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Is Jared Isaacman the commercial version of Bill Nelson? I don't know. Montblanc, tier 3, 36-month resub. I'm looking through list of NASA administrators. Hold on. Yeah, Dryden served 24 days, and then Kennedy said, piss off, and he put James Webb in there. How old was James Webb? Yeah, okay. Not 41. All right, cool. What about Billy Graham here? 1937. 1986. Hang on, let me check. Nope. Fletcher, Dale Myers, Dick Truly, Dan Golden, Sean O'Keefe, Griffin. Scalise was interim in the early part of 2009. Lightfoot. How old was Jim? 75. 2018 minus 1.75. He's got him bested by 2 years. So yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think, yeah, he's got him bested. Google says the ages of NASA administrators have varied widely, with some serving as young as in their 20s and others into their 90s. 20s? Who was in their 20s when they were NASA admin? There's no way. See, the reason why, guys, the reason why I could say that, like, okay, so see Bill's picture? That's the official portrait. All of these are the official portraits, so it kind of shows how old they were when they were NASA administrator. I'm just looking around for people that look young. There's never been a NASA administrator in their 20s. No way. Yeah, Steve Jurzik, I think, passed away. Yeah, Steve died. That sucks. That was awful. Something, yeah, that sucks. He was the interim until he got replaced with Bill. Huh, Jared's already on there. Hell yeah. All right. Who is the eye patch guy? That's Dale Myers. I don't know too much about him. Oh, he worked for Rockwell. Hell yeah. He was the program manager of the Apollo program's command service module. After a fire destroyed Apollo 1 and killed 3 astronauts in 1967, much of the program's management was purged. Yeah, Apollo 1 was a colossal up. Myers, however, was retained. He migrated to the Space Shuttle program in 69, Soon after Apollo 11's historic moon landing, Myers later described his work with Apollo as a highlight in his career. There you go. Cool. What a bamf. It's got an eye patch. That's sweet. From a quick query on Perplexity, Jim could be the youngest at 42. Yeah, I think Jim was the youngest by a long shot before anybody else. That's cool, man. I'm assuming no acting administrator has been in space during his tenure. No, not during tenure. Bill Nelson's been to space, though, Zabsy. And he's not the only NASA administrator that's been to space. Let's see. Let me go up the list. Bill's been to space. Steve wasn't. Jim hasn't been to space. Lightfoot hasn't been to space. Charlie Bolden flew the space shuttle 4 times. Scalese, no. Mike, who's... I like... Mike was a great administrator. He's not been to space. No. Dan Golden, I think, is... I'm pretty sure he's been to space. No. Maybe not. Nope. No, he was just an administrator. Dick Truly has been to space. He flew on STS-2. He's definitely an astronaut. Yeah. Move the NASA administrator's office to the ISS. I can get behind that. Who else? I don't think anybody else has been to space. No, it's Richard Truly, Charlie Bolden, and Bill, and that's it. I too want to know who you would think be Isaac, who will I think be Jared's deputy administrator? Scott Poteet. That would be cool. I don't think that'd happen, but that would be cool. You got to admit. Who selects the NASA deputy administrator? The NASA administrator does. Scott Poteet was the pilot on Polaris Dawn, O-Force. But then again, if we base ourselves off the logic that, you know, Jared can't do the remaining Polaris missions, I would have Scott Poteet do them. So that's not that. Yeah, probably wouldn't do that. Hans Königsmann. He's retired. Is Isaacman allowed to be the administrator from space? Zabsy, it's never happened, but I mean, here's how I'm looking at this. And Zabsy, once again, you tell me if I'm going out on a limb here. That is such a bold pick. Like, that is such a crazy good pick. Like, I didn't even consider it. I'm like, there's no way that would ever happen, right? If you had told me this yesterday, I'd be like, no way, he's not going to do that, right? However, this entirely bold pick does set up a pretty interesting precedent here, don't you think? How cool would it be? Now, once again, how cool would it be for Rook to be a NASA administrator that's flown into space while he was NASA administrator? That'd be pretty sick. However, training for a mission like that, especially one that's going to push the boundaries and running NASA at the same time, I don't think that would work very well. Training for a mission like this takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time and a lot of preparation. And if Jared is in there to do what I think he's going to do, I think he'll step down, which kind of sucks, but looks like Pam Melroy was nominated by the White House. Is it the White House, Baron? I thought the administrator would pick it from there, but who knows? It would be cool. And the optics of it would be awesome. NASA administrator doing a NASA town hall from orbit, from the ISS. Dude, that would be pretty cool. That would be unprecedented. No one did that. No one did. Even the NASA like 10 years ago would have never been an option. I say do a straight swap. Jared becomes NASA administrator and we send Bill up one more time. That'd be funny. Deputy is like an SES position, so I think it's, yeah, it is. It is. I misspoke. That would get us to dream big again. It'd be a pretty cool idea, Bran. It was the White House. That's good. 24 scrub. I don't know what that means, but all right. Talk about the boss going to the shop floor. Cubian, like I said, that in commercial space flight, that precedent has been set. Jeff Bezos had the stones to put himself on a New Shepard rocket, the first crewed flight. Just saying. You could say whatever you want about Jeff Bezos. That takes balls. So, like, I'm not saying that this is kind of that this is analogous to it, but it's stuff like that has been happened. Stuff like that has happened. Stuff like that been happened. Do what more like? I won't be shocked if Elon came up with the idea of Jared being NASA administrator. Imperial, there is no way that Elon didn't have a say in that. There's no way. It's just, like, that's fair. There's no way he didn't have a say. That been happen much time. Yep. You want fries with that? Yep. It definitely was a suggestion from Elon. There's no way it wasn't, dude. Wouldn't that make it seem like a conflict of interest? A person advising the president on who they should pick, Huzzah? How is that a conflict of interest? That's not a conflict of interest. That's just putting in the right person for the job. Why say lot word when few do trick? Yeah, Cal, there you go. Yeah, Ray, I'm kind of with you on that one. It's a big power move. I think he's trying to get NASA to start running and not just standing still. Goalie, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Everybody that says he's going to go in there and he's going to gut everything and just give everything to SpaceX I don't think understands the situation here. Forge, what is this? Kind of funny that people on Twitter are screaming SpaceX monopoly, and here's me saying it will be an Astrolab monopoly. All right. Did he provide any commentary on Polaris when it happened? No, Dean, not that I know of. And believe me, somebody would have let me know. Isn't the entire U.S. government a conflict of interest? Explorer, let's not open up that can of worms here, okay? Okay. There's another Dean. Yeah, be Dean Cow. Dean. He is part Dean, part cow. All cool. Now what? Since NSF have done stuff with Jared, I know it sounds ridiculous, but I think you should seriously actually consider giving your ideas to Jared in some way. Your concepts are really needed in IMO. Erudite, did you say that in the YouTube chat? Like a half hour ago? Because someone said that exact thing and typed it the exact same way over there. Lord Gugu, he can't. The Senate won't let him do that, guys. I'm trying to tell you that. There's no way that's happening. Isaac Minute, okay, very much my opinion. Jared's in there to fix NASA. That's why he was appointed to that position. Not to give contracts to SpaceX. That does not fix NASA. If he goes in there and tries to do that, the Senate's going to be like, what's the word I'm looking for? No! He's there to fix it. That's what we need. We need the contract. Guys, I'm telling you, the contracting structure for SLS is atrocious. It's atrocious because, well, once again, people tried to play political football in NASA. We tried to save a lot of money we tried to save a lot of money, and we ended up spending ridiculous more money because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Okay? That needs to change. Scaling up Artemis is the solution. It's always been the solution. That probably is going to cost a little bit of cash. It's not going to be as expensive as everybody thinks it is. And I'm sorry, that's what needs to happen, because you're not going to go in there and just take gut the entire Artemis program and give it all to SpaceX. The last time someone went in there and tried to gut the entire program for SpaceX, we got SLS. Remember that. Seriously, that's what happened. They tried to pull the plug on the entire Constellation program and said, leave it up to the commercial market. Kind of good because it gave us SpaceX. Also doomed NASA to mediocrity for the next 15 years. Really smart decision. No, that's not what's going to happen. Trust me. Beef and broccoli are here when you're ready. Yes. Awesome. Hot off the NSF press. Data, we've been discussing the Rook being nominated for NASA administrator. Hindsight is 2020, Space Ghost. I mean, with RE the Constellation program, yes, but I've been pretty damn right about spaceflight policy over the last, decade without hindsight. Yeah. And on that note, concerning space, Airbus Defense and Space Systems just fired 2,000 workers. It's not only Boeing struggling. Any gaming today? I don't know. So this is an article from NSF, from Aaron McCrae. Jared Isaacman has been nominated by President-elect Donald Trump of the United States. That's a weird way to say that. To become the next NASA administrator after Senator Administrator Nelson term ends. Isaacman is expected to be sworn in on January 20, 2025, the first day of the upcoming term. Isaacman is he has to be confirmed by this. He has to be confirmed by the Senate? Okay. Isaacman has a long history in the aerospace industry. He launched two large companies, the first being Shift4 Payments, which was founded in 1999 to solve payment processing inefficiencies in the early 2000s. He used his earnings from Shift4 to get involved in the aerospace industry. Isaacman has been involved in aerospace. Since 2012 when Draken International was founded. Draken International is a defense company that provides fighter aircraft and training services to the U.S. military. After it was done quick, guys. This was done quick because nobody saw this coming. Can confirm, have access to the NSF Discord. So excuse the kind of, the candor, I guess. After Isaacman sold Draken International to Blackstone in 2020, he began to get involved with spaceflight through SpaceX. That's right, he divested from Drake and he sold it to Blackstone. That's right. In February 2021, Isaacman announced he would serve as the commander of the Inspiration 4 mission, the first fully private mission to go to space. Rook, as he was known by his crew of 3 civilians, lifted off on a Crew Dragon on September 15th, 2021. Isaacman had bigger dreams for the future of private commercial spaceflight and founded the Polaris program, which launched on SpaceX's Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 to bring commercial operations to low Earth orbit and beyond. This first mission, Polaris Dawn, launched on September 10th, 2024 to conduct many in-flight experiments and gain data for missions in Earth orbit and future missions to the moon. The President-elect posted on Truth Social at 10:58 a.m. on December 4th that he was delighted to nominate Jared Isaacman, an accomplished business leader. Yeah, we've said that. I've read this post like 8 or 9 times today. Trump added that Isaacman would pave the way for groundbreaking achievements that would be ideally suited to lead NASA into a bold new era. What timeline are we in? I don't know. Pretty crazy, though. Rick responded. He added the second space age has only begun. I've read all these posts already, but yeah. Isaacman's career in the aerospace industry has pushed for more market. Isaacman's career in the aerospace industry has pushed for more market commercialization. that will likely continue into his lead of NASA, slowly moving future missions to contractors in the industry and giving out contracts instead of government building spacecraft in-house at NASA. This will not happen immediately and take time to phase out, but Isaacman seems like the person who will lead the U.S. to a commercialized future in space. Isaacman also praised the idea of going to Mars with a post celebrating SpaceX's Starship vehicle. When Booster 12 returned to the launch tower and was caught in the arms of the tower, Isaacman posted a rendering of SpaceX Starship on Mars with the caption, "Do you believe now? Do you believe it now, Trinity?" I'm not gonna lie. I didn't like that. I didn't like that paragraph. That is, once again, more conjecture. Nope. Didn't like that. Isaacman is set to fly on at least 2 more Polaris missions through SpaceX. The next mission was planned to launch with Crew Dragon on Falcon 9 and following one on Starship. This puts into question whether he will fly on these missions. Yep. As the acting administrator of NASA, he would be unlikely to go into space himself. Like I said, that's never happened before. While someone was serving as NASA administrator. The training required to prepare for flight to space would likely take up too much time, and safety must be accounted for in essential roles in government, such as the administrator of NASA. All right. You could just say it takes up too much time. When the time comes, it is more likely that Isaacman will appoint his own crew from past launches or a long list of qualified people in the industry. There's also a possibility that this mission comes after his tenure as administrator. 4 years can go fast in the spaceflight industry, and if he's replaced with somebody else in a new administration, he could continue his venture into space in early 2029. There's also a possibility of using Dragon to service Hubble Space Telescope. Isaacman had hoped that NASA would allow a private crew to service the telescope and give it a new lifespan. Now being director of NASA, he will have a lot more power in the decision-making process if that idea passes. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. You are not servicing Hubble with Dragon in its current state, guys. Dragon can only depressurize once, and it can only depressurize once for about 15 minutes. That is useless when it comes to servicing Hubble. You need an airlock. Starship has an airlock, though. Just saying. Starship has an airlock built into its design. I'm just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. How about we send a Starship up there and then just have it come back down and, bring it back down, fix it, and send it back up again. Just putting it out there. Why don't the engineers just take the specs to the software people? It would need an arm? Not necessarily. There's a grapple fixture on the telescope that was installed during the last space shuttle servicing mission, and you could dock to that. You wouldn't necessarily need an arm. You do need an airlock. Dragon, once again, the Polaris Dawn mission was basically hot rodding Dragon to be able to depress the hatch. Dragon's life support systems are on an open loop. Meaning that when they depressed the capsule, they vented it. They didn't put it back into the life support system. Why? Because Dragon was never designed to be depressurized in space. So when they depressed it, they dumped it overboard. There are dumps for it at the top of Dragon. If I'm remembering right, it's up here somewhere. Like there or there. It's up at the top. The Eclipse vent. So when they depressed the capsule, they actually depressed the air. They sent the air outside and then opened it. And they kept the life support system flowing on an open loop and only had enough consumables to be able to depress for about 15 minutes because of this open loop cycle. Dragon cannot service the ISS in its current condition. Like a Polaris Dawn, you couldn't send Dragon in that configuration to Hubble. It can't happen. Well, it could, I mean, not in the current, but not in current configuration. Now, A, could SpaceX outfit Dragon with the ability to have a closed loop ECLS and depressurize? Sure. Oh yeah, yeah. It's SpaceX. Yeah. What do they not have the chops to figure that out? But my thoughts about this are, well, if you're gonna turn Dragon into an airlock, why not just send something up with an airlock that you're already designing? Starship. Right? Or just take your HLS airlock, put it on top of a Falcon 9, send that up there, have a Dragon pluck it off of have the Dragon pluck it off of a second stage, have the airlock and Dragon fly to Hubble and then grapple to the damn thing. Do that, but then again, yeah, I mean that could work. Sure, why not? Very late to the stream, my bad, but is SLS dead? No. I think SLS will be expanded, Dr. Gnome. I think Rook is going in there with the intention of fixing NASA, not just pawning it off to commercial. Sounds like a KSP solution. Dapper Benjo, SpaceX has made a beer keg fly, okay? There is nothing that they can't do from a technical aspect. If they think it's worthwhile, they'll make it work. They made the Starhopper do that thing, and then they made that happen out of that. See this whole thing, this thing going on right here? Yeah. Yeah. If you have the technical ability to make this do that, I'm pretty sure getting an airlock up into space probably isn't the hardest thing to do. I'm pretty sure that's harder from a technical aspect. I mean, am I wrong? Like, you tell me. Add an airlock module to Hubble. Yeah. They didn't do it twice, though. So was STS-1 a failure? Well, STS-1 doesn't prove that the shuttles were usable, but they came back in one piece and the mission was wildly successful. Is that, by that logic, STS-1 was a failure, Colte? Am I wrong? Where is Starship's airlock? Amidship, I guess, Dean, above the methane tank bulkhead. They caught a grape. All right, let's finish this article. Isaacman's love of spaceflight could inspire the world, as he's already done with his Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn missions. The eagerness could help push boundaries of what a government agency like NASA can do in this new era of spaceflight. Isaacman's time as the founder of multiple successful businesses could prove helpful in swaying other figures in government to help fund NASA's vision. He could help grow the commercial industry of spaceflight while pushing for research by funding missions like DART or Dragonfly. DART? STS-1 wasn't, but OFT-1 was. Touche. The next era of NASA and the commercial sector of spaceflight could not be led by a more exciting man than Jared Isaacman. DART is back in the menu, Rip Jeb. Don't talk to me about that. Don't talk to me about that. Don't do this. Don't do it. Don't do it, man. Oh boy. Hang on one second. Checking my DMs again. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Checking something. You might have seen this already, but I came across this amazing site. Apparently, the images are updated every 10 minutes. Oh, cool. World. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. NOAA is what it is. NOAA. Like in worldview. Cool. Oh, yeah. That's cool stuff. Yeah, GOES satellites are what support that, dude. NG, how about this as an idea? Starship launches unmanned, maybe HLS with an airlock, rendezvous with the Polaris 2 Dragon, and both rendezvous and service Hubble. NG, you could do it. I think, I mean, Nova Raptor in chat actually proposed that exact thing. That's a little bit of a complicated mission for what it is. But it's a bit of complicated architecture, dude. But yeah, I mean, I think that that's what Polaris 2 is. I think Polaris 2, the mission art, and this is no sources. This is just me. Let me put it to you. This is what I want it to be. I think that Polaris 2 is they're gonna launch a starship, right? That starship's gonna have an airlock, and it's gonna basically be a starship with a docking port amidships on the top, right? And there's gonna be a docking port and an airlock.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Basically right here. So it's going to be this. It's going to be a starship like this. Hey, Twidget. There's going to be a docking port here and the airlock right there. And Polaris 2, I think, is going to have a Dragon dock to a starship on orbit. I think that's what Polaris 2 is. I have no word on what it is, and I have no inside sources there. That's what I think it's going to do. That's just based off of what I've seen. Starship dry dock in space for Hubble. Not a bad idea, Ren.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, I mean, but toting a starship around with a Dragon dock to it is kind of, you'd have to have Starship and Dragon do rendezvous proximity operations in extremely close proximity to Hubble. So like Hubble, Starship, and Dragon need to be like near each other, right? And then Dragon docks to Starship, and then Starship moves towards Hubble. That's toting around a lot of baggage. That's a complicated architecture. Spaceflight endeavors, dude, it needs to be a lot simpler than that. Think like Apollo. Apollo is absurdly simple for a very complicated task. You need to boil down your idea and make it way, way more, what's the word? It needs to be way simpler than that. That's a difficult thing to do. So like, maybe get Starship with a payload bay and have Starship grapple Hubble automatically, like dock to it, and then maybe get a Dragon near it. But then again, if you do that, your Dragon is going to be shooting off its RCS right next to Hubble. You do not want stuff like that. Like that is people. It's not Kerbal. People generally don't think that, you know, like in Kerbal, you can fire RCS willy-nilly next to a station. That's a really bad idea, especially a station with solar panels, because the thruster could blow into the solar panel and make the solar panel a gigantic sail, and it can move the station off kilter and stuff. It's a lot more complicated than they make it look. They make it look simple. Seabreeze message. I'm gonna head to the store. Holiday baking begins. Godspeed. All right. Good to know. What do you think SpaceX is going to do about a launch escape system for Starship? I think they're going to launch Starship they're going to launch Starship so much, Raj, that a launch escape system is not needed. And I know you're looking at me funny. Does a 737 have a launch escape system? Does a 747 have a launch escape system? No. Does any commercial airliner have a launch escape system? No. Why? The technology was mature enough to be reliable enough to not need that mechanism. Honest question. What's on your mind? Is landing Starship on Mars realistic? It's a really complex system to land with humans on board. I guess it was convincing enough for NASA, but it sounds unsafe. NASA has no missions. So, okay. Bear with me here. Or NASA has no contracted missions with SpaceX to send Starship to Mars. That doesn't exist. NASA does have a contract of sending Starship to landing their astronauts in a modified Starship called Starship Human Landing System on the moon. There's nothing. Starship has no government contracts to get anywhere near Mars right now. Hi, look at what I've obtained. I guess you're going to love it. What a show. That's pretty sick, dude. You got OKGLI on the dream, dude. That's pretty awesome. Here, I'm gonna show this sucker up on stream here. Take a look at that. Hey, the dream and the blizzard. Cool. Oh, sorry, I meant the moon one. So, Haxed, there is certainly a lot of risk with Lunar Starship. You're introducing a lot of, not necessarily, like, we've landed on the moon before, but the lander that we used to land on the moon before is like, compared to like Starship HLS, is like saying because you can drive a smart car around, you can drive a big rig. Not really the same thing. Starship HLS is way, way bigger. However, SpaceX does have a lot of experience landing things on celestial bodies. They basically do that once a week. Pretty good at figuring out the landing. But HLS is very different than the Apollo lunar excursion module. I am personally, if I had my way, we would have both of those things. Just putting it out there. But it's certainly something new and it needs to be tested. But SpaceX just contracted to test it uncrewed before they try and land people on it. They have to do an uncrewed HLS demo and land one on the moon sometime in the next 5 years. That looks like that rocket you showed us yesterday. So, Nearly Evil's model here, that version of Buran is the OKGLI. That's the atmospheric flight test article for Buran on top of an Antonov 225. To my knowledge, OKGLI never flew. Oh no, it would have had to. It would have had to have flown on an Antonov. Yeah, good stuff, dude. OKGLI is still around, believe it or not. Yeah, it's in a museum in Germany. Look, there it is. Yeah, baby. Ended up 225, rest easy. They'll build another one. Not many people know they built two. Second one was just never assembled. They'll build another one. Don't worry. Bring Atlantis back. We have one tank and SRBs. Put it on the pad with a crane. We showed we could make a stack already in California. Well, Goalie, there's still a mobile launcher platform around. The one that has all the concrete on it. Just fix that up. Discovery Atlantis and Endeavor have low mileage on them. That's all I'm saying. They were designed for 100 flights. All right? None of them even got close. Okay? Got low miles on them, dude. Just saying. Probably was transported on top of the 225, but never launched. Yeah, you guys never yeeted one off the back of a plane like we did. It was still a ballsy thing, dude. I don't know where the second 225 is, Hokie. I have no idea. I know it exists. And I honestly would not try to make that thing fly. It's been a shell that's been sitting in a hangar for 40 years. Let's not do that. Just manufacture another one. Put the shuttle on top of a Starship booster. How about, yeah, we put the shuttle in the ET on top of Super Heavy. That would be pretty cool. Don't pretend like it wouldn't be. That would be pretty sick. I don't think that would work, but it would be pretty cool. A shell that can be made into a museum piece. Here, let me show you. I gotta find it. Do we know anything about HLS's thrusters? Falcon, I haven't heard anything about the auxiliary thrusters. Okie, you tell me what we should do with this thing, because my gut is telling me to never, ever try to make that fly. Any AMPs care to comment? You could probably make it a pretty sweet looking museum piece though, but what are you going to use to move that? That's better just where it is. I am not inspecting that. Yeah, exactly. Simple. Build a larger plane. Put it inside. I like the way you think, man. It's a can-do attitude. Can-do attitude. That's what we need, dude. We'd fly. We'd fly. Yeah, we need Ryan. Yep. Shuttle super heavy. You mean this? What did Tyler do? Oh no. Tyler, no. No. This is Tyler Rats, right? Yeah. Pretty sure.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Realism Overhaul. Incredible Space Program 1.12. Starship and Super Heavy had their most recent test flight, Flight 5, and Super Heavy got caught by the chopsticks, which I am not going to be able to do. So I had to find some
Please go sub to Tyler. Yeah, there you go.
This happy
occasion. I know, yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure I know this dude.
Decided that
sure.
The most fitting thing would be to put an actually reusable
no.
spaceship on top of Super Heavy. That's right.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh.
Yep. Here we go. So there's the shuttle and the external tank.
I don't hate it. I don't. I'll admit it. I'll admit it. I don't hate it.
Here because I didn't want
I'll admit it.
Anything colliding with the
I don't hate it.
And I have put into the base.
All right. You know what? Never mind. I think that's cool.
If I can find the way to open the bay here, there's a lot of stuff here. I put it into.
I don't hate it.
70 tons of water.
I really don't. That actually, I was like, I thought about it for a second. I'm actually like, wait a minute. That actually looks really cool.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Because I didn't want anything colliding with the body.
How do you get people in?
And I have put into the bay. And
I really don't think that was taken into account here. All right, did he?
Here we go.
Oh god. Is that a starship pad on 39A?
It's Pekka's.
Oh no, it's 39B because of the lightning towers. Oh my god.
And it's a mashup launch script. It's a launch script that
survive.
My shuttle script with the launch script for Starship.
The external tank was never designed to be pushed from the bottom like that.
Is the regular shuttle script that I use.
Ever. Primary load path is the attachment point for the SRB, the forward attachment point. You need to make a piece of super heavy, like 2 tongs that go up the sides that pick up on those points, or else it would crush the external tank. I mean, keep in mind this is RSSRO, but
I can tell because the
how do you start the RS-25s? Let's just take the GSE thing and just pretend like it works.
And with the shuttle on one side, that's sort of important. All right, super heavy, shutting down engines, separating. Yeah, now you know you can sort of see why I
so
didn't
good.
want.
Oh, that's so good. I'm linking this up. I'm linking this up over there, and I'm linking it up over there. Hot staging. That's pretty good, man. You'll see what happens with the booster. You guys go look at Tyler. Tyler's good people. It's Tyler Rise Space. He streams on Twitch too sometimes. Yeah, I would. Yeah, it's been outside. Let's not ever. Let's not ever try to make that fly. That's I mean, the interesting thing is that these are all the parts of the 225 that got damaged, right? You could, Hokey, you could take the parts from 225-1, all the tail parts and everything else, and you could put them on here. The wings from the first Antonov seem to be okay. Good enough for a static display, right? I wouldn't fly with those. It's been on fire. That's not a good idea. Shuttle had no way to light its main engines, did it? No, the starting mechanism, Roadrunners, for the RS-25s was ground side. It was through the tail service mast umbilicals. Day 120 of Cursed Rocket Photoshops. I remember this guy. Oh, that's bad. Let's not. Could we take a super heavy, strap it to the bottom of an SLS core with all of its stages, and then attach the SRB to super heavy? It's the best super heavy rocket. No, Trey, not without very, very, very substantial modifications to all of those systems. You might as well clean sheet a new rocket. Really, Matt? Interesting. I never knew until I started watching your stream that the sparklers weren't the engine starters of the shuttle. The shuttle used a pneumatic starter system. The sparklers are there to purge hydrogen gas as a result of the plumbing process for the RS-25s. So there's a split second where the RS-25s basically burp out right before ignition. They burp out a lot of hydrogen. And it has an oxygen dump system on the outsides of the nozzle. So there's a point during ignition where you get atomized gaseous hydrogen and gaseous oxygen combining, atomizing underneath the three engines, Jim. And that could create a hard start scenario, which is why the sparkers are there. Yeah, that's there to burn it all off, to make sure that the engines don't hard start and explode on ignition. Here, give me 1 second, I'll show you. Falcon 9 with shuttle SLS SRBs. Falcon 9 with what? Give me 1 second. There's great test footage from back in the 70s of all the RS-25 testing, all the shuttle engine testing that they had to do. Like this one that blows the hydrogen high pressure fuel, or the high pressure fuel pump. Yeah, that one, it exploded. Yeah, that didn't end well. Yeah, it's broken. I don't know if you could tell. I'm trying to see if there's one of a hard start. Well, that one exploded too, but yeah, anyway. That's why the sparkers are there. They're not there to start it. Falcon Heavy, but replace the boosters with shuttle SLS SRBs. Yeah. Wikipedia is already updated for the NASA administrator. Nice. What is the speed when returning from Moon and Mars? So a trans-Earth injection burn speed would have an entry interface Give me 1 second. 25,000 miles an hour, about 40,000 kilometers an hour, give or take. Hot. Something I'm kind of embarrassed to ask because it just feels like a super new question. Whatever. You got to sacrifice some pride to learn things, all right? You got to, because, asking a dumb question admits that you don't know something. I do that all the time, Glitch. Look at me. What's up? And I've never met anyone that could explain it before, but why did the shuttle end up on the bottom during launch? And did every version do this? End up on the bottom during launch, Glitched. What does that mean? During ascent? Like, what are you talking about? During ascent. So why did the shuttle fly upside down into space? So external tank facing towards space, right? Why did it do that? Well, a little bit of a complicated answer. The biggest answer is that astronauts like to see the horizon. It provides better situational awareness when you're flying, even if it is upside down. Yeah, that's the biggest one. That, and if the shuttle flew wings up like that during ascent, like with the SRBs attached, you're putting a lot of load. You put a lot of load on those wings. You don't want to do that during ascent. Another thing to consider is that if you're doing that, if the shuttle is flying wings up, not wings down into space, you're pulling negative G's, not positive G's. That's not good for your health. Negative G's will kill you. If you go past 2G negative sustained, you'll die. Your brain, your head will pop like a zit. Yeah. That's red out. Blackouts, we always talk about blackouts when flying planes. Redouts will kill you. Blackouts make you pass out for a little while. Redout will kill you. That's why you never see, like, here, let me give you an example. That's why you never see on air shows, you never see planes doing this. Like, you never see a plane flying do a loop like that, because that would kill you. You'd die. Your head would just, it would pop like scanners. No, seriously, it would, yeah, not pop like a water balloon. So what happens is that too much blood is going up here, and you start hemorrhaging capillaries in your brain. Leaking blood up here is not good for your brain. Does that explain that sufficiently? So what is a negative G? Okay. Negative G is basically when a force is exerted on the human body. A negative G is a force exertion going up, not down. That's why you never see fighter planes do this. Because if you're flying this F4 Phantom and you do something like this, you pitch down like this and you try to turn like that, you're putting an upward force on your body. That's very bad for your heart, amongst other things. And that has all your blood pool up here in your head. And yeah, basically, because all the blood the G forces are forcing the negative G's. Once again, relative to humans work in a positive G environment, right? 1G is how we, evolved, right? Meaning one positive G, meaning the force of gravity is pushing down on you. If you reverse that and have the force of gravity push up on you, yeah, you die. That will kill you. We're very sensitive water meat bags. Doesn't like that. So in the context of planes flying like this, like, don't get me wrong, you've seen a plane nosedive like this, but not anything like super fast, like not like that. That would kill you. Like, even an experienced fighter pilot, that would end very poorly. That's why fighter planes, when they fly, they always fly like this. Like, you've seen, like, in any movie that has fighter planes in it, you see fighter like, okay, Roger, we're braking now. Like that. They don't do this, right? They roll into the turn, so you pull negative G's. Our bodies, because they are designed, will be evolved in a 1G environment, it's actually, our bodies are actually very robust at taking positive G's. Yeah, that makes all the blood go away from your head for a second. Now, don't get me wrong, that will still kill you but that will kill you at like 20 G's sustained, 20 positive. -3 negative G's will kill you badly. You will die until you die from it. G tolerance depends on direction. Yeah, I know. That's the whole point of the question. So, like, say this is our space shuttle. When the space shuttle flies, it flies upside down into space. Like the external tank is here. It flies upside down. First and foremost, it was done so the commander and the pilot of the mission could see the horizon. So in the event of a shuttle RTLS, which thank God never happened, the pilots would, if they had to take manual control, they'd have a reference frame to do it. Interesting postscript to this glitch, because I said it depends. The shuttle every time during principal phases of ascent flew upside down. But during the later shuttle missions, during ascent, while the 3 main engines were active, they actually flipped it over to a wings up position. The reason why they did that is because you went over the horizon. So the shuttle, which has its antennas on the back side of it, I know this is an F4 Phantom, I get it, just pretend it's a space shuttle, okay? The shuttle has its short band antennas up here. It's up by the 2 windows that on the shuttle's flight deck, and it flies halfway through ascent, it would flip over. So the antennas would be pointing towards Tidris and not towards the ground station. Because there was a point during the shuttle's ascent where it would go over the hill while the engines are still active, right? It would go over the horizon. And, you know, during the early parts of the shuttle program, there was a momentary loss of signal until you got to Ascension, where there was a NASA ground tracking station. During the later parts of the shuttle program, NASA had TDRS, the tracking data and relay system. So they just flipped the shuttle over, so the short band antennas would be pointing at the short band antennas would be pointing at Tidris. So you would have an uninterrupted signal all the way through ascent. Image to illustrate and quantify your point. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Floating. I was like, wait a minute. Sorry, maybe I've just set myself up for a feisty chat today with conversation. But yeah, there you go. Thanks, man. Sorry for being... Also to dump the external tank as well. Yeah, it's a little bit easier to dump the external tank. I mean, it doesn't really make a difference. But when, you know, if you're flying wings up, dumping the external tank, it's easier to get away. I mean, you could still do it, dump it and go that way too. I mean, it's not that much worse. But yeah, glitch, those are the reasons. Notice the direction in the top right corner. Exactly. Yeah, see, look at the blue one. Yeah, the blue one will kill you. Yeah, duration 0.1 seconds. 0.1 seconds past. Yeah, you pull negative G's for more than a second, you die. See, that's pretty damn quick. Yeah, that's really bad for you. Positive G's, though. Yeah, you can sustain it for a pretty long period of time. We can take the most G's going forward. Yeah, exactly. Flying this way. Yeah, Glitch, that wasn't a bad question at all. Guys, I have tons of shuttle knowledge up here. If you really want to know. If you really have questions. Negative G's equals you go in the square hole. Yeah, the square hole. The coffin hole. Really unrelated. But when an engine test goes bad, like in that test video you just showed, and doesn't just blow up the whole thing, do they shut off the flow of fuel or do they just let it run? What would you do, Dr. Gnome? Sorry, the whole point of answering a question with the question is to start the conversation for the explanation. What would you do? Your engine just blew up on the test stand. What happens now? What do you do? Fuel off, no more fire. Bingo. That's the answer to that question. Pad fires are a lot. Fire is notoriously bad for rockets, which is funny considering they shoot fire out the bottom in a pressurized tube, right? That's all a rocket engine is doing, is making fire and then squeezing it out a nozzle. That's what a rocket engine does. It's just accelerating hot gas out the back. Like if you blew up a balloon and you let it go. Same exact thing. They just use combustion to heat the gas, right? That's because it shoots, just because it shoots fire out the back doesn't mean that it's not fire resistant. The engines are fire resistant. Not much else is on a rocket. In fact, if your rocket's aluminum, then your rocket, if fire comes out the side, your whole rocket will turn into a nice SRB minus the whole SRB part. Yeah. Fires are very bad for launch vehicles, like very bad. Not just because it's a fire and it'll burn it down. Rockets are very flammable. Aluminum is very flammable in the right conditions. And, you know, if you have a rocket that's made out of aluminum with liquid oxygen on board, it is a very, very bad, that's a very bad thing. You really don't want that to happen. Keep in mind, on a test stand, you only have a finite amount of water. You better hope you can put that fire out before you run out of water, or else the whole thing burns to the ground. And then you lose the rocket, you lose your test stand, and a lot of time. So yeah, if a rocket malfunctions, shut it off immediately and put the fire out. Because fire is very bad for rockets. Unless it's coming out the bottom. It's really bad for it. Yeah, aluminum and liquid oxygen would make a great hybrid solid rocket booster. There's a reason why, like, if you guys have seen, like, a plane that bellies on the runway, and, you know, like, everybody gets out, and the plane seems okay, if it's on fire, if you look at a picture of it later, there's no plane left. Because planes are made out of solid rocket fuel. Not necessarily. That was a little bit of hyperbole on my part. Aluminum is used in solid rocket fuel production as a stabilizer. Long story short, aluminum is very flammable. So is titanium, for what it's worth. Yeah. Turns out that titanium and nitrogen tetroxide make a great bipropellant rocket. SpaceX found that out the hard way. Weird, huh? Yeah, good questions, dudes. Any more? Any more questions about Rook, or you guys want to talk about rockets? I can talk about rockets all day. That's my favorite thing to do. Aluminum powder in poorly handled CNC work is a blast too. Yeah, it's very, yeah. Like I said, aluminum is very flammable. Flammable? Aluminum's very flammable. Any chance they bring Halo back to Leo to be the ISS replacement? They bring Gateway to Leo? I highly doubt that would happen. What is a rocket? Yes. This is most likely getting far-fetched, but are there any potential avenues to cause propulsion without any form of combustion, whether it be used primarily for propulsion, propagation, or to power something to propagate it? Already been invented, dude. Actually, I can think of multiple ones. That has no combustion. So what you're looking at is a Hall effect thruster. Hall effect thrusters are widely used in the space program. Starlink uses Hall effect thrusters. Yeah, because satellites need RCS to stay on an even keel, right? And Starlinks have collision avoidance software on them, so they're constantly firing their thrusters. They're firing these. That uses an inert gas and electrical arcs. They basically arc electricity through a combustion chamber that's filled with inert gas. It could be xenon, krypton, neon, whatever. Any inert gas, you could probably get away with it. Helium, I probably shouldn't use helium. Starlink satellites, for instance, use krypton. So yeah, there's no combustion there. With a Hall effect thruster, widely used in the industry right now. Nerva, the nuclear thermal rocket, no combustion.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, the nuclear thermal. There's no combustion here. All that thing does is heat up hydrogen. Yeah, NASA came up with this crazy freaking idea of shoehorning a nuclear reactor into a rocket's combustion chamber. Now, that sounds really dumb, right? But it's not a combustion chamber. It's just a control drum. That's it. So the idea is that they're able to moderate the neutron flux in this reactor, just like you can with a regular reactor. Basically, moderating neutron flux, if in plain English, is regulating how much heat this thing makes, how much heat energy it makes. You could do that by moderating a nuclear reaction. Specifically with nuclear physics, it's called moderating neutron flux. So moderating the amount of neutrons that are being shot off of a radioactive isotope, because that's what radioactive elements do. They shoot neutrons out, right? They split the atom, right? That's the whole idea. That's nuclear physics in a nutshell. So they put a reactor inside of a rocket's combustion chamber, and then but it's not a combustion chamber. And then what they do is they have a way to change the moderation of the reaction, like you can with a nuclear power plant. And when they increase the heat, the heat that's generated from it drives a turbine, and that turbine is attached to an impeller that pumps hydrogen into the reactor, liquid hydrogen into the reactor. The liquid hydrogen exchanges the heat with the reactor, and it heats it up so much, because hydrogen, basically from like 8 Kelvin to like 4,000 Kelvin, exists as a gas. It shoots the hydrogen out the back at really high velocity. And remember, that just what I said, the name of the game with rocket engines is just how fast you can shoot the gas out the back. Yeah, it's called mass flow rate. The higher the mass flow rate, well, that opens up the door for, well, in this particular case, no combustion and way better efficiency. You're not combusting anything. Combustion is very inefficient. Flowing hydrogen is insanely conductive of heat. It is very good at absorbing a lot of heat, like steam almost. Steam is 2 parts hydrogen, right? 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen. Hydrogen's really good at conducting heat. So if you blow hydrogen over this, it can take as much heat, it can absorb a ton of heat out of the reactor and then shoot it out the back, right? The Nerva engine, dude, was tested. They built it. It worked. They built the test stands and they fired the damn engines. And the plan was to put this on the 3rd stage of the Saturn V, to take the S4B, remove the common bulkhead, make it a gigantic hydrogen tank, and put that at the bottom of it. That is infinitely restartable as long as you have hydrogen. And guess what? The tested engine, the engines that they did test, the flight prototype, might I add, the flight prototype engines that they tested achieved 900 seconds specific impulse in atmosphere. No, it didn't actually irradiate anything, Willie. The radioactivity that was introduced to the hydrogen made a hydrogen isotope that had a really, really, really low half-life. So it decayed. It decayed before it spread radioactive fallout. Really trick design, dude. Please explain specific impulse with rocket engines. Sure. Yeah, sorry, I got a little bit too into nerd speak there. Specific impulse is your efficiency. The efficiency of the rocket engine, something akin to miles per gallon with a car. It's measured in seconds. It's measured in burn time. It basically, in plain English, specific impulse is how efficiently are you shooting gas out the back. That's the plain English way of saying it. Specific impulse is derived from total impulse and exhaust velocity. And mass flow rate. No. Yeah. Total impulse is, well, yeah. Basically how much propellant do you have? Basically. I mean, so specific impulse is your efficiency. The best engines that we have flying right now, Jones, have about 460 seconds specific impulse. That's the best we can do right now. The nuclear engine tested in the late 60s made 900 second specific impulse. Double your efficiency. And then because we decided we wanted to cancel the Apollo program in favor of the shuttle, we shuttered the entire program. We had a working prototype. 3 working prototypes, actually, if you really want to know. Yeah, if this pisses you off, yes, you should be. You should be mad. Yeah. Remember how I talked about compromises at the beginning of the stream? Basically, since the early 70s, it's been one compromise after another, one compromise after another. Where has that gotten? Has that gotten us further in space? No, it has not. This is a good case in point. However, not all bad. The Department of Energy and NASA in the late 20-teens, so this would have been 2018 or 2019, restarted the NERVA program. And we expect a flight test demonstration nuclear thermal rocket in 2026. So, yeah, the nuclear program was restarted 5 years ago. So, yeah, it's not all bad. EJ Chat just got here. What's the breaking news? Jared Isaacman, Jack, was nominated as NASA potential for a NASA administrator. Actually, not potential. The president-elect said he wants Jared Isaacman as his NASA administrator. 2026 should be the flight test, Ben. Is it possible to slow down with the help of Earth's gravity when returning from the moon without entering the atmosphere? Why does no one do it if it's possible? Falcon, yes. Yes, you can. You can use Earth's gravity to help slow you down. Specifically, you can use the precession. It's called a retrograde gravity assist. Okay, so you can use a planet to slingshot you, right? If you're going you can slingshot either way. First of all, you could, you slingshot either way. But if you slingshot on the same direction as the planet spinning, so like if Earth is right here, we're looking at the North Pole. The North Pole's right here. Earth is spinning, and you shoot a spacecraft past it in the same direction that it's spinning, right? Mostly the gravity is going to slingshot you, but the spinning force can also help. That works both ways. If you go against the grain, right? If your Earth is spinning this way and you have a spacecraft coming in this way, you're still going to get a grav assist because you're in the grav well. But the spinning of the planet does perturb your spacecraft. It'll actually slow you down. Yeah. That's also the reason why there are decaying orbits on the moon. It's not like Kerbal. Our moon doesn't work like that. In Kerbal, you put something in low lunar orbit, it just stays there. In real life on the moon, because the moon has non-uniform gravitational pull too, because its geographic center is not necessarily its center of gravity, and that's the reason why one side of the moon is always looking at us. It's always tidally locked. I say it like it's a person, but that actually is enough to deorbit a spacecraft around the moon. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. Pretty cool, huh? You're worried that Jared Isaacman could remove SLS. That does not fix any problems at NASA, Ben. That makes NASA's problems worse. Does the spin actually have effect? It's not the spin, Hokey, it's the precession. But yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, the precession comes from spinning. Well, not necessarily. That's not really the right way to say that, but you get the idea. How much delta V does each loop of a retrograde sling take off? Like 50? It's not a lot. That's where I was going with it. Thank you for kind of pulling me back in, Phil. Falcon, that retrograde assist is nothing. It's nothing. Negligible at best, but it does happen. You could use it, sure. It's just not really going to help you too much. You'd be accelerating more than anything. Has Iggy even played today, or has it all been news and rant? This is kind of big news, Pontiff, so it's been space news this entire time. Here we go, Ben. I know it makes things worse, but a lot of people are saying it would make things better. I hope he knows better than to believe those guys, and hope Congress isn't influenced by anti-SLS people. Congress is the reason why SLS exists, so they can't negatively influence themselves. People are really making up a lot of stuff about Jared Isaacman when they really do not know a lot about him, Ben. It's very interesting to me that people are already drawing conclusions about how this guy's tenure as administrator is going to go when they in fact know nothing about him. It's very interesting to me. I don't understand how some people can speak with such conviction and know absolutely nothing about this. It's very weird to me. So what's your opinion on this choice? Is it good for NASA? I think it's a good decision, Jack, and I think Isaacman isn't there to just hand contracts like candy out to SpaceX. That would be catastrophically bad for our national space program. Remember, if he gets nominated and he gets passed, he will do what the president tells him to. And I don't think that gutting a national space program is the kind of thing that a president-elect would do. If anything, he'd expand it because it's a point of national pride. He kind of runs on that whole patriotism ticket. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's... Am I wrong? Tell me if I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. In other news, what is that? India to launch Pope's Proba 3 spacecraft pair to study the sun to demonstrate tandem maneuvering in orbit. Neat. Well, yeah, Eric's exactly. Well, online, everybody has a megaphone nowadays. Rook's a smart guy. I trust he'll do what's right for NASA. That is the right outlook on this whole thing. He's going to do fine, guys. The Senate, dude, if he goes in there and tries to kill SLS, what does that do? That only gets the Senate mad at you. So, Ben and everybody else, I'll say it again because it warrants reiteration, okay? The last time somebody went into NASA and said, I'm going to pull the rug out from this entire thing, this whole system sucks, right? The last time that happened, SLS became a thing. So the intention of making NASA more cost effective by pulling the rug out from everybody made one of the most ineffective financially and capability-wise programs NASA's ever devised. There is no way that Rick does not know this. There's no way that Elon does not know this. If that's your concern. There's no way he doesn't know this. The solution here, if you want NASA to save costs, is to get it to work efficiently. How do you do that? You do that by actually giving them something to do. Give them something to do, please, for the love of God. Okay, I have 4 1/4 pounders when derail. You're trusting humans not to repeat the same mistakes there, though. We do that a lot. Yeah, that shows that's a real good outlook for NASA, Jack. Okay, the reason why I say that is because you're not wrong. You're not wrong, absolutely. You're absolutely not wrong. However, saying something like that in the context of this argument is not putting a lot of faith in NASA, and I don't think that's a really good can of worms to open. And yeah, Jared has to go through a Senate confirmation. The upper legislative branch of the upper house of the legislative branch of the United States government has to have a confirmation hearing. So Jared has to go in front of the United States Senate and testify to why he should be. He has to basically make his case for why he should be a NASA administrator. And he will get cross-examined by the Senate. I am the Senate. If you're not familiar with American politics in the context of space policy, okay? This actually, I won't even say politics, I'll say American civics. So how this works with NASA's goals are derived from the executive branch of the United States. That's the president, the administrative branch. So the president, vice president, cabinet, stuff like that. That's where NASA's goals come from. Remember President Kennedy? We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things. Now I'm going to go have a hot dog at Fenway Park. I'm pretty sure that's how that speech went. Anyway, that's the executive branch. Okay, NASA's goals are derived from there. There are three main branches in the American system of governance. You have the executive branch or the administration branch, which is the president. You have the legislative branch, and then you have the judicial branch. Now, the judicial branch of government is there to provide, it's the court system. It's there to provide interpretation to our laws. That doesn't necessarily apply here unless somebody breaks the law and there's a case that involves NASA. So just take the judicial branch and just put it over there for a second. You got to focus on the other two. So you have your administrative branch and you have your legislative branch. Okay. The reason why we have these three parts of our government is for checks and balance. It's checks and balances. It's so the government can't go tyrannical, at least in concept. Remember, this is civics, not politics, right? So the executive branch determines what NASA's goals are, right? We've covered that. Now, so where do you go from here? Congress, the legislative branch, is what determines funding, and approval of said goals. So you have two houses, all right? The legislative branch is split into two entities. You have the House of Representatives and you have the Senate, okay? The House of Representatives is a group of people that represent every state, but they represent states correlative to population. So if a state, despite being smaller, has a higher population, you get more representatives. Okay? So California, with a lot of people, has a lot of representatives. So does Texas. My state, Massachusetts, there's a lot of people here. A state for its size, it has a lot of representatives. I think there's like 7 or 8, but it varies by population in each state. What the House of Representatives does in the context of NASA is look at the plans and come up with the funding mechanism for the plan. So they allocate cash. They allocate funds, taxpayer money, for NASA to fund NASA's goals. Okay? Once they come up with a good idea for how they're going to spend money, once again, this is conceptually, guys. I know people are going to be like, well, they don't actually do it. It's just, this is the concepts. We're talking civics, not politics, okay? Once the House of Representatives comes up with a way to appropriate funds for NASA, they send it off to the Senate, the upper house of the legislative branch of Congress. There's two of them. There's lower and upper. The Senate is there now, not in the context of NASA. The United States Senate is there to basically represent. They're not representing the people from each state. The Senate is representing the governments of each state. Okay, does that make sense? So there's 50 states in the United States. Each state has 2 senators, 100 people in the Senate. Pretty straightforward stuff. Okay, you have 2 senators from every state, no matter what the population is. They are there as basically a way to like the 2 senators from my state, that's Ed Markey and Elizabeth Warren. They're there to represent the government of Massachusetts. So the lower house represents the people, the upper house represents the government, right? the local governments from each state, right? That sounds weird saying it that way, but that's a good way to look at it, all right? Now, what does the Senate do in the context of NASA? They take that bill from the legislative branch, they look at it, and they approve it, and they sign it into law. And then NASA goes and does its thing. That's how that whole system works for the uninitiated. The Senate is responsible in this particular scenario. The Senate is responsible for cross-examining and appointing a NASA administrator. The executive branch can nominate a NASA administrator, but Trump can't make Jared Isaacman the de facto leader of NASA. That goes against our system of civic checks and balances. No consolidation of power. You can't do that in our system. It's intentionally bureaucratic on purpose. That's what I try to tell people all the time. It's intentionally bureaucratic to make sure no one consolidates power, because the U.S. was founded, the way the U.S. Revolutionary War was fought against the British Empire is a revolt against tyranny. And that the United States was made for us, for the people, by the people, and our right to self-determination. Meaning the people have a say. It's not a tyrant. There's not a king that controls everything. And it's impossible in our systems. In our system at the federal level, it's impossible to do that. You can't consolidate power. At least on paper. Once again, on paper. Okay? That's the whole idea. There are recess appointments. There are provisions, Hellfish, but I would ask you to not do that. Well, actually, there was one time where this guy stuck a pen up his butt and actually became the NASA administrator. I'm trying to lay it on pretty thick, but obviously it's lost on some people. Yeah, I get it. I'm explaining the concept, okay? Yeah, I get it. I know. Yeah, I get it. The reason why I made it sound stupid is because you saying that right now is defeating the point of me explaining the concept of American civics to people that don't know. If I introduce something like a recess, trying to explain what a recess appointment is, it doesn't really help explain civics correctly now, does it? Does it still work? I don't know. You can't speak to it. So that's the idea, Jack, and anybody else. If you guys were wondering how NASA works in this avenue, the president-elect has to nominate a NASA administrator, and then they have to get cross-examined by the Senate. The Senate and the House of Representatives have certain they have groups. Like the Senate has a science group, right? The House of Representatives has a science group, right? And they can basically have hearings. Each house of the legislative branch, the lower and upper Congresses, can have meetings. And basically, these confirmation meetings could be anything from a consultation. It could be a testimony for something, for a law. These confirmation meetings are on the record, so it's kind of like court. Whatever you say there, it has to be the truth, or else you could be tried for perjury, right? So, in this particular case, when Rook has its Senate confirmation meeting, he is under oath, so he can't lie. Or else there's going to be hell to pay, and believe me, they'll figure it out if he is. I don't think that Jared will. I don't think he's that type of guy. And there will be a thorough cross-examination to make sure that he's the right man for the job. Yeah, this is why I think people freaking out is ridiculous. Because, people are saying, oh, he's going to ruin it, he's going to cancel SLS, this is horrible, this is really bad. Admitting that right now is somehow admitting that you know the entirety of the outcome of a Senate confirmation meeting that hasn't happened yet. There's a possibility that he could fail his Senate confirmation meeting. And if he does, the Senate says, no, you can't be NASA administrator. Well, he could either appeal it, in which case that doesn't cancel it, or Trump can select another nominee. Our system of checks and balances prevents SLS from getting the rug pulled out from under it. The one time that did happen prior, where somebody tried to pull the rug out on our national space program, was borderline unconstitutional. It was so ridiculously unconstitutional and such a circumvention. It It was circumventing our checks and balances so hard that Congress designed a rocket that NASA had to make by law. Yeah. Oops. Circumvention is the right word. Sorry. Thank you. That was very informative. Still surprised how much you know about so many topics. I love civics, Jack. Civics is one of my favorite. Dude, U.S. civics is so smart. It's so well thought out. Yeah, I'd love to tell more people about it. It champions the individual, and it really, really speaks volumes as to what the founding fathers thought about what this country needed to be, or at least the ideas of this country. I'd love to talk about it. I just don't think you can I just don't think you can on the internet. I could teach this stuff. I know it cold because it's super important. If I'm going to participate in this system, this experiment that we have the United States, this experiment that we call the United States, I'm going to know. Sorry, I dropped the F4. If I'm going to participate in this experiment, I want to know the rules. Right? That's just being smart. You don't go and play a baseball game and not know how to play baseball. Right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Glitch. That's why I rarely do. It makes sense now in context for our European friends overseas that don't know how our system works. But yeah, there is no way you can do it without people ruining the conversation. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, Vert, Trump picked he picked Jared Isaacman. Dude, like I said, it's a really good pick. That's really not bad. Monty, hey, tier 1 6 months in advance. Thanks, dude. And Bandit had a 74-month resub. What's up, buddy? Dude. Monty, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That really helps me out. Thank you very much. How do rocket engines like Merlin and Raptor keep themselves cool, chill themselves before starting, and why? They open up a pre-valve to the tanks and use the pressure in the tanks to trickle propellants into the plumbing. If you let me do a beer run, want to have a civic stream? Sure. I wouldn't do that to my mods. That's not fair. Apologies if this has been brought up. Been gone the past 4 hours. Has there been anything about Shift 4 owning SpaceX stock and how that might affect things? Jared Isaacman resigned as the CEO of Shift 4, Dino. Yeah, don't worry about it. So yes, there has been. I think I still have it up somewhere. No, I don't. I X'd out of it. Yeah, he resigned from Shift 4 because of potential conflicts of interest. Once again, our system paying dividends, man. I'll admit I try to stay from Canadian politics, civics, and diplomacy for this exact same reason. Dude, I have no idea what your system does. I have no idea how that works, to be honest. I know you have something that's based off of British, the England's democracy. So you have like a Commons House and Lord's House or something. I don't really understand how Canadian civics works. I'd have to go read. I don't really understand it because I don't really live there. You know what I mean? Honestly, it's pretty much the same thing with different names. I don't know. Berger has just said 75-25 for SLS cancellation. Why would he say this? Because he's had an axe to grind and hates old space for some weird reason. Probably because it makes money off of it or something. I don't know. No, that's me, and that's not giving him the due diligence that he deserves. Eric has been pretty good about holding old space contractors accountable for their bull crap because they do milk NASA. He's absolutely right. My thing with Eric is that he sees old space and NASA as the same entity, or at least seems to be reporting it that way. That NASA, and in his writing, and he's a great writer, don't get me wrong. He's a good writer. He really is. He's a great writer. I've read excerpts from his books. Very, very good writer. He seems to bring up an implication that it has to be commercial or it has to be public. NASA is old space. We don't need that anymore. We don't need the VAB. We don't need SLS. We don't need anything like that. And while there is merit to this, and that commercial is the future, there is merit to that. I really don't. I don't think it's not commercial versus NASA. It has to be both. Public and private space programs together are what gave us SpaceX in the first place. That's empirical evidence to prove that NASA blazing a trail and having commercial in their, pick up the slack in their wake, while NASA goes out and pushes the boundaries of space flight, has proved to be the only working model. Which is why I don't really understand him constantly banging the drum of defunding NASA and getting rid of old space in this regard. He seems to write off that NASA's system, our system of checks and balances that pertains to NASA, is ineffective. And that might be right in the modern context, but, if a machine isn't working, you don't just take it and throw it out. You fix it and then get it working again. The idea of just relegating NASA to basically a bureaucratic agency that oversees commercial activities in space I don't really agree with that. I don't think that's a good idea at all. There you go, David. Would the Polaris flight still happen now? Skeleton, I'm not 100% sure. If I had to guess, this is my guess, Skeleton, I think that Rook would not be doing the Polaris program anymore. I think he would pass it off to Scott Poteet, and Scott Kidd would be the commander. And he would go and do those missions. But I will say this, Skeleton. Nominating Isaacman as NASA administrator is a bold move. No one saw that one coming. Not even me. If you asked me yesterday at this time who I think NASA administrator is, I would never say him in a bajillion years. It's a bold pick. So as long as we're running with the setting ridiculous precedents here and being bold, how cool would it be to have the NASA administrator do a press conference from orbit? I mean, if that's how we want to roll, that's pretty cool precedent to set, Could Polaris be a NASA mission? Maybe. Who would you have said? I know probably Mike Griffin. Mike Griffin was my pick. Bring back Mike Griffin. Or Jim. Yeah, but it's very clear, like I said, that's the vanilla pick. Or even keep Bill. I contend to say that Bill could do a good job if you gave him something to do. I think he's really good at navigating the political waters in that regard, and I'm not going to apologize for it. I think the shortfalls that NASA has dealt with over the past 4 years aren't because of him. He's been trying to basically steer a sinking ship. Because NASA doesn't work very well when you give them nothing to do. No more pudding. To illustrate the surprise, I audibly said, "What?" at a McDonald's and caused a few heads to turn. Yeah, exactly, NG. I was in my shop and my inbox was destroyed this morning. I'm like, what happened? Did somebody die? And I went, oh man, no way. Out loud. No one was around in the shop though, so. He could visit the station and visit for a week. Yeah, David, like I said, man, if we're going to open up this is a super bold move. If we're going to have NASA going back to doing bold things and just like the NASA that we all really want to see, having the NASA administrator be in space during his tenure is super freaking cool. Like, that's cool. All right. Why is the VAB so high? Because it launches tall rockets, Falcon. Yeah, the VAB has to be able to house a rocket that's the size of a 30-story building. Yeah, that's here. Let me show you. So here's a picture of a Saturn V rolling out from the VAB during the Apollo program. That's rolling out of High Bay 3 right there. The VAB is designed to hold the entire launch pad, launch umbilical tower, and rocket. And then a gigantic transporter down here called the crawler transporter picks the whole thing up and moves it to the pad. Yeah, mobile launch pads. Out at the launch pad, you have your flame duct, and then you have a couple of fuel and commodity lines and HVAC systems and a water pipe. The crawler transporter basically drags this whole thing. Well, not drags it. It carries this whole thing to the pad, and the CT can actually move up and down. It has adjustable ride height, so it can pick things up and put it down over there. It'll put the entire pad down. You can see the crawler transporter down there. It'll put the entire mobile launcher and rocket down on the pad and then back off. And that gives you your entire launch pad. Why is the VAB so ridiculously big? It holds the entire launch pad and rocket. Yeah. It needs to be bigger than the launch pads of the rockets that launch it. Pretty cool, huh? It's so cool, dude. Thing's awesome. Dude, look at the cars and look at the people comparative to the size. Like, see the cab for the CT right there? This thing is absolutely huge. So it lifts things up, and then right after that, it puts them down. Yeah. Other questions? What's power here? Here's your quick, frequently asked questions about the crawler transporter. How much can it move? 16 million pounds. What's powering it? It has two Alco V16 261C diesels. They're attached to a generator. It's a hybrid. Yeah. Diesel generators generating electric power, and then electric traction motors driving the treads. There's 4 bogies on either side of the CT. Each one of those bogies has the motors. You can see the drive motors right there, and then treads on either side. How fast does it go? With nothing on board, carrying no mobile launcher, it can go 2 miles an hour. 2. .4 kilometers an hour. Well, I think it's 1.4. That was off the top of my head, so that number's probably not right. Crawler transporter. Really cool. What are the dimensions in bananas? About 350. I believe Micro did a dirty job with the crawler transporter. Yep. Not pad 3, mobile launcher 3, David, right? 7 miles an hour, Cirrus. And normally, when I pull people over, they pull over to the shoulder. How many football fields can it run? Yes. Is that the strongest land vehicle ever? I think the strongest and biggest land vehicle is the Bagger. You want to see something cool? Not necessarily cool for the environment, but a very cool piece of kit nonetheless. The Bagger. That's the biggest thing that's the biggest, like, land vehicle we've ever made. It's German. Krupp und Siemens. Yeah, very good. Look at the front end loader in the bottom left corner if you want to discern size from this. It's not cool. It's coal. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's a coal miner. So it has a saw blade basically here, and instead of sawtooth, it has buckets, like excavator buckets. That thing spins, right? And it spins while the tracks move it back and forth, and it basically could just eat a hill. Yeah. What happens is it'll scoop something up and it'll dump it over here on a conveyor belt, and the conveyor belt goes out the back and it goes to a coal processing facility. Yeah, there's multiple ones of them. They're super freaking cool. Once again, not good for the environment, but an amazing piece of industrial kit. That's ridiculous that something like that even exists. Super cool. Like, that looks like something out of sci-fi. That looks like something you'd see in Dune, right? Is the crawler transporter run by Jawas? No, of course. Utidi. Of course not. Utidi. Filthy creatures. Hey, what are you trying to pull here? Check the F-180. That's bigger. Nice. Nice. That's cool. There's a mod for that in Workers and Resources. Do not tell me this, Alto. Why would you tell me that? Oh, don't tell me that. That reminds me of the mining machine in Avatar. They're big, Hermia. They're cool. Like, once again, Burning coal in 2024? All right. Okay. That's what you got to do, I guess. But it's a pretty cool piece of industrial kit. It's really neat. Workers and Resources is getting a big down. Yeah, Ando, they're getting a new DLC. Yep. About 200 gallons to the mile. Greasing the tracks as it crawled along. Yeah, that's what you got to do, David. Yep. Good questions, dudes. What if we store power in coal? That's basically what we do right now. Well, it has energy density in it already, thousands. That's why we burn it. Flammable rocks. Yeah, Daytime. The baggers are still operational. They're in northwest Germany, where the coal is. There's a lot of coal in those sands out there. Yeah, Matt, like I said, hey, if coal's your only means of generating energy, it's pretty good at it, but compared to alternatives, even if you compare it to oil, like coal is butthole compared to oil in terms of energy density. Oil is way better at storing energy than coal is, like way better. But here's the thing, coal is cheap. It's cheap. Oil needs a refining process. To be fair, coal needs to be refined to anthracite to be burned efficiently, or else coal is it's very easy to get rocks to burn inefficiently. Who knew? Uranium is better though. How about all three? That's what I say. You burn all of them. You want to burn things. You want to create power. Diversify your power grid. Just saying. Hey, it's past 5. It's time for space news. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going. Hey, Bob. Subscribe to Tier 1 for 3 months. Thanks, dude. Bob, that helps me so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, dude, baggers are sick. They're so cool. Look at that freaking thing. Look at the tender vehicle. Are you kidding me? What the hell is this? It's awesome. Check the F60. I think that's the open mining digger is bigger. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Fun fact, guys, if we want to go back over to the crawler transporter was made by the Marion Power Shovel Company in Marion, Ohio. Guess what they do? Or guess what they did? They make mining equipment. Yeah. Smart. Meanwhile, neighboring France has been producing 60% of its power with nuclear since the 70s. Floating. Firm believer in diversification of power grid. All oil is dumb. All coal is dumb. All nuclear is dumb. Well, all nuclear could work. All wind, very stupid idea. All solar, if we found a way to store the power, that could work pretty well. I want all of these things because I'm a greedy industrialist. And I am okay with admitting that. Just saying. What's Bechtel make? Nuclear power plants. Hey, Jay, if you go to Hembach in Google Maps, you could show where the diggers are used. Yeah, Helizar, we've looked at it before, dude. What's crazy is the coal processing area and how there are conveyor belts that run for miles. It looks like Satisfactory. Fusion, sure, let's do it. I mean, if we invent fusion, I think fusion could be... That could be you don't need to burn rocks anymore or burn, dinosaur juice anymore. You could just do all fusion. That would be fine. Yeah, Alto, something like that happened. Just 20 more years. Eric Johnson, Esquire, industrialist. Dude, yeah, it's awesome. I love mechanized stuff, but there's no reason that you can't build crazy awesome stuff and find a balance with nature. Anybody that says it's mutually exclusive is an idiot. That's not giving us much credit. Case in point, this is a heavy industrial facility, yet it exists in the middle of a nature preserve. Weird concept. Unconscious, exactly as I planned. See my last. Working on it. Home from work. I'm working on a visit for you. The formal tours I was aiming at went away with COVID and didn't come back. Not giving up yet. I don't want no formal tour. Yo, put me on the line for a second. I'll make them. That'll be the best truck you've ever seen. All right, Bob. Well, yeah, I appreciate it. You don't need to stick your neck out for me though, dude. But I do appreciate it. Diggers move the oil sands down the same conveyor system as the baggers, dumping oil sands into these. Ah, tell me you're from Alberta without telling me you're from Alberta. Oil sands? Alberta makes the bitumen go round. Oh, dude, bro, let's freaking go. Look at this thing. Oh, I love it. Dude, that's a freaking huge dump truck. You're from Alberta, yeah. No, but yeah, the reason how I knew glitched is because nobody outside of Alberta knows what the hell oil sands are. Am I right? I'm me. I'm weird, okay? I would know what it is, all right? Hey, don't knock the oily sand. I'm not knocking the oily sand. That's freaking sick, dude. Look at that thing. What a freaking monster. I love it. Dude, she's a beast. I do. All right, cool. Good for you guys then. Good. Knowledge is power. Mr. Bacon said that. Giga Chad vehicle. Yep. They use this at the Kennecott copper mine near Salt Lake City. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean, the heavy mining equipment is very profitable. Who knew? Digging up rocks is a very, very expensive business. Does the oil sand smell? Don't know. Never been there. Knowledge is power. I did well. It's cool, man. It's good stuff. Yeah. You know, speaking to the whole oil sands thing, somebody looked at basically a big tar pit and said, I can make money off this. Actually, if you guys are here for my worker streams, you know why Alberta is very heavy into the petroleum industry? Because the oil sands produces bitumen. It produces tar for like asphalt and stuff. That's we know from workers that bitumen is very, very profitable. Bakalaka Daka stands the plan. He's creating a new land. 40K reference for the Imperium of Man. You could just about stand in the cylinder of one of those. Yeah, Tessa, the diesel engine that powers this stuff? Oh, crazy. When did vitamins get so expensive? Yes. Yes? I don't know. Maybe? Looking at my thread about Rogue. Eric Johnson, satisfactory aficionado. That's right. Lots of Donna War quotes. I feel welcome here. I played the 40K tabletop game 20 years ago, Altor. Yeah. I got a 2,000 point Space Marine army and a 2,000 point Cadian Imperial Guard army. I mowed a lot of lawns to save up for all that in high school. Yeah. Nerd. Guilty? Alberta is literally satisfactory in real life. Oh, God, I love it. Oh, my gosh. That's so sick, dude. I want to make Bakalakadakistan in workers. I want to make it look like this, but I don't think I know how. Like, I need to sit there and design more things, but, oh, that's freaking sick. Oh, it's so cool. Somebody designed this. Like, it's dope. I'm sorry. I don't care what anybody says. That's badass. They make electric versions of that dump truck. Cool. I'm in. I don't give a frick if it has a diesel or an electric. It's a big freaking dump truck. It's cool, right? Like, that's neat. I'm greedy. One man, don't get me confused. Just because we're looking at oil power plants doesn't mean that I hate EVs. I want more EVs and I want more gasoline powered cars. I want more because I'm a greedy bastard, dude. I want more. I want more. You need to look at Petroleum Alley in Edmonton. Yeah. petroleum ally in Edmonton. Okay. I want it. Hey, predominant. Reminds me of the refinery map in Hawks. Yeah. Oh, good game. Yeah, right. Give them all the power. The Senate. And you could live in the cylinder of one of the Ever Given's class's ship engines. Container ship motors, Tessa? I don't think you could live in the cylinder. The cylinders are about this big. A little bit bigger than a basketball. The crankcase, though, is the size of my house. I have a small house. What do you want? Yeah, here, let me show you. Yeah. Yeah, you could live in the crankcase for that. 5 hours. 5.5 hours of NASA administrator. The topic has been hashed, rehashed, hashed, and pureed. I'm sorry. Well, sorry. We're talking about diesel engines that are bigger than my house right now. I would swap that engine into a Miata. Graham, I'm pretty sure the Miata could also fit in the crankcase. The crankcase is this big thing right here. There's a crankshaft in there that weighs more than that truck. Yeah. Pretty cool. I'd live in cylinder number 3. All right. Is that a Supra? Yes. Yeah, it's an inline 6, Vin. That's a Supra. Sure. Yeah, would you believe that? Oil changes require a tanker. Yeah, predominant the president-elect nominated Jared Isaacman for NASA administrator. That's been our topic of discussion for, as All Systems said, for like the past 5.5 hours. It's a good idea. It's not a bad idea. Like, I didn't see that one coming. At the very least, I was a little surprised. It's a 10,000 JC. Yeah, 10,000 JC. What exactly does that go into? That's a container ship engine, Alto. Yeah, container ship. Some container ships, depending on the size, have 2 of these things. Yeah. On a container ship, unlike, let's say, a regular sized container ship, you have 1 of these, and that's what's driving the propeller. And a couple of other auxiliary systems. But, see, like, there are some auxiliary systems, but there's no parasitic. There's not, to my knowledge, if I'm understanding this right, there's no parasitic systems on the main engine. A container ship would have diesel generators to work as their alternator, so to speak. If I'm understanding that right. But then again, it varies by design. Where's Chief? If Chief is here, he'd be able to explain this. Love that. Rook is awesome. He won't take that demotion though. What do you mean, Bob? Not a bad idea. I could see it working. Yeah, predominant. It's not the stupidest decision. It's out of left field for sure. But then again, so was Jim. Jim was out of left field. No one saw that one coming, right? And look how that turned out. So it's not the worst idea. No power steering. Oh, it has power steering, Garlic Cat. A container ship? Yeah, of course. How are you going to manually move a rudder? Now, here's the thing. You can manually steer a ship with no hydraulic assist. Yeah, it has provisions to do that. But that's kind of hard to do without any electricity, as seen in Baltimore relatively recently. Yeah, but the rudders on these ships are all hydraulically assisted. It's weird. Someone younger than me running NASA. The youngest NASA administrator, predominant. Yeah, dude, we looked it up. We've thoroughly checked into this issue. It's pesky bridges getting in the way. Yeah. Actually, the ship steered into the bridge. Loss of power on a ship. With loss of power on a ship, when you're adrift, if you're adrift in a harbor, you want to go like full rudder right, full power. It just kind of not beach it, if I'm remembering right. Oh, it's been a while. I might be getting this wrong. I think what the guy was trying to do is beach the ship, and he ended up steering it, and he beached it on the bridge. By accident, of course, but that's what happens when a ship loses power. Also, if I'm remembering right, that ship that crashed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge did have power problems prior. Yeah, one of the generators, they ran it dry of DEF. If you know, you know. Yeah, one of the power generation systems experienced problems when it ran out of DEF. Yeah, the guy didn't tell anybody about that. That was in the NTSB report. Oops. Yeah, that was a couple weeks prior when they were doing routine maintenance, Bandit. They let one of the generators run without DEF. Guess what generator it was using when it ran out of power? Oops. Diesel exhaust fluid, Hokey. Yeah, it ran out of DEF. That's bad. That's really not good for it. Yeah. That. So I didn't know what DEF did until this, and I had somebody explain it to me in chat at the time. That's about as bad as running out of oil. Yeah, that's about. Yeah, that's really bad. That's really bad for it. How much horsepower does a Starship launch have? Yes. Yeah, there you go. About as bad as putting gasoline in a diesel truck. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. It's a urea. It's urea-based after treatment fluid. Yeah, they didn't run the generator dry. They ran the stack dry, if I'm remembering right. It's been a while since I've read that NTSB report. But yeah, that happened during routine maintenance, and instead of actually going and seeing if anything was wrong, they switched it to their backup. They switched to the backup generator. So, okay, ships have they're tertiary redundant power systems. You have your main propulsion, and then you have two backup generators. You can start the ship, so to speak, with either one of these generators. Both of the backup generators are never active at one point. The way the logic for the electricity is set up, that one can generate power or the other. So basically, they were doing routine maintenance on generator number 2 on that ship, let the thing run dry at DEF, caused a power surge, and it tripped all the breakers on the ship, right? And instead of looking into that issue, the maintenance crew just flipped it to generator 1. Yeah, they flipped it to the secondary generator 1. Yeah. Oops. And, without telling anybody, nobody knew any better. And so when the ship was underway leaving Baltimore Harbor, just by random chance had generator 2 online, generating power. And then the power stopped. So what they did was on the ship, they switched it over to generator 1, but the problem is that if you do that too fast, you cause a power surge, which is why the ship turned off, power turned on for a second, and then it turned off again. Generator 2 malfunctioned on the ship, they flipped it over to generator 1. Generator 1 tried to absorb all the load of all the systems being on all at once very quickly. It tripped a breaker, shut it back off, and then the thing crashed into the bridge. Yeah, if you really want to know. R.E. Rook, joking, but that said he's rich already. I mean, what would he have to give up? He divested from Shift 4. He resigned as the CEO of Shift 4, Bob. Yeah, that was, yeah. We saw a memo of it on stream a little while back. We're talking about the ship that crashed in Baltimore, AFT. I have DEF called AdBlue in your car. Car won't start if you run low. Yeah. The Ever Given has an inline 11. 950 millimeter bore. Yeah, you could live in that one. Yeah. Inline 11. So the ill-conceived regulations that force the usage of DEF caused it. Engines go into sort of limp mode, at least trucks when they run out of DEF, something like that. DEF is a non-toxic, colorless, odorless solution comprising 40% high-purity urea and 60% deionized water. When injected into the exhaust system, DEF reacts with nitrogen oxides to convert them into harmless nitrogen gas and water vapor, significantly reducing air pollution. It's not odorless. It smells like piss. I believe you, Ernok. I believe you. I'd say I believe you. Yeah. DEF. The motor ran out of DEF and caused a power surge somehow. I forget what it did exactly, guys. That detail. Wish me luck. I'm figuring out if it got accepted to college in about an hour. You'll be all right, Trey. Whatever happens, just remember, if you get it, well, congratulations. Congratulations, you got into college. Good for you. Don't screw it up. If you didn't get it, hey, when one door closes, another door opens. Everything happens for a reason. Okie dokie? You're in trouble now. You're a truck guy. How did you not know what DEF is? I deal with gasoline trucks, Graham, not diesels. I don't own any diesels. Hope the door isn't from Boeing. Shh. Ah. All right, that's pretty funny. Oh, is Taito here?
Taito is here.
Hey, buddy. You have your ball? Yeah, you got your ball. It's pupper time. It's pupper time.
It's party time or party time.
What?
I don't know. What's on the puddle? What's the puddle of stuff on the floor out there, by the way?
Coolant.
Oh, okay.
What are you doing down there? It's like I'm just enjoying this ball.
He's balling.
He's balling right now.
He do be balling.
Hello.
We were coming to check on you because you hadn't come gotten your dinner yet, but I know it's been a busy day.
Yeah, it's been a busy day. Coolant leak? Yeah, the 59's leaking some coolant. The coolant leak is because I don't have anything connected to the coolant overflow line right now. And I ran it the other day, and the coolant overflow line overflowed, and it spit coolant all over the floor. So, that's good.
It was just yellow, so I was like, I hope it's not that he peed or something.
It's 50-50, so yeah, it's all good. Give me the ball. No, it's mine.
Supersonic Retro Pro Puppers.
Supersonic Retro Puppers. Hi. Hello. Man, you're really going to town on this thing. It's mine. Okay.
All right.
All right, baby. Well, it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
What the heck? What is What do I think about the future of ML2? Helios, give me a second, okay? Are you kidding me? This is what he does when you're in London, right?
I love that for him. Are you gonna come in and get dinner, or?
Yeah, probably in a little bit.
Okay. That was a cat move.
I'm not getting it this time.
He's just gonna sit there and stare at it. Chad keeps asking what you're gonna play tonight. I think you should play DRL.
Well, we were going to play Derail tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. All right.
NASA does have a meeting at 1 tomorrow, so about Artemis. So, yeah, it's going to be a little weird over the next couple of days. What are you doing?
I want the ball, but I don't. You said you weren't gonna give it to me.
Yeah, whatever.
This is now Titan's chair.
Yep. He took it from me.
He did.
So I got the Milgibert chair out,
Yeah.
from back there when he was here, when you were in London, and he sat on my chair and I sat on the other chair.
This pupper does not enjoy laying on the floor. He will do anything to not lay on the floor. And if he's laying on the floor and he falls asleep and then he wakes up, he whines.
What are you doing? You know you gotta keep it in your mouth, right? That's the whole point.
No, this is a game. Like, Chet, I've never had a dog actually use their dog bed. But this dog will use his dog bed because he doesn't want to lay on the floor.
Over under on Artemis 2 getting delayed. Goodfella, I don't think it's a delay. I think this is them making a date for Artemis 2 because they got the problems with the heat shield figured out. Spidey EJ reaction time. Amen. That's what you get when you have like 5,000 plus hours in first person shooters, man. My reflexes are pretty good. Reflections. My brain is not though.
No.
Brain do not more good like banana. Boom, headshot. I still got the flick, dude. Still do. If you guys want to play shooters, you just let me know. Question: is this the earliest a NASA administrator has been nominated? Yeah, NG. This is pretty quick. I'd have to look, but yeah, this is pretty fast. Play Helldivers? Nah, it's not a shooter. I mean, it is, but that's not the type of shooter I like. Fallout London? No, Tessa, I'm not gonna play Fallout London. Stop trying to make it happen.
Titan? Taito? Do you want to go back inside?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll leave Daddy in his chair alone. Alright. I love you. I'll see you a little bit.
All right, baby. Love you.
Get you out.
What?
Try to get you
Oh.
out.
Okay. Battlefield, the shooters that I play Vert are Counter-Strike and Counter-Strike. And Tarkov. Just got here. What have we been discussing today? Donald Trump nominated Jared Isaacman for NASA administrator. That's been the big news. Yeah. Pretty cool. Did some catching up on Rook, saw the tweet, he's all in, very cool. I hope he flies through confirmation. Yep. Yeah, I played Counter-Strike with you guys a little while back and we had a good time. I actually didn't get mad. How could NASA speed up the process of building SLS? Falcon, if you wanted to restructure SLS's contracts to scale, I would need to know like the exact stipulations in the contracts, but long story short, you basically have to not necessarily stop everything right now, but you'd have to renegotiate all the contracts for procurement. Because the SLS program right now in Artemis is designed for slow procurement, and that is dooming this program to failure. And that's the stuff that I think Rook is going to fix. You want SLS to work, you want it to all work correctly, you want to leverage the entire system to work correctly, you bunch it more, not less. That fixes all the problems that SLS has. There was a great only multiplayer shooter called Mag. Sadly, the service got shut down years ago. Play War Thunder? No. No, my friend. What are we doing for after hours then? Probably playing games. So, Helios, you're talking about the mobile launcher. What's going to happen to mobile launcher 2? Well, they should finish it. Finish the stupid thing. And honestly, build another one. You're going to need 2. You're going to need 2 mobile launchers. And frankly, you probably need 2 pads too, but that ship sailed already. You're probably going to need 2 mobile launchers to to really sustain the type of cadence that SLS needs to keep going. I would say they need to scale to 4 launches a year. Yep. For a government rocket, yeah, 4 launches a year for a super heavy launch vehicle supporting lunar architecture and Mars architecture. Yeah, that's where you need to be. Not once a year. Once a year is useless. The only problem is that doesn't fix the fatness of SLS. She's very heavy. What do you mean fatness, Trey? Could build Pad C. I would, John. Just saying. I've watched the first couple minutes of the turbine car video, Fuzz. Rook, I'll be consulting with a team of experts, first of which is Eric Johnson, a well-known greedy industrialist. That would be a pretty cool timeline, wouldn't it? If there is a way to make SLS launch more and cost less, Jared will figure it out. There is a way to make it launch more and cost less. To buy more of them. You know, Helios, the way that the Artemis program is set up right now is like maybe we'll launch people next year. Maybe we'll land on the moon with the 3rd mission, you know, and then maybe use Gateway in the 4th mission. No, none of this maybe we're going to do this crap. That's terrible. No. Maybe we'll have Artemis 4 or 5 by the end of the decade. No, absolutely not. That's not good enough. It is not good enough. It's not good enough. You need to procure more vehicles. You need to launch SLS 4 times a year. We should be to Artemis 12 by now. You need to block by the SLS cores. Block by, set up cadences and personnel to be able to sustain a launch 4 times a year. Why 4 times a year? 1 launch for every quarter. That is enough time, and you need ML2 to do that. But that's enough time. That's why I said 2 mobile launchers would probably be a good idea. So while one ML is being refurbished, the other one is used for stacking and launching. That gives you enough time between missions to do a debrief, analyze the data before the other mission ops get the next mission ops get ready. So think about it like this. So what's a quarter of a year? Yeah, that's 3 months, right? 1 month preparing and stacking for the mission. 1 month actually doing the mission, because going out to the moon isn't a 1 to 2 day endeavor. These are long duration missions. Remember that. And then, you know, coming back and then 1 month debrief and analyzing the data from the mission. That should give you enough leeway time in between missions to start stacking the next one. And by the time the data, you have a 2 month nominal period while the second rocket is getting stacked for the next quarter, where you're analyzing data and reviewing everything in preparation for the next launch. You're stacking the next rocket while you're reviewing the last mission. This is how it worked during the Apollo program. It's a good idea. Would a second ML be cheaper? It better be, John. The second mobile launcher, if you're building a direct copy of ML2, should be on a fixed price based off of the ML1 contract. The reason why a mobile launcher 1 is cost plus is because you've never built the rocket. So first of all, the type of rocket that it's supposed to launch doesn't exist yet because Block 1B doesn't fly. Second of all, you're imposing on weight limits on the crawler weight. Now, that doesn't excuse Bechtel from having like 1,000% overrun or something on the contract. But also, they are developing a mobile launcher that's designed in. They basically had to scratch build it. You couldn't copy other mobile launcher designs for ML2 because it's designed to launch a rocket that has an initial mass like unfueled with liquid fuel, fueled with solid fuel of like, I don't know, 8 million pounds or, well, not 8 million. It's like 5 million pounds or something ridiculous. Long story short, the SRBs are heavy, so you had to redesign the ML to take into account the weight of the SRBs, right? So the second one, you have those lessons learned. So you should be able to calculate a fixed price for one. If it was up to me, I'd build 3 of them. I'd build 3. I mean, you could get away with 2. 2 would be fine. And I know what people are going to say. What are you going to do with ML1? Scrap it. It's a piece of junk. That's great for launching SLS Block 1, but after Artemis 3, SLS Block 1 doesn't exist anymore because the company that made the upper stages doesn't make the upper stages for SLS anymore. ULA, the SLS's upper stage is derived from Delta 4 Heavy, and Delta 4 Heavy doesn't fly. That production line got scrapped a long time ago. Also, new RS-25s are $100 million a piece, which is crazy. They're $100 million a piece, one man, because they needed to basically restart the entire production chain. A new shuttle motor hasn't been made since the 2000s. The production line was shut down because the shuttle engines were reusable. So once you run out of the shuttle engines left over from the shuttle program, you're going to need to make new ones, which means you have to restart the entire production line. A factory that builds the most complicated engine ever devised. That's why those RS-25Es have a very high price point, because the cost of restarting the factory, hiring people, retooling the factory, which was making RS-68s before, now it's making RS-25Es, retooling the entire factory costs a lot of money. And Aerojet Rocketdyne or L3 Harris or whoever the heck the name of the parent company is now is not going to shoulder the cost for that. It's a government program. The costs of retooling the factory are roped into the unit cost of the engine. It's something called total cost involved in economic funding, right? So, by that logic, if you're figuring in the development cost of the entire factory, there's a certain point where you're not roping the costs to retool the factory into the rocket engines if you produce more. So the price will go down over time if you produce more. Does that make sense, dude? What is the actual cost of an RS-25 off the line? I don't know. But didn't it leak that they're overpaying massively on things like machining equipment? Yeah, Jack, of course. Look, they're over... Okay. Some people are going to sit here and say that this is a nefarious thing, and I'm not going to rule out some nefarious things here, like people are basically hamstringing NASA. But Jack, say you're running a business. You're running a business, and NASA approaches you with a contract. Okay? It approaches you with a contract to build RS-25s. So, all right, okay, I know what I need to do. I got to build out all the factory. We got to build out all the manufacturing equipment. We got to hire all the people to work on this line, etc., etc. And then you go back to them and say, well, how many engines do you need? And NASA says, I don't know. Now what do? Well, you have to keep all your technicians paid because you don't know when NASA's going to roll around with wanting to build more of these engines. You have no idea when that's going to happen. Right? So what is your incentive here? You got to pay all these people. You got to retain them. It's part of the contract. So what is your incentive to be cost effective here? There is none. There's no incentive to do this. That explains the cost problems with SLS-2AT. How, we always harp on these contractors. And don't get me wrong, there are contractors that milk NASA for cash. But if your entire program is scaled around expediency, so in that same scenario, if you go, well, how many engines do you need, NASA? And they say, well, we need 50. Now you start figuring out how to make this factory make 50 engines, and then cost appropriations fall into line accordingly. You don't have to worry about contractors. You don't have to worry at this point with a set structure and a set amount of engines to make. We need 50 engines over the next 5 years, let's just say. In that regard, now you don't need to worry about potentially not having having your production line completely idled in this particular case, in which case you're, a factory that's not producing anything hemorrhages costs. If you don't have to worry about that, you can appropriate the cost allocations for your factory 1,000 times better because you know exactly what you need to make per the contract. Everybody says that SLS is a jobs program, it's pork, blah, 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 blah. It's a pork program. It doesn't, it's just wasting money, blah, 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 blah. Well, of course it's wasting money. It wastes money when you tell them to build a rocket, but don't give it any missions. Duh, of course. If you start giving it stuff to do, and I'm not saying like, oh, maybe we'll go back to the moon someday. No. Launch 4 times a year starting in 2026. 4 launches a year for the next 10 years. That's the kind of commitment we need. If you start doing that, all of this cost plus stuff falls into line. And you start getting real numbers for how much this actually costs, because right now NASA's contracting structure is incentivizing people to build a factory that manufactures rocket engines and then idle it for 5 years until maybe NASA needs 4 or 5 engines in the future. That's how the contracting is set up. This is why people have such a problem with cost plus contracts, because it's a cost plus. The cost plus contracts for SLS, and this is what I mean about contract procurement. The cost plus contracts for SLS are cost plus indefinite quantity, indefinite delivery. So no time frame for building these things. And we don't know how much it's going to cost. That incentivizes contractors to basically waste cash. And Rook talked about this. He knows. So if he knows that in that particular scenario, that if you tell people to build a rocket and then don't give that rocket a mission, that it's terrible for capital allocation. Well, logic denotes that he also knows that if you tell the rocket to do something, it's going to that will help get you a better understanding of how much this thing actually costs, and the capital allocation falls into line because you have to give them something to do. This has been the story, dudes, for the past 15 years. NASA wants to do all this cool stuff, but they want to go to the moon, they want to do this, they want to do that, but they don't have a really good plan on how to do it. That's been the problem basically since they canceled Constellation. So what I've been saying for a long time. What's new with space? The president-elect chimp of the United States nominated Jared Isaacman to be the next potential administrator for NASA. A ballsy, bold move that I actually kind of am cool with. It's pretty good, dude. I was referring to the mobile launcher. Will that be the same? If you build another ML, Jack, it should be an exact copy of ML2. Yep. Yes. Can they go back and negotiate? Sure. One man, of course. And see, here's the thing. Yeah, of course you can. And NASA should. NASA should always be looking to control procurement costs. They had to with the Apollo program because of a deadline. You had to be careful about how you spend, where you spend your money, and why. Because you had a very strict deadline and you had a timetable to keep. Get to the moon by the end of the decade, right? You had to do that, right? They had to renegotiate. NASA would always try to get the best deal, which that's what they need to do. Now, here's the thing. All the contracts right now are for development. But let's take the core stage for SLS, for instance. Core stage works great. Artemis 1 proved that it works excellent. The core stage, 5-segment boosters, perfect. Perfect. They worked amazing. SLS had a 99.99% orbital insertion accuracy on the first try. It's a great launch vehicle. It's great. A little complicated for what it's trying to do, I'll admit. Using RS-25s to do that is a little bit of a complicated way to do it. But hey, you know what? At this point, dude, I get it. It's a little complicated. It works. It works, okay? It works. Screw it. Screw it. Right? So, because the core stage and your SRBs, right, they don't need to be developed anymore. They work just fine. The SLS development now shifts to the upper stage because some bonehead decided to just, put a Delta 4 stage on top of it 15 years ago and said that would be a more cost-effective solution. Okay. That would be like SpaceX developing Falcon 9 and putting a Falcon 1 stage on top of it because they want to focus on reusing Falcon 9 first. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's basically what happened. Here we are, right? So, so with the core stage and SRBs, I would be renegotiating my contracts to produce 20 of these things, 20 core stages, 40 SRBs. All right. For the next 10 missions. Start there. Like, that's just an arbitrary number that I pulled out of my mind. But let's say we want 4 SLS launches a year starting in 2026, right? Say we want to do that. 4 launches a year for the next 10 years, starting in 2026. So 2030, that's 40 SLS cores. I would go to Boeing and I'd be like, look, I need 40 SLS cores over the next 10 years. And I would switch it to a firm fixed price based off of the procurement development, the development procurement for the first 3 SLS cores. And see, here's the thing. A lot of people are going to say, oh, Boeing's not going to allow a contract renegotiation. They're not going to allow contract renegotiation. Haven't they been saying they don't want cost plus or firm fixed price, blah, 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 blah. Firm fixed price works really good when something's already developed. It works really bad when something hasn't been developed. Starliner. That was their case in point regarding that. I think that fixed price funding on development of a human-rated spacecraft was an extremely idiotic idea in hindsight. Now, I know people are going to say, well, what about SpaceX and Dragon? Well, yeah, they had a little bit of prior experience there, so Dragon 1 kind of shouldered some of the costs there. Scratch building a capsule when you've never made a capsule before, and then fixed pricing it is setting Boeing up to fail miserably, which is basically what happened. And I think Boeing is right to say that. But for SLS cores, I would go back to them and I would say, I need 40 SLS cores over the next 10 years. Can you do this? What are they going to say? No. They're not going to say no to basically having a money printer for the next decade. They're not going to say no to that. Now, I know what people are going to say. Well, EJ, isn't that going to be expensive? Yeah, more expensive than what we're doing right now. Fixed price funding is way less volatile than development costs. You don't need to develop anything more on SLS, he said moron. So, yeah, that would be more expensive over the next 10 years, but on a year-to-year funding basis, no, not at all. Maybe a little bit more. Look, if you're manufacturing 1, it's not going to cost that much more to manufacture 4. I think the only limit at that point would be actual physical space. Right? Boeing gets their firm fixed price. They get the assurance there that they're going to have business for the next decade, right? Because nobody's going to go against that, right? And then if you do the same for the boosters, right? And then eventually do the same for the exploration upper stage, right? Yeah, you have a relatively expensive rocket. The cost goes down over time because the development cost that was shouldered during the first 4 SLS core or 3 SLS core procurements goes down every time. So basically, the first 4 SLS cores are shouldering the entire cost of the development of the core stage itself, which is why they carry such a heavy price tag. You switch to firm fixed price, you don't have this problem anymore. And the funding all that funding and the high price tag for each SLS core because you're on a fixed price, but a longer program basically gets spread out over the entire program, but it's the same amount of money at the end of the day. Do that with Mobile Launcher 2 or Mobile Launcher 3. Build a copy of ML2, do the same thing. Fixed price that second one because now you know how much one costs. And you know it doesn't cost whatever bajillion to make it because that was a development contract that Bechtel did. Now you can from the cost building ML2, you can discern material costs now, and you can discern man hours for actually building the thing. You don't have to worry about funding the design, it's already designed. So from there, you can derive a firm fixed price for Mobile Launcher 3. Now you have 2 SLS launchers. Now you have a production line that produces 4 cores a year. Another production line in Ogden, Utah, which was built originally for the shuttle program. So it's designed to scale to 24 launches a year. You can easily scale that to 4 a year, building 8 boosters a year, no problem. The exploration upper stage, I think the only bottleneck at that point would be Aerojet Rocketdyne 3D printing enough next generation RL-10s, because the EUS has 4 RL-10s. Then from there, it's just it's on Lockheed. The Orion capsule is designed to be reused. Okay, so I'd go to the ESA and say, look, you have the design for the service module. I need 40 of these over the next 10 years. What's Airbus going to say to that? Are they going to say no to a long-term contract that ensures profits for the next decade? They are absolutely not going to say no to that. No chance in hell. You think Lockheed's going to... I mean, the Orion capsule's already reusable, right? Those capsules are designed to be reused. They have shuttle tiles on them. They can be reused. Lockheed, I think, has 4 or 5 Orions total in the pipe now. Do you think they would get mad if you went to them and say, we need 5 more of these at a fixed price based off of the development from the first 5? 5 more of these and all the refurbishment stuff, all the refurbishment contracts, albeit at a fixed price over the next 10 years. They're not going to say no. This is what I mean about getting the system to work for you, not against you. Right now, we're working against the system because we have no goals. This is the kind of stuff that needs to be done. If you don't, what are the defense contractors going to say? What are they going to say? No? They're not going to say no to a freaking cash cow like that. That's not how business works. Right? And if anybody says no, good. World needs plenty of bartenders. We'll find somebody that wants to do this. If it's SpaceX, frick it. If it was me, if I was Isaacman right now, no option would be off the table. You want to go to SpaceX? Hey, SpaceX, build me a mobile launcher. You guys can do it. You guys are good at doing it quick. You guys build pads crazy fast. Build me this. Give them the design from Bechtel and say, build it. This is the type of bold that we need. I'm serious. I'm sure people have asked a ton of times, but I just saw Jared Isaacman's news. What do you think of it? I think it's a good idea, and I think it's a bold decision, Ivan, and I think NASA needs bold decisions. The kind of stuff that I was just talking about funding and procurement and getting the system to work for you is the kind of stuff I think Rook is going to do. I do not think he's going to get rid of the Artemis program. I think he's going to expand it. I might be wrong. Hope I'm not, but I might be. But I don't think I am. So, who knows? Check your Discord. Yeah, SLS costs. Yeah, here you go. If Jared was to demote or otherwise let go of some people, who do you think he should let go? I wouldn't, Hellfish, I've often said as a joke that if I was NASA administrator and I got confirmed, I'd go into NASA HQ and fire everybody. That's not necessarily the case. I would go in and start trying to do the stuff that I'm trying to do. And anybody that tried to impede that process for whatever reason, look, man, like, I'll put it to you like this. I would try to spread these contracts out and leverage the entire system. I get it. You're trying to make everybody happy, but we've done it before. We did it during Apollo. It's doable. It's not out of the realm of possibility to please everybody in terms of all financial stakeholders involved with these space programs. Okay? It's not. Yeah, you might piss some people off, allocating different money around, sure. But I'll be honest, if I was as administrator and I got in there, I would just start trying to do this, and anybody that would be like, no, I don't think we should do that, I'd be like, fine, get the frick out of here. This is a good, my ideas about this are good ideas. They are good ideas. They are well thought out, and it is a way to get the whole system, to try and leverage the whole system to work for you. Yeah, you might piss some people off doing that, but once again, if there were people if I was NASA administrator and I figured out that there were people in my administration that were trying to actively impede the goals that I'm trying to implement, I would get rid of them. Yeah, who wants to be here? You want to be here? Are you on this team or not? If you're not, get the frick out. Yeah, people's, yeah, maybe. You can rein in overspending, Badger, by giving them something to do. Said this a bajillion times today, but it's true. Squash all dissidents, because there's a name for that. No. I'd be like, look, man, I'm trying to do this. I don't get what, like, okay, let me put it to you like this. Anybody that would be going against what I just said, anybody that would be going against what I just said, and keep in mind, this is in this kind of hypothetical here. In this hypothetical, I'm assuming that this is what the president wants, right? To go back to the moon and go back, you know, let's assume that, you know, the president says we need to go back to the moon and we need to stay there. We need to launch 4 times a year, right? Anybody, like, in general, this is a good thing for space. Anybody that's there that's trying to impede my job of carrying out what the executive wants, yeah, we're going to have words. Sorry, it's just how it is. Why would you work at this place if you're actively trying to impede the goals? That's what I mean. What I just said would be excellent for NASA. First of all, the president has to choose that we want to do that. I very much think that the president-elect does want to do stuff like this, right? So anybody that's trying to impede me is doing it for other reasons other than the benefit of NASA. And that's when I'd be like, get out of here. Leave. Bye-bye. Royale with cheese now says it's 75-25 SLS gets canceled. Yeah, okay. Slab. Okay. Eric Berger is saying that SLS has a 75% chance, 25% chance, 75% chance in favor of it getting canceled, or 25% chance in favor of it getting canceled. Like, it's 75% that it's going to happen, right? Here's the thing. I'll bet you money. I will gift 5 subs. Actually, screw it. I'll give 10 subs to this stream to viewers if you guys want to do this, if you take the odds. Okay? Eric is... So, let's use some logic here, right? Some conditional logic. Eric's sources are usually pretty good. I don't like that he cites anonymous sources and states it as fact. I'm not really a fan of doing that. I don't like doing that. I don't do that to you guys, but hey, whatever. I'm not going to harp on how somebody reports the news, you know? So Eric's, but at the end of the day, his sources are quite good. They're usually accurate, pretty damn accurate, you know, despite criticism, his sources are good. I'll bet you money that source that he's getting isn't for canceling SLS entirely. I'll bet you 10 subs right now that what that source means is that the current SLS contracts are going to get canceled and they're going to be renegotiated. I'm saying that now, December 4th, 2024, before Rook even has a chance to go to work for NASA. Okay? If someone is telling him there's a 75% chance that SLS gets canceled, I do not think that means that SLS is canceled and that's it, we're done. They're probably going to cancel it and renegotiate the contracts, which is what we want. So when this, once again, Berger's sources are pretty freaking good. When this does inevitably happen, all right, remember this conversation. They're going to cancel the current contracts and they're going to renegotiate them, which fits in with my gut inkling that Rook is there to fix NASA, not gut it. Look, man, all right, I usually don't get this candid. You may not like the presidential-elect, you may love him. One thing that you can't deny objectively is that he ran on a ticket of fixing things, okay? Whether he does or doesn't, I don't know. I'm not taking sides in this, at least not publicly.
Oh, this is space.
All right?
I'm in space.
You don't run on a campaign of fixing things by gutting government institutions. That won't end well. Our system of checks and balances ensures that that's going to end poorly. The more you try to consolidate power, the more our system fights against you. Even if you have majorities. Am I wrong? Once again, it goes back to civics. You don't run on a ticket of fixing things and then gut them as your solution. That's not how this works at all. So once again, I'll say this. I'll bet you 10 subs right now. The SLS contracts are probably going to get canceled if Rook gets in office. But they're probably going to get canceled in favor of better procurement. Rook has talked many times about capital allocation at NASA. In multiple tweets on X about capital allocation and how SLS is too expensive. I told you these contracts could be negotiated. So Berger's source telling him that SLS is going to get canceled, I don't think is getting rid of the Artemis program entirely. What I do think someone is telling him is that they're going to be renegotiated to get us a better price for firm fixed price procurement for long-term sustainability for exploration. Are you fondling an F4? Yes, I am. Predominant gifted a sub to Rook. Thanks, buddy. 10 subs right now. Anybody want to take these odds? Dreadsill just gifted 10 subs. Just all right. Does that mean I won or? Well, I've got nothing to lose. If SLS gets completely canceled, that would definitely mean Artemis is canceled. Canceling the entire program right now? Yeah. Dude, right now, Artemis is like, maybe, the Artemis program is like, maybe we'll launch people to the moon in 2025. Maybe we'll get people to land on the moon in 2026. If you get rid of that, you're getting rid of SpaceX's Starship HLS contract. And if you get rid of that, you can kiss going to the moon in this decade. Bye-bye. There is not a chance in hell that that's happening. No way. Guys, like, that's not happening. I will not bet 10 subs on that one. I'll bet you 10 subs on Eric Berger, though. Eric Berger, his source is probably right. His sources have always proven to be right empirically. He usually gets it right. Right? I'll bet you that's for contract renegotiation. No bet. I'm with you. Dreadswirl, thank you for the 10 subs. I do appreciate it. LaSwamper, 4 months. Hugh Jared's 2023 tweet. Bingo. But the Chinese will get there by 2030. AFD, if they wanted to realistically get to the moon in 2030, they would have a rocket that's capable of sending people to the moon right now. The Chinese are quick, and you'd be stupid to think that they won't eventually get there. They're not getting there in 2030. You need a big frigging rocket to do that. Where is this rocket's launch pad? Where's the rocket? Where's the factory to make the rocket? They don't have it. Does that mean they won't have one in the future? No, you'd be idiotic to bet against China's industrial prowess right now. That's really stupid. Right? Right, I have to go. Fun and informative stream. All right, Raj. Thank you for watching. Design, development, testing, and evaluation stuff for SLS doesn't even end until Artemis 4, according to the contract. That's correct, Trey. That's what I mean. We can't be developing Artemis 4 out to the 2028. You need to freeze the design at Block 1B and work on Block 2 based off of the flight data from Block 1. I'm telling you, SLS's contracts need to be renegotiated. It is a fustercluck of a contract structure. It's awful. It's awful if you want to routinely go to the moon. It's not the worst if you want to try to design a rocket to get to the moon using leftover shuttle parts. But the problem with that type of thing is that the contract is an IDIQ contract, indefinite quantity, indefinite delivery. This all works really, really well when you have deadlines. It works horribly if you do not. What is the potential to launch Orion not on SLS? Falcon, if I was NASA administrator, I would look into that as well. I would look into ways to get Orion to low Earth orbit by itself, not utilizing an SLS launch. Why? Because that's an easy W if you need to put an Orion capsule into low Earth orbit. Now, I know what people are going to say. Why would we need to do that? Oh, I don't know. Maybe test the heat shield. Maybe we should use Orion on the side to do missions like Polaris Dawn. Just saying. Just saying. Use it to test new EVA suits. Use it to test EVAing out of a capsule. Use it to put Orion through its paces. And heck, screw it. Dock it to the ISS. Or, if we're that far out, dock it to a commercial station. As a test for long-term durations in space, having it docked to a station means you get some good data on how components will wear on a deep space mission. Or, send it out to Gateway or something. Something. Oh, yeah, Fred, excuse me. It's China. China can go back to the moon by 2026. No, they cannot, Helios. No, they cannot. You're making stuff up. Reading this contract, it's terrible. Trey, I've read it before. It's garbage. I've told you. The contract and procurement structure for SLS is based off of a program that is based from a program that has uncertainty in the future because it was forged at a time where we are in the wake of the Great Recession. And when the executive branch decides that NASA's best goals are to do nothing and leave it to the commercial market, the system doesn't work for you very well. You know how the entire gist of this whole conversation about what a NASA administrator is supposed to do? It starts with good direction. When the system has no direction from the executive, it says don't do anything. Well, Congress is going to find a thing for it to do. And the most sustainable thing when your rocket doesn't have a goal to do is have contracts that stipulate and cost by proxy reflect that. Does that make sense? China. Just like saying that, sorry. I think I mean launching Orion to the moon, not on SLS. Oh, I wouldn't do that, Raiden. With what I have, if my plan doesn't involve that, I would want Orion to have low Earth orbit access. Yeah. Maybe have it hitch a ride on an HLS out to the moon if you wanted to do it that way. Sure. Guys, I would put... Okay, so here's the thing. It's very clear that there is a way to run a sustainable space program. SLS is arguably the most sustainable space program, politically sustainable space program that's been ever implemented. The SLS program has launched once in a 15-year cycle. That is the most sustainable program by far. That's longer than the Apollo program in its entirety. The Apollo program is 1963 to 1975. SLS came around in 2013. Or no, 2011, excuse me. And now it's 2014 or 2024. Oops. That's half of the shuttle program. So clearly there's a way to make this system work for you. Clearly there's a way to do it. Right? With me, what I would do is incorporate so much redundancy into my program, right? That it would be impossible to get rid of anything, just like SLS. Just like the SLS program right now. You do that by constantly pushing new development programs. Orion, launching on a commercial rocket to low Earth orbit. Looking at on-orbit refueling to boost Orion out to the moon if SLS isn't an option. Using Starship to get people to the moon. Using Starship to get supplies to the moon. Using SLS to get supplies to the moon. Using SLS to get people and supplies to the moon. There is a way you can structure this where you can do all of this stuff, and if you have the proper systems engineering behind it, you can make all this stuff work together and work for you in a really nice, healthy, and robust program. And because you're leveraging the commercial market on top of your public space program, no one's going to want to get rid of that. Because what's the commercial industry going to do? They're going to lobby, right? SpaceX does that, Boeing does that, Lockheed does that. They're going to lobby for this program to expand so they can make more money. You can make the pork work for you if you know what you're doing. That's what I'm trying to say. Also, moving to planetary science for a second, and I'm assuming you think Isaacman will put his foot down to solve the Mars sample return dilemma as well. Farming out Mars sample return to commercial is a stupid decision. It's a result of no goals and no concrete accountability. Same with the EVA suits for what it's worth. I would bring MSR back in-house. I mean, heck, you could, if you really want to do it with commercial, you could. But using commercial as your avenue to justify doing a Mars sample return mission because it's going to cost less is stupid. That's stupid. Do you know why that's stupid? What commercial company can land stuff on Mars right now without NASA's help? Oh, wait, none of them. Maybe SpaceX in the future. Maybe. But that's not right now. That's not right now. In fact, probably SpaceX in the future, I will say. I'd say probably by the end of the decade. I'm so thankful for your streams. I've learned so much over the past 2 months. My pleasure, thousands. You suppose Jared will work for peanuts like his... will work for peanuts. Probably Hellfish. Dude, he ain't doing this for money, that's for sure. You don't become the NASA administrator because you're trying to make dough. That's dumb. In fact, I'll bet you that Rook refuses the salary. I'll bet you $1. I know. Hellfish. I know. Salary would be nothing compared to what he's making, dude. He just because he resigned as Shift 4's CEO doesn't mean that he loses all of his equity in that damn company. He's still gonna make millions of dollars, dude. If I was in that scenario, I'd be like, yo, donate my salary to charity, or better yet, just pay me $1. I'll take $1 a year. That's my salary. Screw it. I mean, that's what the president-elect did in his first term. He refused money completely. Yeah, he took $1. Yeah. Because you have to get paid something. You can't get paid zero. Because an invoice saying this, you know, for the economics behind this, an invoice saying I paid him $0 doesn't really work from a financial standpoint. I'll take that bet. I think he takes his salary and donate to St. Jude. All right, Bob. 1 gifted sub. Deal? I'll run that for $1. Then I'd request $3.33 just to mess with the accountants. I'd do that too. That'd be funny. Why Falcon 9 engines are not glowing like Super Heavy? Falcon 9 does an entry burn Falcon called supersonic retro propulsion. And this SSRP entry burn is pushing the heat away, long story short. It actually pushes the plasma away. The rocket engine shooting out exhaust is pushing away the re-entry heating. The plasma that accumulates as a result of ionization from air compression. New Newgland stuff from Jeff Faust. All right, we'll go into we're at 6:21. We'll go into a more conventional space news cycle here, or we can keep talking about it. What's up? Hello, dude. What's good, dude? Hello, dude. Hello. But the speed is the same after the burn. What? No, the speed is not the same. What are you talking about, Falcon? The speed is the same as what? Super Heavy? Other Falcon 9s? What are you talking about? The speed is the same after the entry burn. No, it's not. Are the flames plasma? No, the flames are fire. It's just hot gases, Thousand. That hot gases is going to basically get caught up on the bottom of the rocket because it's flying business end first. And it'll get, it's called an area of stagnation. It'll basically push that. Well, the hot gases won't get caught down there. There are gases down there that are stagnating. They're just compressed and they're basically pushed up against the bottom of Falcon 9 going, It's called a stagnant area between your bow shock and the actual vehicle. Because that area of stagnation is at high pressure, right? The plasma that results from compressing the atmosphere to the point of ionization, right, is kind of staying there. It just stays in that, it stays in front of the area of stagnation. And that plasma forms there, and that's what forms your bow shock, okay? That plasma releases a ton of heat. Turns out when you go so fast, you rip air molecules apart. It releases a lot of energy. That's what's going on, right? So the thing is that if you don't do anything about it, right, that plasma is going to heat the stagnant air and melt your vehicle, like taking a blowtorch to something or a plasma cutter. What Falcon 9 does, when it fires its engines, it pushes that stagnation away and thereby pushes the plasma away with rocket exhaust. Now, I know what you're going to say. Is rocket exhaust is pretty hot, EJ. What do you mean? Is that good enough? Well, remember, with thermodynamics, in this particular case, you're talking about relative. The rocket exhaust is pretty hot, but the reentry heating is really freaking hot. The gases absorb some of that heat and push the plasma away. And Falcon basically flies in a cooler column of gas when it comes back down during that entry burn. This mitigates any reentry, well, not any reentry heating. It still does get hot. You just don't notice it because it's not going to get as hot as Super Heavy, that's for sure. There's a reason why the whole bottom of Falcon 9 is painted black, the entire engine section, because there is a thermal protection system down there that does absorb some heat. Plasma still does accumulate in some areas, and because the reentry burn isn't happening through all of reentry, right? Through all of the descent. I also have a lot of stagnant and compressed hot gases, but you create a bowl shock. Yeah. So, yeah, Falcon 9 pushes away the reentry heating. I thought he took $1, Cody, but that's good to know. Thank you. For Falcon, the max speed is 5,000. For Super Heavy, it's 4,300. So those aren't the same speeds. And what missions are you referencing, Falcon? Okay, all right. But we're going to start splitting hairs here. Long story short, Falcon 9, right? Falcon 9 comes in from a much higher point in orbit. Falcon 9's first stage flies higher than Super Heavy's first stage. Falcon 9 is made out of aluminum. Aluminum melts at a very low temperature. So it needs to do that burn. So despite it going faster, right, it still needs to do the burn because it's going to melt the aluminum because it's falling from a higher altitude. Super Heavy, on the other hand, made out of stainless. Doesn't go nearly as fast, but it's still going to have reentry heating. The thing is, because it's made out of stainless and it's not falling from as higher of an altitude, right? It doesn't need to do the burn. The stainless steel can tank the reentry heating. We saw it on Ship 31. Yeah, see, Archie, here's the thing. Falcon's going to say this is going this fast, this is going this fast. Long story short, Super Heavy doesn't need to do that type of burn because it's made from stainless. So even if it's going faster, it can absorb more heat by design. Super Heavy also flies a lot shallower. Look at the staging altitudes for the Starship flights versus Falcon 9. Falcon 9 goes way higher and way further into the atmosphere. All right, even if Falcon 9 staged at the same time as Super Heavy and they both did their boost back and landed, Falcon 9 would still have to do a retropropulsive maneuver because the heat involved here would melt the aluminum and the thermal protection mitigation systems that they have on the bottom of the vehicle in the first place. Does that make sense? Had a few friends saying flames are plasma. No. 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 Flames are flames. Plasma is plasma. You know how I know? They have different names. Usually when things have different names, they're two different things. It's like, I am an EJ. You're 1,000. We are not the same person. See? Weird how that works. And what's that called? Supersonic retro propulsion. Plasma is a state of matter. There's liquid, solid, gas, and plasma. It's not flames. Flames is a gaseous state of matter. Those are two different things. Aside from it being quicker to boost back, why doesn't SpaceX just do a one-and-done orbit? Wouldn't it save fuel from having to change the direction of flight? No, uncapping. That's part of the reason why Super Heavy flies on a much shallower trajectory. Starship does the majority of the work. If you were doing a once around with your first stage, that means your first stage is getting to orbit, in which case you just made an SSTO. Why have two stages in the first place? Secondly, if somehow it was supposed to do this, to say Super Heavy was designed to deliver a fully fueled Starship into orbit, now you need a thermal protection system for your booster that's already 3 times the size of our expectation of a Super Heavy booster in the first place. This is what's called the diminishing return in engineering. He said it again. Never sing that again. Sorry, man. Marcon, this is unrelated, but I've been watching your streams on YouTube 1.5 hours behind. In there, you explain that you can't use gravitational assist to slow down much, mostly speed up, but I'm fairly sure you can equally speed up or slow down. It mainly depends on whether you approach the moon from above or below in its orbit. I mean, yeah, it really depends on where you enter the grav well, Marcon, but you're right, but the construct for that question, I tried to keep it simple, so think about it. Think about the construct of this question in kind of an ideal medium. How sometimes when you do math, you do it in a non-dimensional medium, right? Like discerning coefficient of drag, for instance. This would be like an equatorial orbit with a semi-major axis at perigee, the exact same on either side of a planet. I left out a lot of details to keep it simple on purpose. That's not entirely wrong. The angle that you enter into the grav well you could use to speed up or slow down, but that's getting into differential spacecraft trajectories and stuff, and I don't think that conversation warranted that type of detail. Basically, dude, when I'm explaining nerd stuff to people, I try not to nerd out too hard, because then it goes from, yeah, EJ, I understand what you're saying, to, yeah, EJ, those were words. The frick is this? This guy's a nut bar. Actually, that's usually the what happens either way, but you get what I'm trying to say, dude. See, look at chat. Look. I understood some of those words. Your brain hurts. I only come here to pretend I'm intelligent. Yeah, me too, Fred. I love nut bars. It's calling us simple-minded. Yeah, you are Simple Jack, Explorer. You make me happy. I got a good brain. I think you got a fine brain, chat. Sure, thanks. I wanted to make sure I'm not misunderstanding something completely. No, Marcon, you kind of can, but it really depends on how you move into the grav well. If you do it at a really high altitude, it really depends on your incoming speed. It could theoretically be easier to like capture an orbit with a high apogee, right? It would cost less delta V to like capture at a high altitude, so a high semi-major axis. But yeah, the angle in which you enter the grav well can change a couple of things. You could do retrograde gravity assists entering the grav well in different directions. But going against the spin of the planet definitely is one of the better ways to do it. It's not a zero-sum game with entering it at different angles, but it almost is. It's negligible, which is why nobody does it. I understand the words, but not the order you put them in. No, this is Patrick. Simple yak. I literally just watched that the other night. It's still funny, Badger. I haven't watched it. I watched it, I think, like a month ago or something. Yeah, it's still pretty funny, dude. It holds up. Also, guys, I wanted to show you this. This isn't necessarily space news, but Scott Manley posted about Jay Leno getting his Chrysler turbine, his 1963 Chrysler turbine car restored by Williams, the people that built the power plant for it. And I replied to Scott saying, "Oh, that's my all-time favorite car," which is true. The turbine car is my favorite car ever designed. No, I'm probably never owning one. But it needs hydrocoptic nozzle vanes fitted to the ambificient lunar wane shaft to really fix all the problems, though. The car had serious side fumbling problems. Yeah, I did this. I said that in a public forum. No, this is Patrick! I'm not a Krusty Krab.
Patrick, that's the name of the restaurant.
Oh! Wouldn't you want to see a NASA administrator using his spare time to go to space to fix the Hubble Space Telescope with his own hands? Jared could, just saying. I mean, it would be a hell of a precedent to set, Hellfish. I don't think Scott got it, but he may have. I don't know. I don't think he got it, but he might have. Maybe. You gave me the ugly!
You gotta say it, Patrick. I am ugly and I'm proud.
You do well here, VX Junkie. Ah, yes. Mm-hmm. So happy for Jared. NASA's gonna change. I hope so, Pumpkin. I hope it's good. I'm still a little sad that the company making the Sabre engine, went bankrupt. I just want to see if SSTOs are not only possible but have a use. Give them some place to go, Archie. Then maybe. That seemed to work well in the past. Considering the only other space plane ever made. Not an SSTO, but you give them some place to go. Sure. Your Secret Santa gave you a piece of Atlantis' thermal protection system. Cool. That's awesome. It's a heavy burden to bear, but some of us have to be ugly. My hat's off to you, sir. They got one of those at the Museum of Transportation where I helped restore the first Hornet. Oh, that's cool, Josh. Right on. Okay, uncapping. What do you got for me? So I'm behind on the news. Is Jared being given the job by Trump good or bad? I know he's already doing aviation-related activities, providing aggressive services to the USAF. He actually sold his stake in that company in 2020, Badger. He did do that. He doesn't do that anymore. He stopped doing that to start flying into space. Billionaire things. Respectable. Was he put forward solely on the basis that he's a businessman and theoretically knows how to spend cash? Oh, no. Uncapping, I made that mistake too. Don't worry about it. I'm telling you matter-of-factly, not to be like, you're wrong. Is he doing it out of experience? Sorry, I'm not yawning at the answer. I'm yawning because I'm actually tired. I've been talking for 6.5 hours straight. I think it's a good thing uncapping. I think Isaacman is a good man for the job. Now, his political experience is kind of lacking, but he was a contractor for the Department of Defense, so he has some experience there in that matter. But that's from the outside looking in. This NASA administrator is very much the inside looking out, right? However, if it's something that I noticed about Rook, is that he's very virtuous. He's a very virtuous man. Not a virtue signaling man. He's a very virtuous man. He has pretty strong convictions about space and where humanity needs to go for space flight. I think that those convictions and those solid, unshakable convictions are the reason why he was considered and nominated for NASA administrator. Now, that just because the president-elect nominated him does not mean that he's getting the job. He has to go in front of the Senate and basically make his case to why he would be a good NASA administrator, and then the Senate has to vote on it. The U.S. Senate. The Senate is a group of 100 people representing 50 states, 2 from each state. It's the upper legislative house of our system of governance over here. I think because he's ideologically motivated, that he's a great pick for NASA. Yeah. He is lacking in political experience, though. I don't think that's going to be a problem. This is a man that taught himself how to code in his parents' basement and coded a financial transaction system that is focused on eliminating financial inefficiencies. That's what Shift 4 does. That's what his company that he just resigned from. That's what Shift 4 does. They make pin pads. They make the governing software for a pin pad. Like the thing that at the grocery store that you put your credit card in and you type your pin into. Yeah, the software for those. So this guy taught himself how to do that. He's a high school dropout, guys. So why do I bring that up? I'm not bringing that up as a way for you guys to be like, oh, wow, he seems like a pretty good guy. Dude, the guy is resourceful. If he's inexperienced in something, he's going to find somebody that is experienced, and he's going to learn from them. Another case in point, Draken International. He was a contractor. Draken International is a company that supplies opposing force aircraft for the Air Force to practice against. Basically, it's a company that owns a bunch of MiGs. And those MiGs go and try to fight against F-22s, F-35s, etc., F-16s, F-18s. That's what they do. Right? They're contracted service. Pretty cool, huh? That's somebody's job. Go out and dogfight F-22s in a MiG. That's someone's job. No, the point that I'm trying to say is that when he started Draken, he knew that he's not just going to be like, hey guys, I have a company that has an Air Force. You're going to fight against my MiGs. No, he hired pilots. He hired Air Force pilots with tons of experience. Scott Poteet, his commander on the Polaris Dawn mission, is one of those pilots. And I'm pretty sure, Scott, it was an Air Force colonel. Yeah, so the point is that, like, dude, what does somebody who works on financial transactions, what does that have anything to do with flying fighter jets? Well, nothing. But the point is that Rook has continuously shown again and again that if he wants to do something that's a new medium for him, he will find the right people to do it. And not only that, he will succeed. Does that make sense? The guy's ideologically motivated. He's resourceful. He improvises, he adapts, and he overcomes. Great. That I think that makes up for the lack of political experience. That's my opinion. Yeah, Poison, right? Yeah. Does that explain that very well, Badger? I think that Rook is a bold choice. That's not who I would have chosen. But that's not who I would have chosen because my pool for people that I thought would be good for this job, I didn't even realize that Rook could have been an option. Like, when I saw the news of this morning, I looked at it and went, wait, what? Wait, you can do that? That's a thing? You can do that? What? You can do that? Yeah, you mean go out and lose against the F-22. Yeah, no, but that, yes, that's it. That is what I mean. So, I hope he can still fly Polaris. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Oof. I've been talking for a long time. I might need to take a little bit of a break. You guys want to play some derail? You guys want to play some derail? What's the cost we have ever launched here? This was this morning weather. What's the cost we have ever... was that a sentence, Goalie? What's the coldest we have ever launched? The coldest temperatures ever recorded during a launch, Goalie, were on January 28th, 1986. Do you want to play some derail? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we found the DH4 and now we have to go get the legacy DH4 and now we need to go get parts for it. Nightlight Trains, the stream has already been derailed. January 28th, 1986. Yes. Edmina. Yeah, that was the coldest temperatures ever recorded. There's a really good reason why that was the coldest temperatures ever recorded and why no one's tried to launch anything colder since. Is the Satisfactory project still on? Yeah, we'll resume playing. So, yeah, I didn't anticipate this news, Mason, which is why we're not playing Satisfactory today. I've been doing Space News for 7 hours. That basically ate up all of our Satisfactory playtime. The Satisfactory project is still going. Tomorrow's going to be another weird schedule because NASA has an Artemis update at 1 o'clock. An hour after my normal start time for people that don't want to do the time zone conversions. There's a press conference that I will be covering. And what we'll probably end up doing is doing an early Space News again tomorrow. And then playing Satisfactory till 8. I have something to do, football game, at 8 o'clock tomorrow. So it's probably going to be 2 to 3 hours of Space News right at the start of the stream. And then Satisfactory till 8 p.m. There's going to be no after hours tomorrow. A friend sent me this. You were in high school watching TV that day. Yep. Flight Sim 2024. No. Up. Yeah, Vargon, that's hot. That's hot. Time to derail this stream by playing foosball. Foosball is the devil. No, you're the devil. Everything is the devil to you, Mason. Well, I like space, and I like football, and I'm going to keep doing them both because they make me feel good. Football at 8 tomorrow. I like your priorities. Hey, the Lions are playing, man. I haven't missed a game. The Patriots played on Sunday. They lost. Took a nap. Still ranting about rockets. No. I'm going to go eat some food. I'll be right back. You guys know the drill. YouTube stream is going to shut off to preserve the continuity of each VOD. We will be restarting probably at the top of the hour for some derail. I'll see you guys in about 15-20 minutes. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this emergency elongated muskrat space news. we'll talk more about this tomorrow too, especially because of the Artemis press conference that's happening. So yeah, we'll talk more about it then. I'll be right back.